Give me time, but don't go yet. I'm sure I could be what you want. It'll only take a second for me to change who I've become. I know you think me wrong, but I can change who I'll be. That'll make you happy. That'll make it.
making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. A flawless win.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Anubis!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
The Intel Extreme Masters Krakow 2026, brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Zowie, Chex, and the City of Krakow.
Today were inspired by those who came before them. Now it is their turn.
This kid is the real deal.
The confines of what's possible being brought into question.
Realized the curse crushed. 2025 is theirs.
They're gonna be sorry they were ever born. Who? All of them.
Greatness. You can't mess with history. Living legends clash in pursuit of Counter-Strike's oldest trophy.
Hello, everybody. Welcome into IEM Krakow. Oh, man, so excited for this. That trailer just giving me the chills. The Living Legends line at the end. Just honestly, I hope it lives up to the hype here. I know it will as we get into stage 1 now. Very, very excited to kick things off here on the B stream, of course. And I mean, straight into it, we've got a great matchup as well to open things up. So it's just excitement from the get-go.
Yeah, I feel like we've been blessed a little bit here on the B stream to kickstart things. We've got a really, really cool game to get on the way, but it's a cool tournament, right? A new city in a sense, right? Of course, moving on from Katowice, which has so much history, back to Krakow, where there is plenty of history within Counter-Strike, but not for a while. So an exciting time back in a city with at least some knowledge of kind of what Counter-Strike can bring. So I'm really looking forward to this. I've seen at least already some shots of the arena looking very cool over there as well. So I'm excited to see how this kind of all pans out. And we're in a very interesting time in Counter-Strike as well. New teams like your PARIVISIONs are starting to really climb those ranks, and there's teams that are hovering around that top 10 that are starting to put pressure on a lot of these legacy organizations. So I'm looking forward to seeing how these early tournaments in the year can make such a big difference heading in towards the big major, of course, midway throughout the year, IEM Cologne.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to be a really sort of different year. Just picking up on what you're saying, I think that there is going to be a lot of changes coming in. This, of course, our schedule across the bottom as well. The B-Stream games, I think we got some decent ones in there, to be honest with you. Stage 1, it does really feel, yeah, there's some momentum coming in from the likes of PARIVISION. You got a few big organizational names in there, but it does feel like it's anybody's game in this field, to be honest with you. Couple of teams that maybe might be a bit weaker coming in, but then it's that first big tournament for them of the year, so you don't rightly know what to expect. Yeah, I think this also really paints a good picture as you get into the brackets. We've got the lower bracket side of things on this one as well, so sure, your first matchup might be a bit tough, but you can certainly make that run in the lower side of things. So yeah, very, very intrigued to see how things begin to pan out now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even when you look at some of these games as well, some of them, you know, in terms of what we would assume to be the results, might not be the case. I mean, Aurora didn't look very good at Blast Bounty, of course, so we're looking to see if they can obviously kind of bounce back as well. We still don't really know what's really going on with the likes of your, you know, your NIPs and your Liquids in terms of where their ceiling is, where their floor is. Things are kind of interesting at the moment, where I think a lot of teams are in having these like early season teething issues, and because of that, it's allowing a few more of these legacy teams or even new boys on the block like PARIVISIONs to be able to punish. We did have an interview as well. We got to have a little conversation with new boy for PARIVISION, Zwei, had a fantastic debut tournament. Let's go check it out.
A little story all about how PARIVISION went to a major, flunked out, crashed out, and then this guy Zwei came along. Zwei having played 12 maps with PARIVISION, 11 of them winning. Zwei, that's got to feel good, don't it?
Yes, it feels good.
It feels real good. You go and you guys play a tournament, you win, 11 out of 12 maps, you win the whole tournament. How important was it for you to win that Blast Bounty?
It's the first tournament of season, so I don't think it's that important as it could be, but I guess we can still show the way we play the Blast Bounty here, and who knows what's gonna happen.
Well, look, I mean, you had to play Spirit, Falcons, Furia. I mean, those are no light names to be taking down. Were you surprised at how that result came?
Yeah, of course. I knew that this will come in the future, but not that fast, you know. So if it happens, it's great.
And if it doesn't, it doesn't. That's the way of the road. Let me ask you this, because James has said in a way, he kind of downplayed that you guys won at Bounty. Do you feel that there's something there? Do you feel that makes sense?
Of course, I can't even say that we played our best. I guess we can play better, even better than we play in Blast Bounty, and I hope we're gonna show it here.
So, last question I got for you is about Heroic. You're going up against Heroic today. Tell me about them in the server. Everyone calls them onliners. What do you call them?
I call them Youngstar Goat.
Yeah, straight up. All right, Zwei, anything you want to say before we get going?
No.
Bet. Thanks very much, Zwei.
Oh God, that's tough to keep it together after a finish like that. He's a man of few words. He is a man of few words. Yeah, but I mean, coming into things, it's the big man James, of course. That's kind of what Munacy's talking about here. Love this analogy, to be fair. Totally true. And
it is.
After Bounty, in the winners interview, you know, kind of interviewing everybody, I'm pretty sure each player was like, it's all James, it's all Dastan, they're amazing. So there's a lot of credit to be given to this guy, and indeed we are.
Wow.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
But
it's kind of like, I feel like the major win is,
yes,
you know, Gandalf the Grey, and now he's like maybe moving into that Gandalf the White revival potentially as this resurgence happens.
I can't lie, I've not seen Lord of the Rings in like 15 years, but I sort of get the analogy. But honestly, the way I look at this though, it is very akin. It's kind of what Monacy was saying, but they, you know, for James and Dastan, they are like father figures, right? These are young guys, right? We're looking at some of these kind of face it puggers in a way that James is being able to nurture into a really, really electric team. And the Counter-Strike they've been playing for the last year has been incredible. It's a point that we're going to touch on quite a lot throughout this series, this tournament, every time we get to kind of cast PARIVISION, right? This is a team that exactly a year ago were ranked 190th in the world, essentially unranked, the placement holder rank. And they've gone from being there, a new team coming together. Back then, they had kicker calling as well on this side. And in 12 months' time, they've gone from there to rank 6th in the world. It is an insane run that this PARIVISION side have made, and they keep getting better and better. And they keep being more and more exciting to watch as well, because as long as the story continues, it's hard to turn away from.
Yeah, absolutely. I think really excited to see if things continue for them. But on the other side of the field, of course, is going to be Heroic here. And kind of our sort of, you know, first look into this team is still awaiting. It seems like maybe they do have Youngstar today. He was mentioned in the interview. He's here on the roster. So maybe we weren't fully updated, you know, as to what was happening with Alcaran and visa issues and stuff like this. So it seems like it might be the case again here, folks. That Heroic are, you know, without, you would argue, a key part, but in places, Youngstar, yeah, I mean, there he is. Youngstar was making some insane plays on the AWP. Seems like they were having a lot of fun with it. But it is kind of the newer additions that we're still looking towards a bit here now. Crizzen and Susp, of course, coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it actually feels at the moment as well, without Alcaran, you've got a much more looser style for this Heroic team, and there's a lot to like as well. Let's talk through the veto as well as it comes across our screen. Inferno and Dust 2 going to kickstart as our opening maps as well. Inferno picked by Heroic, Dust 2 picked by PARIVISION. No real surprises there. Ancient to round it out as well as the 3 maps if we need them. Now, when we look at this veto as well, I don't think there's like, you know, a few that aren't shocks. The Anubis and kind of the Nuke getting banned, I'm not really too surprised, in all fairness. I also feel as well, if you're Heroic who don't want to play an Anubis, they probably don't have a team kind of comp set up on it yet, right? I don't know in terms of what the pracs looking like with this team, how official it is with Alcaran and not with Alcaran and all the rest, right? So you look at that Dust 2, very good map for PARIVISION, unbeaten on it right now. That's a huge one for them. I really wonder how that ends up panning out kind of positively. Inferno obviously has been pretty decent for Heroic, but PARIVISION aren't any slouches on it themselves as well. That Ancient does feel like it might be a great decider here in this game. But let's kickstart things. The first game here on the B stream of IEM Krakow 2026. It's Heroic who take on PARIVISION. We're excited.
Yeah, hungry for this one, as I'm sure the players are as well. Inferno to kick things off, bit of a classic. We'll see how things pan out with PARIVISION just starting quite spread out on this T side here. Not really throwing anything thick and fast. I think we're going to see a lot of this from PARIVISION. There was some interesting ideas, particularly in the final against Falcons, but they still seem to have that Jame DNA of playing things a bit slower, late round executes and the like. And, well, we're a minute into the round. It's a little earlier than you might expect. Are they going to commit off the back of these smokes? It seems like, yes, it's going to be the answer here. And there's a lot of players, 3 players ready for them on the other side of these smokes. Aggression coming round from Crizzen, in fact. He will kind of sacrifice himself, but from the back, it's xFloud finding 2 heads. He's a little unknown as well. The Glock has to reload. Another chance for xFloud. Does get taken down, but he's created enough of that space. Meanwhile, the bomb doesn't fully commit. And this is some of the sort of gimmicky approach that PARIVISION have thrown in this new look team, this new look James style. And they managed to get the bomb down on A.
I got to say as well, Zelo stays alive for so long there. He should have died in that, you know, initial engagement, but somehow stays alive for as long as he does, and he just keeps attention drawn there towards B. But around that corner, Belchinok's playing very far away. It's not planted for him, so a lot of this has got to be done by Jame, and he has to buy time, really just denying them on this defuse. Belchinok is so far away. He's now a known quantity, is being held. They've got to put pressure on towards Jame. Tap on towards that defuse. It's the low player, and Jame is going to find 2. Are you kidding? Gandalf the Grey indeed. Jane finds 3 and PARIVISION start well. And you even get a little smirk out of him. Okay. PARIVISION back to their antics, Scriv.
Man, took me a minute to lift my jaw off the floor after that one. Jeez, that's insane, honestly. I did think when, you know, that player got on the bomb, I was like, oh, he's a bit low. It's a bit risky.
Yeah.
But the 2-for-1 is kind of mental. What can you do about that, really, if you are Heroic? And yeah, I mean, again, this is one of the things I think PARIVISION, they're going to be very, very attentive. A lot of people watching them and seeing if they can replicate the success of Bounty. I think a lot of us are confident, you know, on the punditry side of things, a lot of us are confident that they're going to be able to do that. But I think the teams will also have a fear in them around this squad. And we'll see that come into the calls. James, he knows all this. He knows the effects in and out of the server. So a call like that in the pistol is very against what he usually goes for. So we're definitely here for it if they're going to keep a looser style on the cards. We do have the force from Heroic here. So kind of curious to see. MP7 buffed. We'll see in this round.
I gotta say, I've been giving it a bit of use since the buff, and I see it. Obviously, it's so cheap as well, but on the move, it is unbelievably accurate. So let's see what XR can do. The only player who was using it prior to the buff really was Nerds. He was the one who actually made the MP7 look like a rifle. He's been using it for years, and he was unbelievably good. Maybe he knew something before any of us, but let's see what XR can do. They're going to barrel in towards B now. There's 3 players here to meet them, and a 4th rotating over.
Charging through. There's a player at the back end of the site who does eventually find success, just trying to stay alive. There's some damage done. It doesn't look like a bad round here if they want to try and go for it, but there is also an argument to maybe start moving away. Re-smoke at Coffins might make that decision for them, in all honesty. Yeah, and especially the CT re-smoke. So they'll move away. They'll save what they have. Try and make a move of it into the next round. Very close. Couple more bullets in the right place. It could have been a scary round.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, even when you look at kind of Nota who's taking so much damage, Belchinok who was one-tappable as well, you're absolutely spot on. I think for Heroic, it's actually, in the end, it's not a terrible force by all standards, because you're actually still having 3 staying alive. The MP7, the Scout, the 5.7, they stay alive and, of course, can be reused in towards the next round. And you've made life a little uncomfortable for PARIVISION, which... I mean, with that sort of investment, basically, you'll take whatever you can get, right? PARIVISION, nice 2-0 start, though. With only the 1 casualty, there's nothing they have to be all too worried about. So far, a pretty simple call off the back of quite a convoluted pistol call. That one, much more back to basics. Let's hit B. Let's send the MAC-10s in. Let's see what damage they can do. And they do quite well. So, nice work. And they can use this buy, of course, again, in towards the next. Knowing that it was a force in the previous round, knowing that money, of course, won't facilitate Heroic being able to buy around it properly. Could probably also go for, once again, a pretty similar call. Molly towards B. Just early control right now, slowing things down for PARIVISION. In the early part of round 3, Youngster about to be tested. He might just fall away in time. It looked like he was about to lose his head, but just dipped around that corner.
I like that they have an idea for the round on the Heroic end. And it's something kind of cynically, and I'm not going to lean on it too much, but it's a fun little point, and I do like things like this. I think it was Maui that kind of noticed and pointed it out. Seems like James really liked directing the team towards what he would consider the weaker bomb site, like where the sort of lower rated players are.
Yeah,
so I think we might see B hits just over and over.
Yeah. Well, we saw it against Spirit. Oh, Donk plays here. We're not going there. And it was fair play. And then you even saw in the following match when they played against Falcons, it was, you know, on the exact same map. They were going to the site where Donk was, right? Because it was also the weaker site. So, yeah, James is very good of just sort of finding a weakness and continuing to push the issue there. So I think you're right. You can see quite a few B hits coming through. X's here could be quite difficult for PARIVISION. They're lurking around, and you know, when you're Heroic and you've got to buy into towards the next round, why not try and make things a little expensive on the way out like that? Zelo, it's gonna go down. UMP is there, but Belchinok in his AK, that's the big ticket that they want to try and pick up. James, for one, it's where you'll fall. Bodies are dropping here at the tail end of round number 3. It will still be a 3rd round on the board for PARIVISION, but it's not going to come without a cost. Still might even be a little bit more at the end. The Galil fighting front as Nota trying to keep the bodies alive. The AK scooped up. Belchinok does go down. But in the end, for a minimal investment around the Force and the prior round for Heroic, you've actually got 3 kills out of it. It's not terrible.
Yeah, that's one of those things where I think if you're really playing super disciplined and strict, they live at the bottom of Banana there. They didn't necessarily need to take those fights. So maybe just getting kind of excitable and wanting to get warm because it's early in the game, early in the tournament.
Yeah, also probably worried that they were going to get pushed, right? You know, if you're Heroic...
At some point, yeah, right. Preemptive strike.
Yeah. Swing them before they swing me, right? The CS2 classic.
is true. A lot of nades downrange in Banana here. Actually, a fight from Heroic as they opt to try and take control. They'll be giving it for now. It's going to be a re-up from PARIVISION. There's a lot of CT utility that's been used here, though, now.
True. Very early in towards the round. I mean, no PARIVISION like to draw these rounds out. He's on towards plant. They're going to stack up again. This feels like a pretty simple call going back towards B. It's a double CT play as well. You get a decent waterfall smoke out of here and a flash around that corner. They can just take the site already. Then it's full retake for Heroic, unless Nilo can get in time. But I think he's going to be a bit late here. In they come. Zila being sent in first as well. On the boost. Crimson going to get one as he drops down and stays alive.
Just doesn't really feel like enough at this stage. Bomb going down. They try and spam through to find a return frag. They do have this full belt of utility in the hands of Susp, so see what he can create with it. No one coming in from Banana, however, is a really tough retake position. Orp not being given any opportunities. As it goes on, they feel less and less comfortable. Really sold on Nubox. There's not really anyone over there. And as they move in, they are indeed mowed down. Nilo given a last look as he will try and save. They might be able to take a player or two on the way out, or maybe they will meet the business end of the AKs. Belchonok looking crisp there.
Yeah, really, really well done. And again, I think it's just a couple of mistakes there by Heroic. I think in particular, the one for me that, you know, I sort of foreshadowed in that round was they double stack CT like that. And the fact that they were a little bit slower, Nilo rotating back over to support the crew on towards the B site meant that all it took was a decent CT smoke and they just take the site and then it's full retake. And I just don't back Heroic in those retakes, as we've just seen. The big thing, they would have liked to have kept that AWP in play, right? I think, you know, Youngster was angling for that. He sticks around for half a second too long just to try and support his teammate getting out. Cost them both of their lives. 4-0 start, should be 5 really for PARIVISION. And I mean, let's be frank here. Script, this looks like a team who have just lifted a trophy. They're playing so clean right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Being put under pressure as well. It's not like Heroic are completely folding in these rounds. There's certainly presence, but yeah, PARIVISION looking good. We're going to keep our eyes on Nota, a man that maybe was robbed in a certain sense. A lot of people feel.
In my heart, he was.
Yeah, certain.
That's my MVP.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. That's fair. That seems to
He's at least the finals MVP. That's what I'll say.
I know it's kind of tough. Like, how do you
can make the argument for the tournament? I'll give you that. Right. Sure, his semi-final was a little underwhelming. He's a finals MVP.
I think it's one of those things, like, MVP sounds cool. Most valuable player sounds cool. I feel like that's why it caught on in, like, regular sport. A lot of people get into, like, the semantics of value. Yes. Can you be the most valuable player if you didn't win the tournament? But I think it just sounds cool. Okay, wait a minute. For a moment, there's still a player at the back end of the site here.
Yeah, where is he?
Trying to shut us up on this 5-7. He will be dealt with for a moment there.
Youngster, boss man, 1v3 and a 5-7, a big ask here, but he's had some superstar moments in his time. This feels like too tall and order. Bit of damage dealt, but I think he might just retreat, or he's at least going to sell the idea that he is, but they also don't need to continue hunting. Zila sort of wants the frags, wants to stat in or lose his head. Gun to potentially be collected here. He doesn't have time to win the round, but again, he's going to once sell this fake that he's fallen away as he sticks around to cause further damage. Just trying to keep attention drawn. He'll finally fall. Nothing really to lose in that one, so sticking around to see how costly he can make it to PARIVISION. Zilo didn't really need to fight. That's one of these moments where you get for this PARIVISION side where they aren't as sort of, I guess, disciplined as previous JAME rosters, let's say. But in the end, who cares, right? The start they've had so far, absolutely flying out of the gates, PARIVISION. Flawless and Heroic. This next gun round, it really needs to kickstart a bit of momentum here. First time out for them too. And, well, let's be honest, no real surprises. They're already at an alarming deficit this early in towards the map.
It's tough. It is tough. They've come close in a number of rounds now. It really does, at this level of the game, come down to a couple of bullets just missing. So they'll be annoyed, but they're back in with another rifle round here. Hopefully going to find success with this. Youngster on the AWP again. It's just kind of a wild thing. It's pretty interesting that, you know, they don't just slam the rifles and try and make that work, but
yeah. But I will say,
committed to the AWP.
He does look pretty good with it. I mean, at least at Blast Bounty, I thought he looked pretty solid at times. He had that, like, crazy map where it was like he dropped like a 1.8 with the AWP, and he was so flashy with it. I feel like maybe they're hoping they can just get those sort of superstar moments. He's obviously considerably more aggressive than James. In terms of the AWPing styles, at least.
It is true. As yet to take our heads off, as it were, and that of the opponents as well. Oh, really solid nade to catch Krisen. Pretty much max damage on that, so he's not going to be feeling too healthy. Similar setup to their previous rifle round as well. One up on the boost. Krisen going to rotate around towards A, but as we're seeing, PARIVISION, this is the simplicity of it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're ending B. They have made noise on A. They got a moto smoke on A. And I think Heroic have taken the bait massively. They're like, surely they're going A this time. But no, it is going to be another B finish. They're so unsure, really just messing around in CT at the moment. Down goes the first head. The flash is a little wet. And it will be easy pickups coming through for PARIVISION.
Yeah, simple work. I mean, sure, Youngster gets one, but they're already angling for the save. There is no point giving this a go. There was a world, if that B hit had come 2 or 3 seconds later, Heroic were actually in a decent position to make life really uncomfortable. Sus was pushing his way through mid. There was a decent double flank brewing through the bottom of Banana. The only issue is, I think xFloud goes a little bit too early. Once he falls, and then causes another fight to come through with it, of course, in that Krisen, and then the flank falls apart. Sus goes down, and at that point, another simple one. But we'll keep saying it, and you brought it up, you know, super well here, Scrib. When we talk about, again, PARIVISION, they don't mask really what their intentions are and where they see weakness. They know that B site is vulnerable, and they are just going to continue going there. And as long as you continue playing a default setup Heroic, PARIVISION will continue punishing you. I don't think they can afford, with how things are currently, to keep having this sort of double CT stack. I think they've got to be considerably more proactive on towards Banana. That's the only way you're going to make life uncomfortable for PARIVISION, who right now are saying, let's, first 30 seconds, keep hold of a bit of our utility, just draw a bit of attention, not do anything, maybe waste a couple of flashes, but essentially save the bulk of the util for an easy execute on towards that B site, and know that we can just play as a pack, numbers game, flying in. Another timeout called by Heroic, but this is pretty damning. This is their map pick as well, by the way. You got Dust 2 coming up next, pick off PARIVISION. They are 6-4-6 on it. So I'm concerned for Heroic at the moment.
It is tough for them, again, not quite being at full strength. That being said, it's not like it's totally out of left field. I feel like they would have known pretty cleanly coming into this event, at the very least. And, you know, you've had a tournament with this particular roster. So you'd hope that they'd be able to compete. I think we are just really looking at a PARIVISION that is flying right now. They have their sights set on playoffs. They have their sights set on that top 5 conversation this year. And a lot of us feel that they are capable. Oh, Nota does miss the mark ever so slightly there, but Banana control a little quieter this time around. The nade is good. The chunk utility has been really solid from PARIVISION.
So, in a bit of a move. I want to be seeing proactivity from Heroic. He might get it here. Sospel, dip his head around the corner, catches Jame, and also catches that Jame was selling a ruse there. Goes to try and pick up the AWP. I don't blame Sus, to be honest. Only had a 5-7. Zelo 2 away. Youngster should have one for free here, and will. But the question is, how do you get out? You don't. You lose your head to Nota. Back into a 3 versus 3. Just shy of 40 seconds on the clock, and PARIVISION haven't fully made the decision, but they're angling towards 8.
Mixing it up, and they will catch those rotations in kind of an awkward spot. Ooh. The flank feels quick here, though.
Feels good.
Gonna have to be careful. They've just about managed to get around their corners. Zvei with half a check. Could make all the difference here. Can Krizen's MP9 in particular thread the needle here? Zvei's going to have to play this pretty well. They're going to molly him out. He will take the fights pretty happily, however. And it looks good from here. Turns away from the flash. He's just keeping them at bay. Plenty of information gained. That's a fake dink, as it were, through the wall. He'll lose his head, but surely on these HPs, yeah, it's just not going to happen. They know it, and they prefer to hold on to the rifles if they can. Looks like they will get away, get that AWP as well into the next round, but still not able to make a mark on the board here.
Yeah, you know, they're chipping away, right, at this PARIVISION side, but we're actually already getting to the point where this chipping away is starting to get to the conversation being not enough, right? You are at a large deficit, and PARIVISION are pulling further and further away. And I must say as well, a really nice recovery in that round. It actually looked like Heroic had put themselves, at least kind of positioned themselves in a spot where it felt very good for them to win that round. And PARIVISION, that ability to recover, really, really well done, especially without James as well in the server, of course, having to call from the grave. Decent work. Shots in this young rifling core continuing to prove just how competent they are. 7-0 for PARIVISION. Ellie Nade will soften up Nota. So we're looking in towards half floor. He'll drop one of his own because he's going to play up towards Wood here, and he's getting pretty close.
Fighting back a bit more in this round, it feels like, in Banana at the very least. They're trying to gain some control. And as a response, PARIVISION pick up the pace towards A. I mean, it really is nice to watch. I think a lot of us are just excited to see James a bit looser, calling more instinctively and proving that he is capable of it. Quick trade in on the site. Zello, though, cutting off the rotations here. Gets him behind, nearly lets 2 go down. Man advantage, again looking solid for PARIVISION. It's going to be another save from Heroic, you would wager. Oh, the nade nearly beckons them in, but Nota survives.
Nota's taking 97 damage from nades this round. Bless him. Happens to the best. I mean, life for a B player, really, but of course, half of that comes on towards the A site. 8-0. And with every round they put on the board on their opponent's map pick, it sort of furthers that narrative that first trophy of the year really wasn't a fluke, as much as a couple of people have claimed it. And sure, Heroic aren't your top tier 1 side, especially not at the moment with them not even having a full roster and whatnot, but this is still a really dominant display by PARIVISION. Beautiful CS being played. And for the most part as well, very few critical errors being made by PARIVISION. Small over fights and over faces, and that's what you'd expect of quite a young, quite aggressive rifling core of this side. But the rest of it, really quite simple stuff. There's so much to like, and Heroic, unfortunately, just looking a little underwhelming. If they can get to 4 rounds at the end of the half, I still think it's feasible, it's workable, but any less, and I think their chances are slim to none.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like PARIVISION are already in. You know, like you're playing around B and they're really giving them a lot of space over there. So it's like, okay, we've got these B executes at different timings. And then as soon as you're like, right, guys, we've got to get control of Banana. We have to make presence 3 in B. PARIVISION are like, great, been planning for that. See you on A. And just completely the opposite of what you want to happen in the round. They will commit to it again here, though, which I think is sweet. They're not shying away from B, so PARIVISION aren't able to kind of wind it back in and try and find a new default, as it were. So I'm curious to see how the round ends here.
I will say as well, for me, what Heroic are doing now is actually how I've wanted them to kind of commit to playing Banana for a while. Basically, for the majority of this half, you actually have to make life uncomfortable with PARIVISION. Have to get up in their face and take the fight to them, and they do. Krizen, Xflower combine for a kill apiece, and Krizen might go for seconds. He'll lose his life. Nilo, one of his own. Xflower finds one too. But Jay, now a lot to do doesn't clear the close corner. Sus will see it off, and finally a round on the board for Heroic, their first. Like I said, I want to see this side get up to 4 before I even start to believe here in this first half. Once again, reiterating, their map pick, they need to have some level of a foundation. And finally, after the first round loss, an immediate pause by Dastan.
Like I said at the start of the previous round, I think that PARIVISION are maybe a little bit too far gone to chase. We'll find out. Now really is the time. But yeah, the immediate timeout. 1 round dropped is not the end of the world. I think that they should be able to bounce back pretty nicely here. And we've barely seen the strat book, right? They really have not shown us very much, let alone shown Heroic, who don't get the full picture, of course, of how the rounds develop, etc. So, yeah, I do kind of worry if Heroic can actually string them together and make this a recoverable half, but a lot of it will come down to the man in the middle, the man behind him, perhaps, to cook something up in the remainder of this CT half.
Yeah, for sure. Potentially, Tech Pulse turn tech here. Seems to be the case, so we'll see. Either way, there's a lot to kind of decipher from what we've seen so far. And I do wonder now that finally this incredibly loose game plan of PARIVISION of kind of hitting the weak sites and kind of toying with their food a little bit, I wonder now that they've finally lost a round, and it's actually a pretty decent round by Heroic as well, right? They've taken the fight to them on Banana, that double stacking towards sandbags, and then leaving a third player towards oranges. Obviously, it's finally caught PARIVISION off guard. How do they now respond, right? Are they going to fight fire with fire and try and get back up in their face a little bit more, be even a bit more aggressive, or they slow it down further, which they can absolutely afford to do? And we know that PARIVISION in the past have played this style of grueling long rounds and drawing out CT utility. Could be a good nade. Is a good nade.
One's back. It looked like they were decent, but not really doing all that much. Oh, and that's a tag through the wall, I believe.
Yeah, it is.
So gets worse for Heroic start here. They try and, you know, trade it and throw it back, but as you see, 15 points of damage, maybe a little bit more than that. Really not a lot traded back. Sus, however, confident here in the apartments, and that's a good read from Heroic.
Yeah.
Not been a lot of presence in the apartments from PARIVISION. So that's an area that you can get control of. They're moving into B real quick here. Xflow goes dry for the double. And all of a sudden, the round might be blown wide open. They overlook first. Jame will find 2. 1 through the smoke. Was it above? Did he see him? I don't know. Maybe we'll catch it after. A big Jame clutch maybe on the cards here now. This would be absolutely unreal. Gotta pull off a reload. He's low HP as well. The Molotov goes down, but not quite at good enough time. He's just about away from them. Can he find? Nothing, in fact. He will go down before I even get the sentence out. We were hopeful, but not gonna happen. Second round in a row for Heroic.
It was that need to reload as well, right? That was the thing on the back of James' mind there. He wanted to create enough space that he could do that, but unfortunately not given it. Heroic done really, really well there, where you just keep that pressure on, right? You keep up in their face. And for Youngster and Sus, right, in that 1 versus 2, they play it perfectly. That buddy system of saying, one of us is basically going to be cannon fodder here. We're going to be a human flashbang. We're going to take the attention away. Just trade me. We've got time for the defuse. Let's take the fight. Just don't line up. It's basically the only mistake you really can make in a situation like that. So, nice work. And yeah, like you mentioned, back-to-back rounds. Finally, a little bit of something to discuss on a positive note for Heroic. Nades over. Aggressive once again. X-Starter close, and he'll lose his head, and so will Crisant. IGL goes down, and the B-side Baron, no one home. PARIVISION, they aren't falling away from the idea that they set up from round number 1, Scriv. The B-side is the weakness. Let's keep hitting it.
And again, they have this available to them as a mix-up, the B-rush. I just think they were given way too much room, way too many early rounds to work with. And PARIVISION, in their own way, will cycle through the fundamental rounds and play them really well. And that's what we've seen here, you know, a very clean rush in their back pocket. Plenty of time to fumble around. Early save comes out from Heroic. There's no chance, no defense. And 10-2 doesn't really look like a great scoreline, so 9-3 also isn't brilliant. But they are scrambling, I think, after a weak start to just get as many rounds as they possibly can. Clean slate on the T side. I'm sure we can do the same thing, guys, right? You have to try and remain positive here on your own map pick, but...
It's tough, though.
Yeah.
It's tough for us as a neutral, right? And
sure,
you're putting yourself in a spot now where trying to kind of grasp at the straws and the lifelines that Heroic require, it is a really big ask. At the very least, 3 survive. I tell a lie. Make that 2. Belgian right at the tail end will catch Nilo. Very unfortunate way to fall. Nilo, it's also just been an unfortunate half for him as well. He has really, really struggled to get going. Only 2 kills from right and saying, averaging about 20 ADR. It has been a difficult display for what is a very important rifler for how Heroic like to play. 2 and 9 at the moment. Decent spot. Final round of the half. Already 9 rounds is more than plenty for PARIVISION. If they get double digits here in this first half, this map's all but done in my eyes.
collecting some utility. Had a T-spawn really min-maxing here on that PARIVISION side.
Snade.
Quite as much damage as has been done in the past. The AWP doesn't quite land. Slightly different approach here from Heroic as they go for a late reaggress, and they have managed to maybe slip a player in the sandbags. Contact flash, gotta be now. Oh, it's decent, and the turn away, yeah, causes a couple kills for xFloud. Nice little move from Heroic here as they change things up. 2 kills, control, may be able to make it away. He's called upon the backup here from the AWP.
Oh no.
The missed shot is going to make all of the difference. 5v3 immediately written off. B-bomb site ripe for the taking, and Heroic have a retake on their hands.
Heroic have not got a good track record of retaking this B site. There's a flank brewing, but it's about to be held. James is just dipping his head round the corner a little bit. It's all really, can Nilo get a bit of timing here? But James is so privy to the fact that that is a possibility. Molly will come towards Nubox. It won't even force the engagement as well. Sosp up close. This could be dicey. Nilo's got to win this fight, and he does. So does Krisen, all on the shoulders of Belchanok. 1v3, turn 1 versus 1. Belchanok going ballistic with a stick in the defuse. Krisen, nerves of steel, finds a third for Heroic. It is a silver lining, but it is a long road to recovery for Heroic. 9-3 down at the half on their map pick. We'll see if they can get it in the second.
Welcome back in, folks. First half did not go well for Heroic. You can see a mixture of emotions, perhaps. Meanwhile, on the PARIVISION side of things, not perfect, but damn near enough. Really, really solid from them in that first half of the map that we're not necessarily putting under the microscope for them. We're really excited to see this Dust 2 if the success and the undefeated nature of that map this year can continue for them, but Inferno has started very, very well.
Yeah, exactly that. It really feels with a 9-3 scoreline, you look at Heroic and you absolutely have to get a pistol here. You have to get a pistol on the force buy just to kickstart the momentum as early as possible. And we know PARIVISION are a side that are pretty prevalent when it comes towards their pistol rounds. So far, though, it's, I would say, actually a bit of a defaulty strat at the moment. You see this so often in kind of the tier 2 games as well, where one towards B is essentially just a bit of a bait and switch and a quad stack towards A, but they flank quick. The second there's any sort of noise, they start making a move. So they're trying to set up this banana hit as early as possible, and Jame will send these 3 in as quickly as, all banking on the retake, and in they come.
Meanwhile, the T's know that they have to push forwards, try and eliminate the Julies and gain some control. You ever seen so many players in the church? 4 remaining now for PARIVISION, and they are getting mowed down by the Glocks. Not a chance. Perfect way for Heroic to kick things off. Individual moment from xFloud, who is maybe the saving grace of Heroic right now, how well he's playing. And of course, nobody going down. So that clean slate I talked about so far remains clean.
Yeah, fantastic work. Really nice pistol. And that's, like we said, exactly what they need. You get a pistol, and especially one as clean as that as well. A lot of money to work with heading in towards this second round of the half, and all advantages for you, if we're being frank, right? Of course, we're going to get a force buy out for PARIVISION. Only upgraded pistols. Can't even get the likes of your MP9s out, so I'm not too scared of it just yet. Heroic, you can overcome this. You get the 5th. Money breaks as well. The 6th is basically a guarantee. At that point, a 3-round game, and that's absolutely recoverable.
Gap does close fast in CS2. Let's see if that's going to be the case here. Okay. A little bit of team damage. All good.
It's the love tap.
Yep. Just for good luck. A blood sacrifice, maybe, for prison.
In you go, matey. The gods look down favorably upon you.
We'll see. I don't know, man. They're walking into potentially 4 players here. Even with a decent long smoke coming out. This is going to be a deadly setup to walk into right here. Making noise. Zello the first. Call. Oh, the angle's good. This is a couple shots. Figured he would be a dead ringer for one, but baiting them in, I suppose it's the Mac that comes in from long that might be the issue. And indeed it is. Belchonok does his best, but it's not enough.
Dismantling that A stack as well. Nice work from Heroic. That first Eagle shot basically had to hit for PARIVISION to have any chance in that round. And when he misses it, and then he's panicked a little bit, and he's flustered. And then also, I must just say, just a really bold move to push through that long smoke. It's Heroic's own moto smoke that they push through. The MAC-10 gets through. Beautiful work. Lots of light there. Heroic. Couple of casualties, sure, but I'll absolutely take this. Nota going to stick up close to see if he can get any exits, and actually, he might. Might indeed. There's one. The second eludes him. Damage dealt, but not enough to be an issue. So it's a little bit expensive, right? There's a silver lining you can maybe grasp onto if you want to for PARIVISION, but this is a lead that's starting to slip away. Heroic actually finding form when it matters most. Back-to-back rounds. Money going to be broken, of course, for PARIVISION in towards the next. So, like we said, they should get the 6th. Should be a 3-round game. And that's where the real pressure now starts to go into the shoulders of especially kind of the leadership core in towards this PARIVISION side of your Dastan and your Jame. They're going to take a timeout.
Again, very respectful timeout.
Yeah.
I think we're definitely here for that. They know that their opponent does have a chance of closing the gap. Not wanting to mess around here, not wanting to let this opportunity slip and that gap close at the end of the day. But getting intense now, I think. Getting a little worrisome as PARIVISION yet to quell the nerves into this second half.
Over in our A-Stream game as well, of course, Aurora and Gamer Legion. 11-5, Aurora there. Apparently, Woxvic's looking very good. So Aurora bound to back off the back of a pretty poor opening tournament. Only first map, of course, but Gamer Legion getting dismantled there. It looked like that was going to be the same for Heroic. They're back to a bit of their best. It's only one playing towards B. There's a little bit of an investment. Zelo's got himself an M4. A couple of 5.7s, but Heroic shouldn't have too many issues here.
Very quietly getting the odd nade down. Sending the feelers out towards A. I think they do smell a rat. Aware of the fact that it might be another stack from PARIVISION. This, of course, the nature of Inferno. We'll hand it to PARIVISION. We didn't see it as much from them. They were pretty one track in terms of what they wanted to do. But generally speaking, there's a lot of push and pull, guessing game and whatnot. You can see it working here. They've abandoned the B-bomb site completely. And, well, Heroic, that's where they're going to end up. So, the wrong call from PARIVISION. It's fair enough. They're on that low buy. Why not try and put all your eggs into one basket? In comes Zello with a quick shot. Unfortunately, not an AK. They're not going to be super excited about saving that. They might try and give it a little look towards B here, but a lot of teams get quite cynical. Kill bonus and all that when you're on the comeback. Confidence of just landing a few nice shots. So I think they will indeed keep those kills away.
Yeah, you know, if you're kind of like James or Belchenok, you could stick around to hope you just make it expensive. You've got nothing to lose, but anything outside of maybe one, it's not really even worthwhile. And James just gets absolutely deleted by Susp as well. Another nice round by Heroic, like you were talking about. The push and pull of the sights, a good call heading back towards B. PARIVISION, I don't even hate their call either, right? You've got such a minimal investment, 2 5.7s and 1 M4, 2 ESPs that round it out, and you've gone for a gamble or 5 and just hoping that they misread the situation. They don't, and it's sort of to be expected, but here we go. 6-9 scoreline as Heroic made this a 3-round game. From what at one point was looking like the map might have been already concluded, basically, or at least in our hearts within that first half. It's now sort of really back on the cards here for Heroic. If they can find this first gun round, PARIVISION are really in quite a bit of trouble.
Yeah, pretty worrisome. But this is the first sort of sign of stability that PARIVISION get with the stronger weapons here. Nice flash. James pushed off. Belchonok, meanwhile, eyes on long. Will spot a player, but they're not getting too greedy just yet. Going to look for a reaggress with this orb, but it's a resmoke coming in. Now, they are ahead of this. How far in do they want to go is the question. And not quite far enough. So, pivot towards B. From Heroic. Late move from Nota. Got to be very careful. They're just on the other side of that smoke. I think he does start to get a decent idea, though. Going to call for a rotation to come around.
Yeah, that nade did way less than I thought it would. The Galil, with the support of the Flames, going to find 2, and it's just a shutdown, a massacre towards that B site. That rotation call was absolutely perfect. The timing could not have been better. And he does well. The Molotov in front as well. He fights in front of the CT smoke just to try and buy enough time for those numbers to come over to support. But by the time they did, it was all but shut down. Really, really well done on the defense by PARIVISION. A nice response to finally get up towards double digits. They were knocking on the door for it for a while. And now they've got their confidence can once again get reignited in towards a side in red hot form at the moment. And look what it's done to the buy towards Heroic too. A double AK Galil, Mac 10 and a Deagle. It's as much as they can muster, but it isn't fantastic.
Another thing they were massively praised for was that rotational play on the PARIVISION side of things, taking a few chances, making reads rather than being reactive. See it in full swing in the previous round. And it may well just bring that pendulum back in their favor to take this game over the line. As mentioned, pretty low buy, definitely workable. And in a game where there's still some tension in this second half, Heroic not quite down and out just yet. I feel like they may well be capable. The old classic though, Nilo on the AK, Xfloud on the Galil. Quite a discrepancy in their kill counts at the moment. Might have been nice to just see that swapped up, but not something teams like doing, I suppose.
Yeah. And I guess as well, I completely agree, but a lot of teams, they play for these protocols with these individuals on certain rifles. Sus for the first and the second as well. But Belchinok and Zelo going to combine quite well. Oh, what a shutdown. Here towards the A site. Krisen will dive through with the Glock, but Belchinok still causing problems. And Krisen left all alone now, 1 versus 2, and he's split. Knows where both of them are, but how does he take them down? And he can't even get the last. He gets mighty close indeed. But Belchinok, as an A anchor, does unbelievably well there. And Zila wasn't too bad as the second fiddle. That is a fantastic shutdown on that execute. Really, really well done.
Yeah, perfect. Absolutely perfect capitalization of that position. You love to see it. And another timeout coming in from PARIVISION here. This will be all of them used up now.
Yeah.
Unless we go to the OT. But, like, again, very, very proactive with these timeouts, which we absolutely love to see. I'm just going to try and get it over the line. Again, like I say, within the context of the second half, feels like there is that tension. We had a lot of this at the start of the first half as well. Few close moments, few individuals required. Wasn't quite plain sailing just yet. And I think PARIVISION maybe trying to keep track of where the money's at as well. What is the plan from Heroic? Let's try and figure that out.
Right. Back concluded. And money broken for Heroic. We've got an awful decision to make here, which is, do you force buy here and play for the win, or keep the funds on hand and hope you can run it back towards OT? They've gone for option 2, which actually a lot of teams don't go for. More often than not, teams go for option 1 of forcing and trying to play for the win. But Heroic, the funds are so feeble, I don't really blame them. An opener foul by Jame on the AWP. Sus will hit the deck. He was already hit down low, so he wasn't long for the world anyway. They're moving towards A. Pretty simple here, but it should be so easy to dismantle. I say.
Ah, man. The unchecked Belchinok. Tvei moving in here as well. Noted to back. They do indeed see it off. There was one nice shot, but nobody else able to capitalize. They were ready. They didn't panic. But we do see that sometimes, you know, when it's that Deagle that likes to kill feed first. It's like, oh, that could be the first domino, and it all comes crashing down, but not here.
12-6, though. If you end it here, you get 13 in round number 19 for PARIVISION. It's such a good showing on their opponent's map pick. And with Dust 2 as well around the corner, it's really worrying times for Heroic. So now or never to save a little bit of face. And Exxon going to go quicker. He's going to fly through the smoke, and Zwei could be under a bit of pressure. But he might just slip the net a little bit 1-for-1 with the supporter, Jame, who gets both.
Crazy pace here, as they do manage to scale in towards the A bomb site now. The AWP, they know about him. He's making a bit more noise. There's no one around to really help him, but at least it cuts an area off and he can grab bits of info. Krisen goes down, trying to stop them rotating in. The bomb has been planted here. Heroes going to be required. Xfloud certainly in position to do that. He is looking for this first kill, as is Youngster. Zello hiding away. Will be heard at the very last second on the flames there, I believe. It's all going to be onto Xfloud. Cannot make it happen. And PARIVISION will put map number 1 to bed, making it look easy. Couple of difficult rounds. Losing out the second half pistol. ultimately brings the game closer than it should have been. Could have been over by now, really, if they had managed to take that pistol over the line, but still looking very, very solid. Picking up where they left off in the Bounty Finals. That's what we all wanted. That's what we were all wondering.
That's it, man.
Not a full-strength heroic here, but all the same, very, very clean stuff from James and his disciples.
Yeah, Belchinok as well. I got to sing a lot of praises for him. I think both on the team and the CT side was fantastic all the way throughout. And remember for these highlights, you can just see just how good things look from the get-go for PARIVISION. And I think the question still remains now for PARIVISION, now that they've finally got the limelight a bit, is actually how high is the ceiling for this side, right? You know, they've already got a trophy under the belt to start the year, but people are always going to give it a bit of an asterisk. But can this side become a real contender, tournament in, tournament out throughout the year? That's the big question that is sort of on everyone's mind, and the way they play at the moment is feeling kind of like it.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think Heroic are a team that they should be able to pretty simply put to bed. And here on Inferno, they have done that. So, yeah, moving into Dust 2, I think certainly interested to see if they can continue this kind of form and continue that undefeated run, of course, on D2 as well is sort of the big thing. But, yeah, looking very good. The individuals that you expect to come alive, able to do so there, and very fresh. One of the things that I maybe quietly worried about is the fact that I think they would have finished Bounty immediately on the plane the next day and straight here to Krakow. So, you know, I think that could have been a bit difficult for them, the fatigue and that kind of thing. Maybe the first matchup, maybe the first map alone would have looked a bit dodgy, but not the case. Not the case. Really, really great stuff from them.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on, right? And it now puts us in a really interesting position as well, where we've got Dust 2 coming up next. There's 6 for 6 on it. I really don't see a world in which Heroic can bite back on it. And of course, they would have expected that this map to be picked in, but I don't know how big of a difference it's really going to make. You can know what you're up against, but it's just showing how scary this side are. Like I mentioned, Belchinok, love what I saw coming through from him. Fantastic work. 19 kills to his name. 7 deaths at the end. I'm just looking at now 91 ADR all the way throughout. It's just such a consistent force to be reckoned with. And it continues to prove as well with this PARIVISION side that they have so many different facets of firepower. James can set up big frags for himself. And even if Zwei or Noja don't make a name for themselves, Belchinok and Zelo will take a bit of the slack. So a fantastic first map, 13-2-6. It's PARIVISION's map pick of Dust 2 up next. But before we get there, we're going to head to a little bit of a break. Sit tight. We'll see you soon.
Hi, this is Basement Dweller's first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up, actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but, you know, seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
It starts with a dream, with a team you barely know, in an amateur official that feels like the grand final, where practice becomes progress, and every loss feels like a lesson. When will your journey begin?
Look, everyone knows what's going on. Well, no, we don't know what's going on, but we know that Alcarin isn't here, right? We know that Youngster's playing. Now, is this going to be the case for the foreseeable future, that Youngster's going to be playing?
Right now, we just have to assume we're playing with Simon. And if there's news coming in 5 days, then we have to take that into account. But for Krakow here, Simon is playing.
Okay, is that... so basically, you guys are monitoring this as it happens?
Yeah.
So you're only practicing with Youngster?
Only Simon, yeah.
Okay, so I guess this is the team as it is right now, and it creates a couple of curious challenges, right? Not having a primary AWPer, but it also makes you a bit more flexible, right? From a coaching perspective, is that kind of nice to be able to, okay, we can just run rifle setups?
You know, I would prefer a dedicated AWPer, but I think Simon has many qualities and is, like you say, flexible. He can play a lot of different roles, and he has also been playing different roles in the past. And a couple of years ago, I actually wanted him as an AWPer in Mouse NXT. So now maybe a master plan is about to go through here, but yeah, I think it gives us a little bit more, hidden things to do. The opponent can really prepare for what we're about to do. We have more strings to play on, but of course, we don't have a an Orba like Alcaran. But I think Simon brings a lot of other good qualities to the team, so we try to utilize that. And so far, I think it has been very acceptable, beating Pain online and taking a map off Furia. So, I mean, right now there's also zero pressure because of the situation, but we have some expectations to our own, and let's see if we can meet those expectations.
You didn't mention the downside, though. By having him back in the team, it's now a Swedish flag that you have to play under.
Yeah, I hate that. I'm trying my best, but no, the flag doesn't matter too much. We are international, we speak English, and the flag for now is Swedish, but in the future will be European.
Okay.
Maybe Danish, who knows?
Is it nice having Chris in the team? Like I've watched him do a couple of these interviews and stuff, and I remember him from the OG time, and just he's very well spoken and confident for a young man, and it's great to see. You can tell he's a leader type personality.
Yeah, I think it's great having Chris by my side again here. I really enjoyed working with him, and I also said like when he went to OG, if there was a guy I could work with for 10 years, that would be Chris. So it's very nice to have him. I know what he can contribute with, and he also shows it at the moment here. And like you said, like a leader both in and outside of the game, and sometimes a 40-year-old soul. So I really like enjoying working with him, and it's been nice.
With the update that happened, you guys have been banning Anubis, so I don't think there's too much point questioning you on that, unless it's a surprise and it comes out and you're keeping cards close to your chest. Any comment?
I cannot reveal that, but I mean, we have had a 7-day boot camp before heading to Malta, so I cannot say what we're gonna ban, but yeah, you'll have to see.
Okay, anything's possible. The one I'm interested in is the MP7 and the MP5, right? But it feels like the MP7 is probably going to get a bit more playtime. Now, in the pracs and stuff, whether it's you boys using it or it's people you're playing against, have you seen an uptick in its use, or is it still just the same old meta with the occasional SMG?
I noticed Nilo yesterday playing Face It with Suspan. They were spamming that MP7 by a lot of the time. So, yeah, maybe it comes into play here. I think people are testing it out in practice, of course. Like whenever there's an update that is big like this, a lot of things get tried out. But I think also like people would just turn into their comfy habits and play with what they're used to. So yeah, maybe we see it, maybe we don't.
Okay, that would be interesting. Something to definitely monitor. And finally, you guys are playing PARIVISION, right, as your opening game. They just won in Bounty. They took down some big opponents to get there. Falcons in the final with the stand-in. But I look at the cluster of teams. It's like Aurora Gamer Legion, you guys into PARIVISION, and then winner of that place for a spot in Stage 2. Even though PARIVISION just won, from my perspective, I'm thinking, okay, they're playing good Counter-Strike. They got some class players, but I don't know if they're going to be able to do that again. What's the thought process from the Heroic camp?
I think we definitely have a belief that we can put up a good fight, and also I think some of the players think that we can win. I think everybody thinks we can win. They had a really good run tournament-wise. And yeah, looking at all the other teams, of course there could be harder opponents, but also like it could be worse, it could be better, but the good thing about it all is that they jumped to rank 4 in the Valve ranking, and that makes it more juicy for us to beat them in terms of VRS points, and also in case we lose, then we lose I think 3 or 4 points. So again, our situation, coming in with a standing, playing against an experienced team with Jame and their obnoxious slow style, I think we are prepared for it. We already prepped it. So, I think we can hopefully do some damage.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
How have things changed now? Because, of course, you've gone up in the HLTV ranking, incredibly so. Everybody's looking at you. How are you managing, the expectations of the team, and especially the younger guys?
I didn't talk with them. I will talk with my guys later today. And I don't think we are elite tier S level. There is teams like Spirit, Falcons, Furia, Navi. It's elite teams. I hope we will be good top 10 team. Yeah. No expectations. First of all, go to main stage, then try to go playoffs, but no pressure. And I told to our region is very big. A lot of people supporting, and I trying to tell them that our team is youngest. Maybe team Bait is more younger, but we are very young, and I hope this for new players. It's for example, all of these guys watch these ESL events from home on TV. It was a dream, and today they're here, and I'm happy with them. And also for me, I'm feeling like I'm also young with them because they are like young, they're fresh, everything for them is new, and for me it's same.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Do you think it's also having a good effect on James? Is he being energized by this young energy and all this new energy?
Of course, I think for James it's also important because for example, when we played that final, after first month he told like, now guys, it's your moment. You need to carry me now because he needs support from these young guns. They're shooting hard. We also need our small superstars to be strong in that games.
People say you don't really have a superstar, but it's like everyone playing together, the team play and the strategy and everything.
No weak player. We don't have like low-rated player. We have good average. It was my goal because IGL system when he's sniper, guys on rifles should play better. It's a space for them to show themselves because they shouldn't like coordinate everything like Kerrigan or Major in Aurora. That's all.
Yeah, it's a different way, of course. But still, I saw James going for like 1v3 clutches and stuff instead of saving. What's going on?
For me, it was like IEM Rio moment on Overpass. It was semi-final, kind of the same moment, 1v3, and he won that clutch. And when James winning these moments, it's also more hyped because everyone expects from superstars like don't want to new highlight, okay, but when James, it's also supports the team. Everyone was happy.
I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. Remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. Remember who you are.
Here we are for map number 2 between PARIVISION and Heroic. Dust 2 now. I think it's a very scary prospect for Heroic, who have just lost their own map pick. This undefeated, I wouldn't necessarily call it a pocket pick, but, you know, the strong pick for PARIVISION at the moment, the Hot Hands map. And we'll see if they can continue that trend.
Yeah, and you got to look through some of the wins they've had over the span of the last kind of few months, of course, all starting back at the major, tail end of the year as well. Decent wins, Legacy, Liquid, and IP, 3D Max, all very competent teams in their own right. But then a Bounty just, obviously, you know, a week ago or so, Astralis dismantled 13-1. And Falcons, a closer game, but still a 13-11 in favor of PARIVISION. 6 for 6. They are on this map, and we're waiting to see whether, well, that 100% streak continues. Map number 2 here, and they were so dominant in towards Inferno, the pick of Heroic. All signs point to it being more of the same. Let's see. Double stack here, the double dualies down here in towards lower. Youngster going to get a little bit active as well. This could be a bit funky. Nota for 1. Nilo. Oh, Nilo for 3. Bomb dropped, but he'll lose his head. But my, oh my, Nilo's given them life in the round, and X-Cloud will add to it as he seals the deal. What a pistol. The double stack lower with the dualies. My God, 4 pistols, 5 kills for those two. What a round.
Unreal. Absolutely unreal stuff. I mean, we love to see it, right? When those dualies come alive, they are so exciting. A lot of fun to watch. Everybody trying to replicate that ROPS moment, of course. But yeah, I mean, Heroic picking up the pistol. He did it in the second half of Inferno as well. So able to give themselves some decent springboards here. It is just that rifle play. So we do praise them in the moment, but not going to allow them to take it too far just yet. We need to see what PARIVISION have got in store when they get the AKs in play. And they're looking to do that early here, Neo. A fairly common move here to eco this second round. Nota confident with the deagle. Spots the head of 1.
Oh my God.
Maybe a world in which we get the bomb down. That is so crisp. They've actually pulled away with the bomb, though.
Yeah, they go back to B. Bit of typing in chat there. Something tells me it's NS is what's being typed in chat. It was a lovely shot. I mean, we're not expecting, like you said, anything really from this round. Eco here. Pretty simple stuff. Going back now towards the A site, but crossing is pretty difficult. I have a feeling Zelo might have been spotted there by X-Cloud. He's going to reposition himself. 40 seconds. Loads of time as they're starting to scale here and towards shore. But I think the window they had to potentially get the bomb down, I feel like it's all but gone now. You got to play in towards Goose, and they're playing out towards Long. It's a really difficult crossfire to dismantle. I don't think you're going to have too much of a chance. X-Cloud, nice shot, looks for a second, has the support of his IGL, who with the FAMAS nails 2. And at range, X-Cloud will seal the deal. Simple stuff, as expected. We didn't really expect too much from that round for PARIVISION. If they got a bomb plant, that would have been considered a bit of a success there. Now it's this round where we wonder whether they can go back to what we saw in Inferno, or have Heroic's prep on Dust 2 giving them a bit of life here in the series, maybe.
Time will tell. Early long smoke coming out. Feigning pressure over there. Really, without crossing that long smoke, Heroic don't really know what's on the other side. So it's a smart move here, and pretty speedy up short from PARIVISION. So these are some of the fresher, more creative ideas that we're seeing from this new look team. The shot's just not quite landing. Belchonok eventually finds that site player, but I think it may be too little too late. Bomb plant for short comes in. That's the only area of control they've got right now, but a 4v2 on the retake here.
James got to do a lot in this round. He's actually got to get active. He's got to go hunting. Ooh, they don't turn away. I don't know if they heard. Now they have. Attention drawn. Somebody must have calmed that. James will lose his head, and so will Belchonok. A really decent round from Heroic. A third on the board, and What a way to sort of overcome that first gun round too, right? You know, we had this, at least I had this sort of feeling in the back of my mind that we could go right back to the winning ways of PARIVISION, right? Right back to complete control, showing how dynamic and aggressive this T-side can be. That's a really solid showing from Heroic. Only the one casualty too. It's not expensive at all.
Yeah, I will say, tactically, it felt pretty sound. Right? Yeah. Nice idea. Draw attention towards long. Really make them have to commit over there if they want to gather the info. They did just that. And then that encroachment towards short. Just some missed shots, honestly. They were in the right place. I think they caught that A-ramp player. Just could not find the head. And the cavalry arrives. Heroic responding kind. And then you don't have the numbers to mount the post plant. So keep your eyes on it. That's something that you would assume is not going to happen all that often for PARIVISION, but could be a shakier start here. We're going to find out.
Isn't aggressive. Not towards long. They hit that bank round. It should soften them up, and it will. Ota and Zelo take quite the chunk of damage. They get that short control as they sort of force them off the boxes, but even still, it's coming at quite the cost. Playing around the smoke, we've seen many a funny clip from this angle. Cruisin will dip away. Belchuk might even catch him on the retreat here if he's not careful.
One flash. Belchuk looking, searching. Oh, the response flash is brilliant, though. He's so blind, can't find that kill. Nade finish off over here. Low HP bars. And the bomb spills, so PARIVISION winging a prayer in this round. I don't know how they don't hit, to be honest, but I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference. PARIVISION are not in a good spot at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Zelo's taking 94 damage from just HEs in this round. Nota went down to just HEs. I mean, it is difficult. Running out of ammo. X-Cloud, it might not matter as he pulls out the dualies. He'll lose his life to the P250, but in the end, another round where they only get one casualty. Heroic, this is looking really quite solid so far in Dust 2. PARIVISION looking ever so slightly like a bit of a shadow of their former selves. It's not going to plan, at least out the gate so far. Heroic might be breathing a bit of life in towards this series, which, off the back of map number 1, I sort of had a feeling that it might have been dead to rights. Back into the buy, Jamo, get out the AWP. Shot can be the boost. Nilo takes a leg. He's lucky to remain alive. Plays out the rest of the round at 19 points of HP.
Yeah, toe shot off. Not the best way to start things, and may well be something that PARIVISION try and find consistently. We're all on the edge of our seat for this one. Ready and raring to see if PARIVISION will prove mortal after a absolutely explosive, exponential start to the year. This is a moment for Heroic to maybe take it to the new contenders. Utility comes out here. Crizzen and Young's ready to hold. Crizzen goes completely unchecked. He'll go down, getting a bit excited to try and find more. So maybe an opportunity. Zwei, through the fire and flames, finds a keen headshot. All of a sudden, there is a threat from short that they have to deal with. Youngster does well to get that. Looking again to take the repeat. There's a lot of over-facing in places, you might argue, from Heroic. They are certainly panicked. All going to be down to Nilo. He's in the action. Doesn't really want to be. Loses his head reluctantly. And it will be PARIVISION on the board.
Yeah, every round up until that point have been actually really solid for Heroic. That's the one where that lack of discipline will cost them. Like you mentioned, it's just the overfaces, right? It's just too simple to whittle down the numbers. First on the ball for PARIVISION. The big worry now for Heroic is this with the floodgates open, as they did on the T side, of course, of Inferno. That's a 9-3 half there. So at least they've beat that in a sense. It was a difficult run of things. James got the angle now. Smoke down. And on time, he gets mighty close. Heroic want to respond in kind, though. If you can bite back, you put so much pressure on the finances of that T side.
think slipped the net there, you know.
I think you're right.
It's made
holding
it pass.
right.
Ah, the molly.
Should be heard now, though.
That it's like, yeah, could have gotten through, can't quite see short. So they've done well there to just cover that gap.
Minute to work with. Angling towards B right now. So it's just playing up close. Plan for him is drop the smoke and try and fall back. Probably around towards Car if he can. Go. And he will actually get round. He sets himself up for the first wave. Tries to punish him on the retreat, but he'll lose his life. And Nota, 6 feet under as well. Belchidok through the smoke gets fortunate, but 35 seconds. What do we want to do here?
Oh, man. Crizzen, what is this spot? They're not going to expect him at all. 2 with nades in hand. Jame will trade it, but surely that's got to be enough, you would argue.
Hang on.
And keeps them coming. Isolated fights. Oh, spots the player. Can he catch him? Drawing up, shot out. Can't quite get him as he backs around the corner. Only 10 seconds remain here, Neo, as well. So he's trying. Oh, my goodness. It's the pistol out from Youngster.
Wow.
Honestly, I thought if he had the AWP, maybe he would have missed the shot. Bomb plant could have come in. Jame comes close. A new definition to Jame time, it would seem. Going for these clutch opportunities, but not going to get it here.
That was incredibly close. My, oh my. Like you mentioned, if Youngster was stuck with the AWP and missed that shot, that could have allowed for A, a reload, and B, also probably even a bomb plant too. Maybe try and sneak out a tap to try and force an engagement, and who knows, right? It's not a bad effort from Jame there. And once again showing that there is still that ever so slight lack of discipline from Heroic, giving 1v1s over facing, over fighting, especially that short play as well. The fact that Jame brings it into a 1 versus 1 is something in itself. That stand calls for a timeout, and understandably so. 5-1 down here on your T side of Dust 2. Heroic is showing there's a lot of prevalency from them. And generally a decent marker for where you see a decent Dust 2 from a side is just how proactive they are on the CT side, right? How much they want to take engagements, take a bit of map control, force the T side into sort of tight angles and all the rest. And we're seeing that from Heroic. So there's a lot to like at the moment.
Push back. Yeah, PARIVISION stuck for ideas, that's for damn sure. Maybe looking for a straight B play. Oh, timing is brilliant. Yeah, no, it's good for the CTs. You can't be serious. Jame was millimeters away from that corner peak. Could have been the kill to really decide this round, and it may well be just the other way, as Susp is able to get out of there scot-free.
Down to force Zelo back. He's picked up the AWP from James' corpse. 50 seconds to try and decide what they want to do here. 2 towards B, and 2 are creeping their way through mid. Smoke will come down. Zelo could get across here. Oh, gets a shot on the legs of Nilo. Again, Nilo gets legged and lives to tell the tale as X-File to find such an important kill to break down the split coming through B, and in back plat as well. Nilo probably should have got the second. That's reaction from Belchinok, but they're so low, both him and Nota.
Cross smoke goes ahead of it. Tough call whether you want to be disciplined there or indeed try and find a kill. Bomb plant, even that is going to be denied here, as they will encroach, surround, and eliminate that final player. Heroic looking good here. I mean, this is the map you prepare for. It's kind of the small caveat we had coming into things. Yes, PARIVISION look good, and they have this undefeated streak at the moment, but it is the map that they have the most tape on, and the one that you indeed expect to come out in the veto. Looks like that's coming into play here.
Yeah, agreed. Next up. What an idea of kind of what the initial setup is. That suicide short split in towards mid. Pretty basic stuff in terms of how you set up the initial T side here on Dust 2. This nade on timing could be pretty good. Now the molly's faded. If he drops around the corner now. Leg spotted. Sells the ruse, and they drop down as well. What a flash, but he can't capitalize upon it. Nate will still come around the corner, still should do a lot of damage, and does. Zelo down to 29.
Yeah, tough to be on the other end of. There's another one on the way as well.
Oh.
Taking them down even lower. More information coming in here with the upper tunnels 2-man move.
Yeah, they're dead to rights here. PARIVISION. There's no chance.
Nobody watching lower. Yeah, just play things nice and patiently. Take a couple. Not going to get too greedy. That's what we like to see from Heroic. Those are the numbers that you need. And also confirming info. So it's like, what do PARIVISION do here? Are they going to keep attempting short? Are they going to go somewhere else? Basically, the round and the ruse is up. Might just be able to get something going here. Yup, forced away. Missing shots. Will eventually land. I mean, you only need 1 in 3, I suppose, just because the numbers are so low. There's damage done, but nothing too substantial. Heroic keep it rolling.
Yeah, I feel for Youngster. I honestly thought at least that second shot looked on to me. Slightly CS2, but it doesn't matter in the end, like you mentioned. Guess the one that does matter. I've got to say, I'm really loving the calls by Krisen right now. Quite loose, quite aggressive, super proactive on the CT side, which is always what you want to see. PARIVISION are struggling to deal with the aggression that's been thrown at them. Incredible to see Heroic are playing this considerably more buggy, and it's working. It's leaning into the style of the individuals they've got. 7-1, already guaranteeing a lead on the CT side and really putting PARIVISION in a position where I think they might even have to start burning through these timeouts, right? Take as many of these attacks and try and stop the bleeding.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. Really quite curious here as to what is happening. Trying to take it back to basics. Short control. And the trickle smokes brings a little smile to my face. Seeing them in the previous round. But they're moving faster here this time. Not really giving the game away. Youngster deleted. This is exactly what the doctor ordered. Bomb plant will come in. Man advantage now. Lack of utility for the CT side, but this A-bomb site can very quickly turn on a dime. And there is indeed presence behind enemy lines. Krisen is here quite fast. The nade is good. Oh. They line up for Krisen. Trying to get out. Trying to get to their post-plant positions. Will the trades be there? I'm not sure is the answer. Jame on a quick reposition here. Molotov will buy him some time. Zwei finding a kill as well is also going to help the case. Still not on that bomb just yet. There will indeed be a hold coming in. And there's no assistance. Can James stop it? Oh! Yes! He does. He does. James manages to find the clutch. I don't believe it. I thought the defuse had gone through. That's why he stood up. But James finds his head and gets them off at the very last second. That's insane.
What a wacky round as well. And I'll keep throwing that word out that we've sort of been talking about, at least in the down periods for Heroic. You know, discipline, but at least in that sense, I think yeah.
Yeah, I think they did get the defuse. Okay.
That is right down to the wire. That was way too close for comfort as well.
That's insane. I mean, I was going loud, so all I heard was like terrorists win. I didn't quite catch the counter. So that set me off a little bit. Man, that is tough. That is tough for PARIVISION.
So surprised they haven't gone for another timeout though. Use this round, money broken. It's in an awkward spot. I think it'd be just about okay for the likes of Nota to squeeze out something, but they don't get a bomb plant here. They're going to struggle financially. One thing they've got is loss bonus, but they've also got quite the lead to recover from. Heroic are looking excellent. And it's good, you know, even, you know, small little wins, but Nilo, who had a very underwhelming map number 1, looking pretty solid here. Next file continuing. Here's Reina, Terrace, wait for 1, Nilo for 2. Head in a swivel, looks for the 3rd, he'll get it. Oh, he's going huge here, Nilo. 3 kills to his name. He looks for more. Belchinok letting them cross and lining them up. Youngster in prison hit the deck as Belchinok looks for more blood. Dancing around the smoke is just Nilo on for the ace and Belchinok on for the clutch. 1 versus 1, but Belchinok's reeling. 14 points of HP. And now 14 seconds to work with it. He sneaks in through the smoke. Nilo just playing in towards backside. Nilo, all 5, an ace to lock down the B site. And he goes absolutely huge. We spoke about how he struggled on map number 1. We'll talk about a time to shine.
A monster. He certainly is in there. He certainly is capable. We all saw that insane Metasport clip all those months ago.
Yeah.
And he has that ceiling. Now, finally, we maybe get to see a bit of it, at least in this series. And yeah, we'll keep our eyes on this kid. That is for damn sure. Him and xFloud, though, if xFloud can be there as that consistent factor, this heroic team does awaken and does have the capability of taking down PARIVISION, right? Some areas of criticism is that they maybe lack a super high ceiling individually. Some inconsistencies in places, and they have crept in here. Maybe asleep at the wheel, overconfidence perhaps coming in for this T side. They are quick up short, seemingly frustrated and really trying to force the rounds as best they possibly can. They're going to lose a man in middle. Oh, Molotov comes in. They might lose another on the site, pretty much. 20 HP, so disadvantage, low HP bars. Nade not quite able to get the job done. Really nice utility, of course, to keep them away. And Jane with a quick rotation around. Deletes one, isolates another who now doesn't know where to look. He will fall too. And all of a sudden, thanks to the in-game leader, they recover round number 2.
Yeah, that's actually a really nice flank. Timing couldn't have been better. And even, you know, there's definitely a world in which he could have played Trigger Discipline and lined up both. But actually getting the first draws the attention away there. They start playing close. Just trying to see if he can get anything else in the exit. But a nice smoke. Anything. A second on the board. We might get back-to-back 9-3 halves here, but if the script completely flipped, it was a 9-3 in favor of PARIVISION. And they're hoping that it's a 9-3, that they can at least have some sort of foundations to work with heading in towards that second half. But in a similar vein to Heroic, it feels exactly the same here, where it is such a long road to recovery. Let's see, fan around to the half. Buys out both ways. The only one who takes maybe a bit of a hit is Chrism with that FAMAS as he prioritizes utility. Only a couple of kits on towards Heroic, worth keeping an eye on. In the back pockets of Nilo and xFloud.
See if it comes into play. But at the moment, Heroic feeling very, very comfortable. Certainly a team that you don't want to take your eyes off of. Not going to be over until it's over. Jame, CT side AWPing, right? Something that could certainly halt their progression. Does begin from a point like this. Going to need as many rounds as possible. The mid smokes coming in to give them a small channel of space here. Again, really trying to force these rounds. 2 sat on the B bomb site seems to be the way that Heroic have enjoyed playing it here, and 1 missed time look could make the difference. Nota starts making noise, however, as the smoke starts to fade. Awkward fights here that they are seemingly getting away with. Vi eliminates the B hold, by the way, while all this is going down. Trades are in thick and fast. It's Chrism all alone as the dust settles on only 15 HP. You don't fancy his chances from here. Maybe the impossible happens, but not looking too likely against the fully healthy T players. You know exactly where he's coming from. His chances are indeed slim. Working his way in slowly. He's given some respect and space, but eventually peaked out. That'll be 9-3. A repeat of the first map, but this time PARIVISION getting a taste of their own medicine. We're going to find out how things pan out on the other side of this.
Welcome back. What a response from Heroic after a, let's put it frank, a pretty underwhelming map pick of theirs. Inferno got put aside pretty easy, pretty effortlessly. They've done the same in the first half against PARIVISION. They are on fire. And that man in the middle, of course, the IGL Chris, I think is calling a fantastic game of Counter-Strike right now. We've got an Elo Ace as well, a highlight reel for him off the back of a pretty poor map number 1. What a way to bounce back. And let's be frank here, Scriv. If Heroic get a pistol, this map might already be done. We might be setting our sights on Ancients already.
It's very, very possible. This is where we have a true test maybe on the way for PARIVISION. What are they going to be capable of here? As they are put under pressure on this preferred map. James, first on the corner. He's got a contact flash on the way. They'll burst forwards, though, and certainly catch them off. Clean shots. As indeed the opportunity is taken to get in towards this A bomb site. Bomb plant coming in. James looking for a head, but he's distracted and finished off. Pistols not going well for PARIVISION. And indeed with this, I think I'll join you on the third map conversation.
Yeah, I think it's not outlandish to already begin. Notice got a nade. He'll bound it around the corner. He avoids the flash. He tries to line up a couple, and they were lined up, to be fair, but he only walks away with the one. Heroic just aren't breaking a sweat here on Dust 2. Simple, effective, super clinical as well. And PARIVISION in a lot of trouble. This is, I mean, it's the most one-sided I've seen a map against PARIVISION in a while. We already kind of spoke about it. I mean, we even saw the interview with Zwei where they were talking about you've only lost one map out of 12. Like, you know, how you feeling? But it's about to be another added to the tally. Heroic are looking so good. They knew this Dust 2 was going to get picked, as did probably everybody. Of course, it's been such a good map for PARIVISION. A bit of a pocket pick. I wouldn't even say kind of their go-to, but one that they like to utilize against a lot of teams. And one in which they've obviously looked very solid on, but not here today. Double digits for Heroic. Timeout taken. But maybe even too late. I brought this up in the first half. I feel like when you're getting decimated the way that PARIVISION were, I felt like you actually had to stop the bleeding all the way back then.
Yeah, certainly in full agreement. See if they can recover anything. But this certainly blows things wide open if PARIVISION are to capitulate here on Dust 2. Perhaps not as immortal as first thought. Nothing coming off the back of this scout. We stay trained on James to see if he can deliver anything. Moving around dynamically here, but yeah, nothing coming for him. Will be more of an A-sided defense. At the moment, that looks to be the correct call, but it can all change in an instant here on Dust. Seems like it will still be an A play, though, in the end. Kind of faking things out towards B at the moment. The bomb getting closer and closer to A. Curious, though. We'll see.
It's all about to come over. No real time to cancel off of the back of this execute, so still could be a bit spicy. Side gap, James, flash on the corner, Eagle up close as well, missed shot, Chris and all punish. Looking for a second, a note or a known quantity there in towards ramp. Belchuk gonna try and slip the net. And it will cost him his life. Youngster, due diligence holding for it. James finds one, sure, but I don't think it's gonna make a difference here. Needs some sharp shooting to be able to deny this round. Bomb will go down. I think it's all but done again. And if you're PARIVISION, you're probably angled to save it. I say that, they're going for it. And James, it's a shot. He's got a right idea as well. What does James know?
He knows his angles, that's for sure. Not quite able to land the Gandalf player, but we'll see here. Checking everything. It's unfortunately a bridge too far. And Heroic will indeed take it. I think this one's going to go pretty quietly into that third. PARIVISION just not happening. There's no magic here. There's no miracle. You know, we really want to lean on it. First day, first game of the tournament here. We got PARIVISION. Exciting. Especially here on the B stream. You know, it's nice to get a game that's got like a real solid storyline. Sometimes we see these matchups and then you get that message that's like, no, the A stream wanted that one. It's like, fair enough. But
yeah,
we get a bit of PARIVISION. Unfortunately, not quite delivering. You know?
Yes.
Where's this spark we were expecting?
Yeah, exactly that. Smiles on the floor, but not on the faces of PARIVISION right now. That's for damn sure. Money shot once again. And I said this at the tail end of Inferno. In these sort of choices, in these sort of moments, you get two options. You either force buy here and try and play for the win, or you eco, have money for the next round, but you're playing for overtime. Generally speaking, teams go for this. You go for the force buy to play for the win and just hope that, you know, it's so outlandish already to try and fathom a way that you can recover this. So why not try and do it one round at a time with a statistical anomaly of a round like this one? Scout, M4A1S, MP9 and 2 upgraded pistols. It's not exactly a dominant buy on the flip side for Heroic, but it's a bonus in a sense, right? Double AK, double Galil. The all-new shiny MP7, which people are still trying to decipher. Is it really as good as it seems?
True. Very true. I think there's something in it, but will it dethrone the MAC-10 and the MP9? Potentially not.
Tobias was saying that in kind of the Face It Pugs that xFloud and Youngster have been using it quite a bit, and they seem pretty happy with it. And of course, xFloud's been keeping it all series long and doing obviously pretty well statistically. Best play in the server across the both maps.
That might just be the final nail in the coffin, to be honest. Quick frag towards mid and moving towards B now. Feels like it's going to be enough for Heroic to work with. Really not the move from Belchonok, unfortunately. I think he really needed to stay alive there, or at least gather some info before he went down. Bomb not going to get planted yet, but still the hardest bomb site in the game to retake, it feels, over on B.
Especially when they got util. It's next to impossible. I mean, you get a smoke down towards door. Ollie, Flash, plus got a HE as well if they really need. I mean, xFloud will lose his head. At range, maybe the MP7, we can definitely say not the best, but yeah, round all but done. PARIVISION, it's not even the worst save in the world as well. M4A1S, Galil, and a Scout. It's workable. Long road to recovery, though. And an even more dominant display than what PARIVISION did on Inferno.
Terrorists win.
Very surprising. And
yeah,
in a good way. In a good way. I think it really does make us happy that we're going to get some competition here. We get to see some of the promise that Heroic have not really delivered on this year. Again, tough situation for them, of course, as it always seems to be. I don't know what the hell's been going on the past couple of years, but there's been so many, you know, in and out players, Nilo being one of them, players getting signed and then bailing at the last moment, visa issues. You know, there's really something going on. They're a bit cursed.
It's always Heroic. But at least they be selling those teams, so we'll give them that. There's money coming in some way.
True.
Nilo, tagged by the Scout. A lot of rounds where he's been legged or tagged by a scoped weapon, but they have to tell the tale. Oh my god, Susp on the jump. He's spotted there by Zelo, and he's actually lucky that he gets away in time as the nade comes through. It really could have been dire. He was moving his way forward there, Susp, but he probably should have been dead to rise by Belchonok. In a way, that nade coming over actually sort of saves their lives.
Certainly true. Nice molly to kind of slow the roll a little.
Nice nade.
Double nades. Not quite finding the kill. But very close, so we'll see. PARIVISION setting themselves up in solid stead here. The numbers are still there, but we know there's a real situation going on beneath the hood. Oh, no. Zelo's got flash as well. This is very cheeky. They turn away. They're able to hold the line. James, I think, finds two, maybe.
Through the door.
Maybe a collat for him. Not quite sure. Maybe not. There was a break in the kill feed all the same. He looks good. Will go down, but they have done an awful lot of work here through this mid-crunch, and PARIVISION able to get the rifle.
Yeah, James just took 2 pop shots through the door, and both of them connected. One through a smoke, and the second was on the smoke fade. Maybe it spotted like a corner of it, but it's 2 wallbangs. You take them all the same. And that's where the real benefit comes from how excellent the Utah was, right? The mollies and the HE combos were fantastic there by PARIVISION, really softening up Heroic, made them so vulnerable. The life still in them just yet. Not dead and buried. Here on their map pick. As we've already said, still a long, long road to recovery. A real mountain this side have to climb. You kind of feel like at the moment, if any team was going to do it, it kind of would be PARIVISION, right? Just because of the notoriety around them, the red hot form as well off the bounty. I'm not going to count them out just yet. Airburst Molly. It's Anubis.
Yeah, very possible. Jame in the corner, not going to get checked. Heroic certainly looking flatter now that the T-side's gotten going. Ooh, and it really does beg a question about this pistol and what a difference it could have made. Oh, HP bars here for the remaining 2 players. They are as yet to find a single CT. And of course, as soon as I mention it, they will. But how much more are they going to be able to get here?
There's not loads of util for PARIVISION, is the one thing worth keeping an eye on. 2 flashes and a smoke. At least there's no offensive util, but they're going to take raw fight. Susp, little labor on the spray, does get his kill, but it gives time for Nota to trade. It's all on the shoulders of Nilo. Already got an ace in this map. Surely not a second moment of glory for the youngster. I'm down. Sub 20 seconds. Time is ticking. Gotta make a move. He really doesn't have loads to work with. He's not collected the bombs. I mean, this round's all but done. That's for damn sure. And Zelo going to confirm it. Didn't really have anything to work with at the tail end there. It's all but a foregone conclusion. PARIVISION, another put on the board. And only a couple of casualties in the end. It's actually really not too bad. Back-to-back rounds that are both pretty decent. Money broken towards the T-side as well. So the 6th, a bit of a freebie. Evening the rounds that Heroic got towards map number 1. So at least a bit of save face there. It's not worse than what Heroic did.
True. But I think they really would have set their sights on the victory. I think that's maybe part of the problem coming into this map, that it's like, okay, cool, 1 Inferno, now we got Dust 2, it's over, right? We can kind of say that. You have to be very careful of that as a team. But I think that's a bit of what we got. There was much less creativity from their T side, just kind of forcing the rounds out, you know? Quick up short, quick towards B. They weren't really that inventive. Hard to be inventive on Dust, I suppose, but all the same, not as much of that textbook PARIVISION effectiveness that we've been seeing so far.
The football being played here. Yeah, the old existence timeout, I was about to call it. Timeout without calling a timeout. Low bite. Just a brief moment of respite. Have a little conversation. Isolate your opponent a little bit if you can. What's the orb got for us? Nothing. Okay, mate. Uncharacteristic miss as he gets overwhelmed by the pistols as they barrel around that corner. They don't recover the big green, but they're just sticking as a wolf pack and trying to take as many fights as they can with the numbers. But slowly but surely, they're putting pressure on here despite the lower buy. If they had any sort of firepower, this could be a really dicey round. Nota and Zwei are low. Zwei goes down. I'm not going to count out Sus just yet. Bomb will go down. That might already be a silver lining. He'll fall immediately, but for that minimal amount of investment, I don't think Heroic are too upset with that.
Head in hands, despite a 1 round. Certainly, I think a player, Zwei, an interesting one. I think he does get in his own head a little.
Yeah, agreed.
Playing in the Spirit environment may well do that to a player, to be fair. I think it's quite intense at times. But yeah, they will have an effect here. Again, I'd maybe be on their side if it was only 11 rounds to Heroic. Better yet, only 10. But with that 12, surely a slip-up has to come in eventually. Quite a long road to recovery here. Would be a hell of a comeback as well. We got to bear that in mind. It would certainly go down as a marquee moment of this tournament. So Heroic looking to close things out here in quick fashion before it gets serious.
Let's see. Flash round the corner. I'll lose his head. Elo takes that control. The lurk smoke out towards long. Really, PARIVISION have to do something a bit aggressive here. They have to try and level the playing field, get some numbers back in their favor. And they've gone for a bit of a mid-play, or at least a slight push as Belchenok can hold lower. Going back towards B. Hang on, Belchenok.
Would be perfect. Nope.
Or not. Or not. Yeah,
denied.
Scratch that.
Absolutely denied.
Oh,
Down
no.
goes the back plat. It's all on this car player. It's a little dodgy for the first, and he will be traded out. Big Jame, 1v3. Give it a little look. He's spotted, moves quick, and isolates that first. It costs him a fair chunk of HP. The nade is good. Doesn't get the kill. Youngster lucky to be alive. James just trying to decipher this angle. I don't think it's happening. They're going to play things patiently. Can he find this quick, instinctive shot here? No, he can't. Down he goes. And Heroic, with a bit of screaming across the court, will take it in exactly the same fashion. But on that Dust 2, the undefeated this year Dust 2, really was a scary map. Really was a map that we expected to just go the way of PARIVISION. Not the case. We go to a third.
Yeah, what a response coming through from Heroic. I mean, in particular, there's two people you've really got to love the praise on for. Well, I guess three in a way. xFUT again, a back-to-back map of where he's unbelievably solid. Nilo, the bounce back. A really poor map number one, but a fantastic map number two. But the guy that I spoke about just at the halftime break, the calling from Crizzen was excellent. I love the proactivity on the CT sides, the aggression, taking the fight to PARIVISION, making life difficult and uncomfortable, and really sort of pushing this agenda that you actually can make life, you know, uneasy for a PARIVISION side that have looked so dominant to start off the year. That is the perfect way to respond on a map in which they've looked flawless on. So really, really well done. And it's now open the door here. Scriv, we're heading towards Ancient coming up next, and I don't even know what to expect now because PARIVISION looked quite limp there.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely think there's a couple of like individuals you can look towards. We'll get the scoreboard up in a moment, I'm sure, and it will highlight that. But yeah, Heroic, it's one of those things like on the CT side where they start, you can play a bit more reactively. Like you said, a good barometer is kind of, are you confident enough to go for that aggression? Are you finding success with that aggression? And they were indeed making those moves, which I think is really, really great to see. In the same vein, PARIVISION's T side, very flat, very plain, not an awful lot of depth. It can be hard sometimes on a D2 to pull that depth for sure, but we didn't see many mid to B mix-ups. We didn't see many like lurking kind of plays, right, that we'd sort of seen at Bounty. It was very one track. They really enjoyed short for some reason, and they just got sort of stuck in their ways. So not really sure about what to say on that second map. But yeah, Ancient coming up next. Excited for this. Really blown the series open now. Heroic, we'll see if they can do it, if they can take down the contenders. We're going to throw across to a quick break, folks, but we will be back with that third map. Do not go anywhere. You don't want to miss this.
This is Basement Dweller's first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but you know, seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
Sir, I'm hearing a little bit of sass given over to your in-game leader. What's going on, mate? The tension's at an all-time high?
Of course. Bro, he started to flame me with the... I logged into FUT, right? He started to flame me Insta. I had to put him in his place, you know?
So are you going to show him the ropes or are you going to give him a hard time? What's going on?
I'm giving him a hard time, preparing him for the future, you know?
Always. You're getting this every time now? You hope Alcaran comes back sometime soon, or what's going on?
I mean, hopefully, yeah, because I can tell you, even only being here with him for like 3 weeks, probably the hardest 3 weeks I've ever had to play, you know?
Okay, so he's really making you work for your money.
Exactly, like that we even got to play in Blast playoffs is crazy, you know? I can't.
Respectable work, mate. You're really calling the team into a good spot. Now, I see you have a tape measure here. What are we measuring?
Depends on the day, but
okay. Well, right now.
Right now, I mean, I was gonna mention just make sure you know my setup is all good and all, and then yeah.
So you're particular with your setup.
Very particular, yeah. I like everything to be in the exact same place.
Okay, so what are the measurements we need to be looking out for? Because I did watch you do this. I was watching Blast Bounty and I saw you setting up with a tape measure, and I was like, I could give him some tips for the tape measure. I saw you using it a couple ways. I was like, you might need... I used to be a tradesman back in the day, man. I was watching you do it. I was like, I don't know. So show me your tape measure, techers.
No, but like, I mean, usually I start off actually with the table height, which is, I'll just make sure, even though it says it over there, you know, just that it's right. And then when I'm confident in that, then I can go through everything else. And like, I'll do my screen to the back of the table, and then I'll do like keyboard, mousepad, and also the chair height. Just making sure that everything is good.
Okay, so you don't trust the technology?
I don't trust anything.
I like it though. Retro's good, you know, someone's got to be doing it. I used to have a spirit level that I'd put on top of my monitor to make sure it was level.
Okay, that's actually crazy.
I did lose it. It was just a little bubble level and I lost it, so it was a bit sad.
I thought it was like the big one, you know? Like.
No, I wasn't traveling with that. It could have cost me a bit more. Yeah, but I was just talking to Tobiz as well, and you're going to having to play under a Swedish flag at the moment, mate. How do you like that?
I mean... I was gonna say it could be worse, but I don't know if it could. But I mean, no, like it's okay, you know. Like they're nice guys, apart from the fact they're Swedish, of course. But like, nah, I mean, it is what it is. I've tried it once before, but it's okay.
James, the brand new champion of Blast Bounty. How are things?
I feel amazing, incredible feelings, awesome.
Yeah. Do you think the expectations will now change and it's going to be much more dangerous for you here at Krakow?
Yeah, of course. I think for us, no pressure. No goal to win this championship, you know. We just want to show our best, and we're a bit tired. We don't have break, just another tournament, and it's hard for us, and we just want to enjoy our game.
Okay. How many uploads can we expect for this tournament on the YouTube?
Uploads? What is it?
Yeah, videos. Your videos. How many during Krakow?
I don't know how many videos. I don't know.
No?
One maybe?
One? The crowd wants more, you know. Yes, your YouTube, of course.
My YouTube channel is cancelled, sorry.
It is?
Yeah.
What happened?
I'm greened. I'm with my team. We're playing a lot CS, and 1 year only 2 video and 1 from 1 year vlog. Okay. Okay, nothing for you, sorry.
We understand it. Good luck. Thank you. Thank you.
Hey Future Pros! Ancient can be a great map to play, but taking space on lane can be tough. Let's look at a util set you can throw to help you take control of cave. It's always good practice to have a teammate go mid and molly the jump up, or have them getting info so you know you can't be peeked from heaven. That is pretty much a requirement if you want to go for this play. For this, you will need a molly, smoke, and a flash. First, let's molly into the cave doorway. I won't lie, this is pretty hard to do, so make sure you practice this molly a lot. As you run towards a doorway, try to position yourself a bit wider to the right. Quickly aim in the middle of this brick and running jump throw the molly. You'll have to line this one up very fast to get it off in one motion. Then, if the enemy team knows what they're doing, they will likely molly into lane as you are scaling, so use your smoke to extinguish this. Finally, throw a flash off this section of the wall to land inside the doorway. It will take you a few attempts to get all this in one smooth motion, but at the end of the day, practice makes perfect.
There's only embers left in what was a fire, and all the loneliness got me feeling tired. This aching in my chest, it's like a live wire, and the only way it's gonna end is when I can't see you again. And down, I need something better to do, but spending hours thinking of you. Pour another, I've had a few. Don't like who I am on my own. And why is it feeling time's moving slow? No, this won't last forever, I know. But lately it's been hitting me. There's only embers left, all the moments we lost. I'm sick of feeling stuck, all alone with my thoughts. 'Cause I don't like who I am on my own. And why does it feel like time's moving slow? No, this won't last forever, I know. Yeah, I know. I don't like who I am on my own. And why does it feel like time's moving slow? No, this won't last forever, I know.
Hello, welcome back in. Third map required here. Oh man, so excited for this, honestly. Saw that Inferno come out, saw like the 7-0 that PARIVISION started off with, and I was like, okay, Heroic just not going to be able to match today. PARIVISION, they've got their sights set on playoffs, top 4, you know, and maybe they missed the wood for the trees because it went into Dust 2, their home map at the moment, and they really did not show up. Could have been a very, very, very one-sided affair. Some small consolation rounds towards the tail end now. But now we end up on Ancient, and this is what it all comes down to. Brilliant map to cast. Love working on a bit of Ancient. So we'll see if it delivers.
So much respect as well has to go towards xFloud, you know, averaging a 1.62 across the series so far, even despite a dominant loss in the opening map. He has been electric. I'm hoping for more of the same. The response, of course, from Nilo in that second map was great too. So more of the same, please, as we get underway. Ancient now, and well, I really have to ask questions when we look towards, in particular, PARIVISION. What's the response going to look like? It was a very, very poor showing. And one thing that's been poor for them is the pistol script. We brought this up a couple of times. Pistols haven't looked great for them in this series so far. Heroic have got their number. Will it be more of the same?
We're going to find out. Nilo hidden away. Maybe a bit too hidden. Will get taken down. Trades are in. xFloud, however, on the USP runs out of ammo eventually. There's just not quite enough numbers. Trades are pretty good, so it is Nilo who is playing the antiest anti-flash you've ever seen. That may well make the difference here. Youngster, is step going to be heard now. They've got a good idea of where he's at. He's got a moment to isolate, but not going to happen. Glocks get it done. PARIVISION with the pistol.
Yeah, really, really needed as well. You know, we already just brought it up. It's obviously been a struggle for this side. They've obviously had a bit of an issue when it comes towards the pistols, and that's where Heroic have been gaining, if we're being frank, you know, some pretty stark advantages in towards each and every half. This is how you now start to respond. You start to bite back a little bit. Not expecting that much of a bite to come through, and that'll be the case for Heroic. They go for a complete non-investment. In rounds like this, I don't actually mind there being a flash. Just one flashbang, play as a 5, and just try and hope you can catch a couple of people, make it a little bit expensive. Something unorthodox here, though. 4 in towards Cave. All tucked on that right-hand side. Will it be cleared? No, down goes Zelo, and I think Jay making the smart choice, I may say, of getting out of there. But he sticks around, he throws the HE, and he nearly gets caught on the retreat.
Nearly. Youngster going to go down. So those are the numbers coming back to PARIVISION. But they're moving quick here, and this bomb kind of isolated. Oh man, a little dodgy here. He will call on some assistance, and indeed they're able to just about keep it together, but panic sets in there. Could have made all the difference. Not going to be the case.
Nearly very, very expensive, but it was a nothing round for Heroic. No investment. This is the one that we now take a real look into. By coming back in for this side, and they streaked so well on Dust 2. Chaining rounds together, the real consistency that we found from him. I thought Krisen's calling was excellent. He just had James' number in terms of reading into what he was doing. For more of it here. Mach 10 flying out, though. Bonus buy, so why not utilize it? The pace of the Mach 10 takes mid-control. Unfortunately, Heroic don't really have a way to respond there. Krisen going to try and do something around the edge of this smoke, but Belchinok, he seems privy to the fact of that possibility.
Prison. Waiting around here at the front of Cave. Don't see too much action just yet. PARIVISION stacked up inside of this smoke. I think unfortunately that's the perfect move for them. Heroic now going to have to respond, and easier said than done. Krisen known about light rotations coming in, desperately attempting to recover things back. Oh, and Krisen just slips the net over here. So maybe we are slightly back on. The HP bars are so rough for the CT side, though. They don't have a kit available. Just don't really fancy their chances unless they are gifted a free kill. And maybe that is the activation that they need. They start now to pick up the pace and move back in, and it is falling apart. James left to clutch things up. Certainly doable here. He's got info. He knows what's up. He doesn't quite know those HP bars, though. Still looking for clean headshots.
No kit.
Hold onto the bomb. I mean, I don't know about this. They don't have that kit. He's got to give it a little bit of a look here. Isolates the fight, but cannot win it. And it's Susp with a huge round.
How have they actually walked away with that? They were reeling. Health bars so low, as you touched on, and somehow they've recovered that. Krisen's finding towards ramp is so important, but it just felt like PARIVISION we just weren't aware of where those rotations could come from. They looked so shocked by the fights that they were taking. Really nice first round put on the board by Heroic, but they never really should have got it, if we're being honest. It's not completely financially ruined PARIVISION. You squeeze together a buy, but it's a double AK. Oh, for Jame, of course, but a double Tech 9 to round it out. So a little funky. Very Jame-esque in a way. Responsive though, PARIVISION, you lose this round, not only is the game tied up, but it should be given over towards Heroic as your finances run very thin. This is the round that keeps the pressure on, a big swing round we like to call. Winner of this generally takes control of the econ for the second round behind it.
Oh, Nota entries in almost dry. I think a small assisted flash, but nothing too substantial, and he will mow 3 down like it's nothing. Youngsters here pretty quickly could make all the difference. Oh man, nearly 3 for him. It's Nota that's on for the ace here though. Krisen's also close to the action, tries to spam away, not going to happen for him. Smoke goes down, flash is good, and Jame is left to pick up the pieces. The fake flash. Krisen moving fast.
The scope.
Jame, nice and calm. Not a lot of time available. Gonna have to make the move. But the missed shot will make all the difference. Trying to close this gap now. And Jame just ring around the rosy. Whacks out the no-scope. Close as damn it, despite the 4-piece from Nota. But it is PARIVISION.
I actually feel that, to be perfect, I actually feel like Krisen did quite well there. You know, he hears the scope, so he's trying to bait out the shot. But Jame just doesn't fall for those gimmicks, and a no-scope, a little bit of fortune, but he was more or less touching the end of the barrel, so it was a sure thing. Third on the board, but it won't come without a pause. Dastan doesn't like what he sees so far. It's too janky. It's a little bit too on a knife's edge, which is not how PARIVISION like to play things. They deal in absolutes, and neither of these rounds have really felt, man, they're absolutely in play for them. I still feel like it's, compared to what we saw in towards map number 2, there's still obviously a lot more to like here from PARIVISION. They looked completely checked out for the entirety of that first half, more or less. At least they've got out the gates going here. They can build decent foundations on this T side. Even something along the lines of kind of 5 rounds. It's not perfect, but it actually gives you a decent foundation to work on. You get 6 or kind of more for PARIVISION in this first half, and you're loving life. Need to be careful. 5 Venison, Bountiful either, MP7, MP9's out as the SMG buy, but it's not exactly pulling away from the fight. Youngster for 2. Suspop here with the MP7, deals damage, but he can't find the kill. Bomb will go down.
All plans, AK to join, and PARIVISION make it look easy. Perhaps back in their groove here now, Heroic. Certainly not struggling, bringing things a bit close, and there's a clutch or 2 in place that's made a difference, but not quite as strong as they were on Dust 2. PARIVISION preferring maybe the Ancient reset. Rolling in real fast, back to this Inferno style of working out and execute, working out a game plan, and just kind of sticking to that until it stops working, I suppose. Really quite effective thus far. We do have the low buy-in from Heroic. 4 on B, could net something, but the weaponry, the armor, is certainly lacking.
Shot from Jame. Holly will come down as well. Will force Krisen out of that cubby. Should have been hurt as well. Zelo quantity. Yeah, Zelo knew all too well about that. And goes Krisen. Same should be for Youngster. He'll get 1 before traded It's a low buy, of course, so we're not expecting loads from Heroic here. If you can get 2 kills in a round like this, though, we can take a small silver lining. Should be a 5th of PARIVISION, no bother, especially in a 2 versus 4.
Yeah, should be fine here. Maybe want to try and deny guns lost.
Yeah, yeah.
We're really being picky. All the same Counter-Strike players, they love an eco frag. So there's a soft hunt going on here to try and find these remaining 2 players. Just take them out of the round. They know that that gun is safe. Oh, Zello head rolls. Jame looking. This is the shot. Trying to maybe create a bit of that space so that Belchonok can get out. Not going to find the kills then. They lose a couple themselves, but moving up to 5 already on the T side. I think things got more even on this map for sure, but still feels pretty damn good to be controlling the game from this T side.
Yeah, agreed. It's a nice buffer zone they've built up already as well. 4 rounds, just as a bit of breathing room for PARIVISION. Something they were never given on Dust 2, right? They never got a chance to breathe and express the way they like to play. This is a lot more like it. Investment back in for Heroic, but you fall flat here, and once again, trouble that starts to just divulge from where we're at becomes really, really difficult to recover from. At that point, you kind of guarantee that PARIVISION are going to have the lead at the half, and it looks very akin to what we saw in Inferno, where there was never that much of a doubt of who was the better team in the map. Just looks for a bit of information, playing close up here and towards Cave. PARIVISION are more than happy just to slow it down a little bit. We know they like playing with the clock and the timer, and just going to try and pull a bit of the util out, but look at this from Sus. You might even get flashed in to fight here.
Possible. Been kind of a pivotal player, it feels like, really getting in there on Ancient, where he has been more of a backstage player on the first couple of maps. Zello. Pretty damn good timing there. Susbub close. The AWP to back. This feels like a good spot, but Zello works his way in, and suddenly things start crumbling. The AWP deleted in that scenario. Nice spam from xCloud. He's going to stop the bomb going down. Meanwhile, Zvey had already started making a move.
Overfight.
It goes south. Jame is nowhere around to assist, so this is going to be a tough one. Molotov bounces off of him, by the way. And that could make a difference here 15. With the bomb plant in just a moment.
On towards the bomb. He takes the fight. He wants the engagements. Jay hasn't got a lot of time to really play around with. This time he'll stick it. With just shy of 10 seconds, he looks for the engagement. James already won the clutch the first time. The second time, Nilo just about catches his head. Finer margins, but it's Heroic who walk away with the round. Oh, down to the wire, though. It looked really good when Zelo finds the AWP posted. That, for me, already felt like, okay, that's the site taken. It should be all but done at that point. A really decent recovery, and I will say that overfight felt so unnecessary out towards long.
It's true. It is very, very true. I think they will be kicking themselves a little bit. I mean, this is part of perhaps the criticism of Zwei. He's a little set in his ways, let's say, once, like, you know, decisions are made, some of that discipline, some of that adjustment doesn't quite happen for him. Big opportunity now for Heroic, and they know that. It just, I mean, it looks so good. The xCloud spam is the awkward thing, but the move and allowing Zello that freedom, just see how far he can get. Really, really solid. So yeah, keen throwaway of a round, you might argue. So many nades going down in towards middle. Will actually be the CT side coming out on the negative end of it. Zello does not spot xCloud. Those flames, of course, very awkward to work around. So first kill for the CT side.
Why? Got Chris around this corner. How does he even clear this as well, right? I mean, he needs a bit of support here. damage has been dealt, so it's still a little bit workable for PARIVISION. Just gotta hope that's why I can get out here. If he can find Crizzen, especially like somewhat unscathed. Okay, but turns the wrong way. There's the first. Has support as well, but he'll get traded out by Nota.
Workable. Maybe they can create something with this. Oh, the push from Susp. Question marks around that. As the man advantage slips away, not necessarily gained any more ground. He does reveal the location of the bomb. Great utility to push this AWP off, by the way. That allows the cave player to gain some space. Suddenly they feel more confident. Youngster is going to be here. The flash to slow him down. Not quite enough. And he will keep them coming. Going to be all down to James once again in the clutch situation. Brings it down to the one-on-one. Where the hell is Nilo? He does not know. Fakes it out. And does consider the possibility of cave and has now located him. That's all he needs, he feels. Going to get that bomb down. Nilo gives him the space to do so. Aggressive movement here from James to look for the kill and finally able to get one of these clutch opportunities over the line. It was only a matter of time. And as I said in the previous map, maybe a new definition, James is certainly alive at the end of rounds, but these days he's picking up the impact.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, really nice work again. And it's just coming down to the response too, right, for PARIVISION. Keeping this breathing room, keeping this quite notable gap over Heroic. 6 rounds, worst case scenario, a tie game at the half, which you'd absolutely take on the C side. With the buy not being great once again for Heroic. Double MP9, double M4, and 5-7 to round it out. There's a decent amount to work with for PARIVISION. Max and Azila just going to fall away here. They know they lost lane control and shelf control. It was a real death wish if they wanted to fight out there. How does Beltran get out? His shadow's betraying him right now. Youngster knows he's around this corner. Hence why Youngster wins the fight. He knows when's the peak. But an overface there, something that has been very prone for Heroic. And a freebie for James to level the playing field.
Still, though, feels like there is some tension in this round. Susp. Dynamic player over on A now. What can he find? Nothing is the answer. Kill like that. You feel enough has been done for the round, but we'll find out. Heroic. Considering now, what do we do? Do we give it a look? Do we move away? Spam from Crizzen is successful. That might just keep them interested. Don't have that kit available. Tiny little bit of utility here to work with. Crizzen deleted, and it's James for a collateral on the edge of the smoke. Keeps his impact coming, looking damn flashy as he's trying to get everything on the bingo card. Crazy clutch, no scope, collateral. Maybe now just needs like a knife kill or something along those lines for all of the impossible CS moments.
Yeah, ticking off the bingo card one by one. That lead locked in play should be extended too with just 5-7s brought to the table for Heroic. They're looking very flat on actually what felt like statistically a very decent decider for this series. A map which both of these teams historically like and play to a decent level. Heroic are really not showing a lot. They're just too easy to break down at the moment. Still saying these ever so slight rookie errors, the overfaces in particular, are something that would be very prone for Heroic and becoming very, very costly. Quad stack towards B early. Rotating over as well. Youngster in a bit of trouble. He gets that smoke down, but will he live to tell the tale? Yes, he will. Tapping through. Lyle loses head through the smoke. Youngster traded. Nota looks for a second, but it's Zelo who will fall to Sus. The 5-7's causing problems here.
Yeah, surely not a round like this, you would say. There's also a big crunch coming in from elbow here. Ooh, spotted. Thank goodness. He will see the bomb. Oh, man, you can't be serious. Dude. Wow. What a find from Crizzen. Traded, though. It's very, very, very thin ice, but they are still crossing the proverbial river here. And they're actually going to move back towards B, so they have been outthunk on that Heroic side. It's not the deepest play.
honestly, AK and X-Files hands. I don't mind this. Oh, he might catch the bomb. He does. Hang on. 1 versus 2. All on the shoulders of Nota. The people's MVP at Bounty, especially in that final. Now got to show exactly why he gets so much praise lumped on his shoulders. He's so low, though. 40 points of HP, but a 1 versus 1, and he makes it stick. Nota, notorious, and shows why. What a clutch for him.
What a move. And what a find. He's been somewhat quiet here. Maybe not even conventionally speaking. You know, this whole MVP conversation will keep coming up for a little bit, but conventionally speaking, not one of the flashiest players on this team. There he has proven it, however, looking cool, taking those fights and very proactive for them. You figure surely got to get traded by that AK, but it does not happen. Nerves on the heroic side. As Nota can smell your fear. Beautiful move from him.
That's a monster clutch. And it's just why Nota gets so many eyes on him. The way he can play. Fantastic work. 8-2. Again, Harvey, this is looking very much like what Inferno did, right? PARIVISION not breaking that much of a sweat. Sure, that's a close round, but in the grand scheme of how this half is right now, already 8 rounds, and it's still that real potential of double digits. This is PARIVISION at their prime. Aggressive move here by Nilo. Kind of like this. Gets the advantage on that fight too, because the shadow betrays the T's as they move forward. So if Belchnok continues to go searching for information, he might lose his life.
Instant info here. Zello, meanwhile, is just in the regular fight over in Cave. Keeping it simple. Orb shot missed. Susp will go overlooked. Nilo falls, by the way, as they were kind of anticipating some sort of a move over there. Catching him attempting a flank. X-Floud still on the bomb site. Goes down. There's decent kills coming back round, but it's Belchonok with a quick head find that leaves Susp to save, in fact. Orp recovered, and he will back off.
Yeah, I don't even hate the decision. I think it's the right call. You got nothing to gain in a 1 versus 3 with an AWP. No information and no real chance of winning it. Fun around, that might be useful. Youngster's not been bad by any means, but no one's been really lights out. And even in kind of that map number 1 where things weren't looking good, we at the very least had X-Cloud looking really solid. Not even getting a real superstar stepping up here for the heroic sides. They got no one really to fall back on. 9 rounds now. And 9 threes in both halves. Might even get just one better here. PARIVISION, once again, just not putting a foot wrong, really. Double digits is absolutely a doable affair here in this first half for them.
Looking very comfortable, and I think it's good to see, right? The Dust 2 gets away from them, maybe indeed coasting a bit on that map. And I was quietly worried when you look at a team like this. Can they bounce back? The answer so far has been yes. Heroic trying to bounce back themselves with some aggression down middle. 1 for 1. Generally a good move as the T side look to capitalize on what they think is going to be a weaker B bomb side, but it's not the case. The AWP working around the bait for a clean kill and a man advantage now for Heroic.
Belchonok moving his way out. He's being held for from Donut. If you can overcome this angle, gives him a chance. Oh, right idea. He even goes for the pre-fire as well, but Nilo will nail him to the back wall. He's all on the shoulders of 2. James Y, just shy of a minute now to work with. They can actually scale in towards B here, though. There's no one here for the initial point of contact. Both in towards Cave.
James leading the charge. Yeah, nothing being spotted. I don't think they're going to expect so much presence in at the cave. Decisions to be made over there as to how they want to play this. They'll overwhelm eventually. Certainly an interesting retake, of course, but only the 3 rounds in the end. Feels like it's not going to be enough, right? We didn't see either team on the first 2 maps pull things back, so the hopes not really with that heroic side. However, this opening game, anything can happen. We've seen PARIVISION capitulate before. We'll see if that potentially happens again after a few moments. Welcome back, one and all. This is the final half of this series, and Heroic, unfortunately, maybe not giving us the close map that this series kind of deserved. It has been a quieter start from them once again. Shadows of Inferno, Phantoms at the window. We'll see here if they are able to pull things back. They've looked decent on the pistols, looking to get the majority of them if they're able to take this one. T-side of Ancient, though, it can be hard to get that ball rolling, man. So yeah, we're really going to have to find out here.
Let's put it frank, you don't want a pistol here. And this is all but done in my eyes for Heroic. If PARIVISION find 10 here in round number 13, I cannot see a world in which you recover. Let's see, mid-control taken by the one-man army of Nilo, moving forward. Raid boss with the P250 and the half armor. He's getting a lot of information, to be fair. Through mid. No one in towards Donut either, but then just to say that, there's a bit of a move on towards Shelf. Zelo gonna find the first as Youngster hits the deck.
Tactically, gorgeous. Execution-wise, maybe not so much.
Whoa.
Nilo does come in, though, from the darkness and is able to bail them out. Not quite enough just yet. Maybe if the P250 was in the main pack, it would have been an all but over 2-on-2 and a bomb to recover. Really not ideal here.
It's all on Zwei.
Yeah, dig for some info. Maybe the bomb is it like behind the box here or something. It definitely feels like it's not been seen.
Yeah,
They're quietly moving away. No, it was in front of it.
No, it was down the ramp, though. It was down the ramp. And because he's playing on shelf, you actually can't see it.
Right.
It was like, it was on that side of the box, but because of the angle of the ramp, he didn't spot it. So yeah, he's angled away. They've been given the sight, and with just shy of 20 seconds, they're going to realize no one's home. They can plant here. I mean, they're even a little baffled. Where are they? Is the kind of the thought process. Aggro fight. Nilo finds his third. Now with the Glock instead of that P250 as he wants the close range engagements and the extra bullets, and it's all on Zwei's shoulders. 1v2 for the new boy on the block here for PARIVISION to bail them out, and well, here's the first. Sus, down he goes as the Swede falls, but Nilo, a quad kill. What a round from him on the pistol. Heroic needed a hero, and they get it in that youngster.
Really clean that they're able to get that. I feel like they definitely deserved that round. Like I say, tactically, it was so sound to just draw them out of cave. Maybe a complete anti-strat of a regular PARIVISION CT pistol, but man, way closer than I think they would have expected given how the chips fell. PARIVISION, plenty of rounds to play with, but Heroic with that all-important pistol to mount this comeback. And the Nilo activation is decent as well. He's had a up and down kind of series for my money.
Really nice molly. Even nets a kill. And goes Nota. There'll be more here for Kristen. Does take a dink, but he would like some cash for the Mac 10, and he might be given that as a luxury. He'll get one before he drops, and the Galil here to probably mop up the rest. And Youngstar does exactly that. Simple work to swipe aside the eco.
Simple stuff thus far. But it is, once again, a quick rifle round coming in from PARIVISION, not wasting any time getting those guns out. As they look set to try and stop this comeback. It is very, very important, I think, that they do it here, because the 9 rounds is not a lot. Maybe 2 solid rifles in between Heroic and evening things up. Potentially 3, depending on the saves. Nice late nade from James. And another as well. The sense of timing, absolutely fantastic to take nearly 100 points of HP away from Heroic.
Nilo waiting. There is a move here, though. My PARIVISION. Down ramp. Have they slipped the net? Oh, Zwei. Nilo just didn't expect them to be that close. He's under a bit of pressure now. There's no escape. Molly at the toes or force the engagement. He was falling flat already. He's open a really cool proactive move as well from PARIVISION. Take a bit of control. Movers. This sort of partnership, this pair. Belchinok tries something of his own and he'll lose his life. And Xfound, he's just slipped the net in towards Red Rim. He might get one for free here. No, he fumbles it. There was a freebie on offer, but he lets it slip. So much damage dealt towards the likes of Heroic, but they'll get a bomb plant.
Been the MP7. That's what I say. Got to be careful with it, it would seem. Low HP bars here, and they completely just disregard Brokey. That's crazy. There's no kit here, though, is the key thing. They're able to smoke him off, but a lot of time for Susp to try and line up this spam. Close. Oh, no. Close. He's not going to get it.
It's getting further away.
He's not going to get it. Feels like he's just miles away, unfortunately. And indeed, he will be somewhat embarrassed. Finished off through the smoke as well.
Yeah, you hate to say it. It started well, and it's got further and further and further away, and yeah, unfortunately, fell flat. So, if that comes through, I think it's just down to the HP more than anything, really. But a nice round from Zwei nonetheless. Timeout taken here by PARIVISION. Double digits found, double the rounds of Heroic to plenty of breathing room, under no real pressure just yet, but it's still about wanting to get those guarantees, wanting to get those sure things. They don't want to allow Heroic to spiral. They've already seen what this side can do when they snowball, as we saw on Dust 2. When they get going and they start chaining rounds together, they are so difficult to stop. They just want to make sure they're not giving that lifeline once again. Either way, not a lot of time left for Heroic in the map and the series. 3 more rounds is all PARIVISION need, and they've definitely got the betterment when it comes towards the finances.
It is true. Heroic potentially going to need a miracle here. The best of buys coming into this round either, so they will be lacking severely. Some breaks of the smoke coming in. James forced off, unable to land the shot in what feels like a rare miss in this series. So they gain some mid control, see what they do with it.
Nice move here by xCloud. Push through that smoke. He did the same sort of thing in that previous round, and he just missed, right? The idea was nice. The plan was all good. It's just the execution behind it that was a little sloppy this time. Finds his kill. Tries to fall back, and he actually will be given that luxury. At the same time, Youngster aggresses to find Zelo. xCloud goes for a second, and he'll get it. Doing well now, much more like it. And again, manages to get out.
1 HP. And he's got no gun up at the moment, so he will indeed go down, but that'll be the round. Heroic. It's in that stage of, like, you've got to be winning rounds. It's kind of now or never, and they will indeed manage to just about deny. PARIVISION then not quite over just yet. They don't have a lot of cash themselves. So question marks arise if Heroic can string a few together, do so cleanly, build up some cash. We could be on. I really want to be on. I want it to be close here. I want this to go the distance, as PARIVISION need to maybe have their confidence checked in this first stage of IEM Krakow.
Yeah. Just wanting a bit of life out of Heroic. Make this map 3 a bit of a spectacle. Because you've actually had quite one-sided maps. Despite going the distance in terms of the series. Both 13-6s, kind of from the first half, never felt like there was that much of a doubt who was going to be taking it. But it's not the same here. But we are still following that trend. Diving back in, re-aggression. Nota going to get the first. Looks for a second. He's full blind, so he'll lose his life. But that's where the MP9 can find one, and Zeno somehow retreats, tail between his legs, and he's left reeling, but alive.
Just about. Looking good for PARIVISION. The A-bomb site would indeed be your wisest move, but it seems like PARIVISION have read that. They're going to start rotating things pretty aggressively. Zelo is low, but he'll be that first line of defense. They've kind of weakened up A, in fact. But he gets in there quick, and he's put the fear in Heroic, I suppose. Maybe that over-aggressive posturing has made them think that there's more players over on A than actually there was. There was a brief window where I think they could have abused the awkward movements of PARIVISION.
Towards B their head, but you look at the setup here as well. It's wide around this corner of the MP9. And the shelf player not too far away, or at least the ability to support in a crossfire. This could be difficult. There's the first. Sure, a quick trade, but Belchnog's there, and James outrange shuts it down, and PARIVISION back to doing what they do best. A great read by James there too of where to set up, and there was no way they were breaking that one down. The crossfire was just too strong. Every single angle covered in terms of that aggression through doors. 2 more rounds they need to get a first win here. And IEM Krakow. But I say that, we've just lost James.
Little awkward. Not too unfamiliar with the tech pause himself.
Come back, James. The hobbits need your help. On their way to Isengard. Lead them, Gandalf the Grey. I do need to rewatch them. It's been a long time.
Yeah.
They were on. They were back in the cinemas in the UK because it was like,
of course,
20th or 25th anniversary or something like that of the first one.
Yeah, I think that would check out. Yeah, but yeah, it's a bit of a slog. It's got to be like 9 hours for 3 movies or something.
Yeah, and it was the director's cuts as well. So yeah, they were even longer.
But worth doing at a certain point. You know, pretty mega.
I remember when I was young, Legolas was kind of my goat.
That's fair. I was more of an Aragorn guy, I think. You know, I thought I was like,
oh yeah,
and brooding and you know, like
you were instead 7 years old.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, in the corner, you know, with my hood up or whatever. Not intimidating at all. But yeah, those were my edgier years.
At 7, wow, started young. Started young.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
We've lost James. Hopefully we get him back in as soon as. But I really don't know what you do if you're heroic here. On the back foot massively. You've not offered a lot in towards this ancient. There's not really even been that much in terms of is anything new or fresh to really offer up here. Tech pause is concluded relatively sharpish, but I don't know, heroic. It's a bit of a Hail Mary here towards round number 18. They've gone for the full buy. Now or never to keep themselves alive. Double AK, double Galil, and a Deagle to be round out by Crizzen. Honestly, on top of that, hope and a prayer to stay alive. You lose this, you lose your finances. And by all metrics, you lose the map in the series.
Plenty of time to think, plenty of time to cook something up, so you would really hope that there are indeed legs behind this. It's more to give them that Jag control, but deadly setup behind in cave itself. Smoke comes in to keep them at bay as well. Decent response from PARIVISION. And man, it's cost them a lot to get into cave. We've got a smoke and a flash, and that is it.
Yeah.
So, not an awful lot. Heroic to work with. X-Floud, he's been very troublesome on these mid pushers in the past. Can he do the same here? Belchonok ready for him. Spots that shadow. It's an easy takedown. Now what for Heroic? They're going to very speedily themselves work back towards the A-bomb site. One player to get through. Belchonok maybe knows that, so he's apprehensive to take a wide swing here. Waiting for some util. Flash is good. He can't really finish them off. And it's very difficult for the rest of the team to get in there and find those important kills. Bomb goes down 3-on-3 for one of the deciding factor rounds here, of course. An AWP on the retake as well. With only the one kit. Never really ideal. Zello, however, does not fear death. Moves in. Finds that first head. There is no smoke here. So really going to be a difficult defuse. You got Youngster moving in quick as well. Great flank from him. Oh, man. Surely this has got to do it. Player on the bomb, though. Got to get him off. Got to get him off, guys. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's too good to be true. And just holding the bomb. It's as easy as it looks.
Oh, that is such an awkward mistake to make as well. Because the idea, again, is really, really nice. It's just the execution of it. Half a second too slow. That's all it takes. And it costs you the round. And most likely with it, map and series too. This map and series point towards PARIVISION. Fine margins, but that's all it takes. Last chance to have a conversation for Heroic here. But it's a brutal. I mean, that's the kind of round that those sort of mistakes can just mentally boom you. Also looking for Tobias to try and steady the ship and plug the oncoming water. It's all but done here, though, surely. Tech 9 for Crizzen. Galil, Scout. I mean, what they have to do to squeeze out a buy here in what is potentially the final round of play. Tough to see. Already X-Cloud hit down to just above half.
Yeah, from bad to worse as they try and keep the dream alive in this opening stage. There is that lower bracket, of course, but it can move pretty quickly. The tournament could be over in a matter of days, which is really not what you want. You know, you got your sights set on the whole 10-day affair, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Oh, tip of the head spotted. James keeps cool to land that flick. His teammate will fall on the site. Trade here from Zwei. Oh, it's a double from him. Nearly 3, in fact. He just runs out of ammo.
Nade.
In what could be the nick of time. Touchdown nade to see it off. And Mr. X-Cloud against the world. He's had a great series here. Slightly quieter map by his standards, but surely not going to happen. Has that bomb on his back. That's about all he's got going for him at this stage. And they are giving him plenty of space to make mistakes. Zwei to finish it off, and it will indeed be the 2-1. Some very flat maps from either side, and the Dust 2 streak does come to an end, but PARIVISION still able to take the better of Heroic. They are attempting to pick up where they left off last week.
Yeah, really, really nice work as well. I think James not only called an excellent game there, but I think played an excellent game. I thought he looked super, super sharp all the way through that Ancient. Another really decent showing from Nota, continuing to prove why he is such a name within this side. And, you know, even while it wasn't lights out, I think Zwei has actually been kind of underwhelming in the first 2 maps.
Yeah.
A lot better there in towards Ancient, right? A lot more impact, a lot more what we want to see from him. I think flip side as well, X-Cloud, who'd been electric kind of all series long, a bit of a mistake on the handshake. We'll allow it, Dastan. You've got to win. It's all right. Happens to the best of us. Not like it was caught on camera. Yeah, X-Cloud for him, unfortunately, you know, the first 2 maps were incredible. He was averaging like a 1.62 rating heading in towards the Ancient. It ends up being slightly underwhelming by his standards, but it's still the stand-in era for Heroic. It's not this full lineup just yet, and they're kind of just playing with whatever they can. In the end, PARIVISION take the map, take the series, and get a first win here at IEM Krakow.
Yeah, it's interesting around the stand-in. You know, can you argue that that's going to give them like the 5 or 6 rounds more that they need to make things competitive? Tough to say, you know. Yeah. Everyone's kind of been on the fence as well about Alcaran and how impressive he truly is. So I feel like the Heroic project has some decent individuals and maybe a nice idea, but it just feels like tactically they don't quite come together, at least in this matchup for sure. But yeah, PARIVISION, as we expected, much more complete package maybe across the field. It's kind of one of those curious conversations that you could get a bit deeper into. Heroic maybe have a bit more firepower in places, but it feels like the more complete approach, holistic, I think is the word, isn't it, on that PARIVISION side of things, and they certainly do deliver here today.
Well, let's see, you know, when we got a chance to have a few interviews with PARIVISION, I mean, that's something the same. We actually don't have a weakness in a sense, right? Everybody can step up, everybody can look good, and that's exactly what we've got. We got a chance to have an interview as well with Dastan, so let's check it out.
Starting things off in the right way here, Dastan, congratulations. Good series here, although that second map, a little rough. Let's talk about it.
Second map was very bad in terms of everything. I think maybe game plan, everything wasn't good. No pistols, nothing. And it was some moments where people was more frustrated more than usual. And it's for them, it's first tournament and it's second tournament in a row, and maybe they're a bit exhausted. But I hope they're young and they should be fresh and they're playing every day. But second map was horrible, and we not every time, but after Dust 2 we have to talk not about tactics, what's happening. We don't do it usually, but it was everything wrong.
Well, you hit an interesting note there, which is now for you guys to have come from Bounty, you know, a lot of teams wonder how you did it. You have a proverbial target on your back, if you will. So, yeah, talk to me about that.
People want to beat us more than usual because PARIVISION. Everyone wants points from us. But I hope that my guys didn't feel extra pressure. I think they want to win, of course. They won the tournament and they want to continue this feeling. But I still tell them that don't worry, if we lose, we lose. We don't worry. We are not going to title. We're playing for VRS. This our real goal. VRS points as deep as we can. No pressure from no one. Let's play our game. It's too young. 18 years, youngest team in the world, maybe Bait, maybe younger. Yeah. We are very young, and they first time traveling. It's also different for them. I think some of them a bit ill. Some, you understand. They need some time.
Yeah, they do speak. How old is that guy?
26.
You said 22.
22, of course. Always young. Always young.
Always.
How Dream is playing.
How he's doing it. How he's able to maneuver pieces.
Little boys. Right now.
Yeah, something like that. Hey, look. Here's what I'm going to leave you with. You talk about being prepared when, you know, the pressure being on getting the VRS points and securing that. Let me just ask that you play Aurora next. Yes. That's your next game. And then you get to move forward if you win that game. So when you play Aurora, what are you looking at?
We played once Overpass in stage 3 on Major. It was close match, but I don't know. I think Vito will be interesting because Anubis right now, I expect from them. Aurora won, I think, 2-0, yes? We need to see what they prepared. I think it's old guys versus young guys.
Okay.
That's how I feel the game. I think they're more better maybe in tactical, in terms of experience of some situations, late timings, but in terms of firepower, I think we at least not... at least we are equal, but the young guns should be killing good, I think. That's how I see the game.
Yeah, well, we'll do some more of that. We'll have some more game to be seen. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
It starts with a dream, with a team you barely know, and an amateur official that feels like the grand final, where practice becomes progress, and every loss feels like a lesson. When will your journey begin?
The Intel Extreme Masters Krakow 2026, brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Zowie, Checks, and the City of Krakow.
Well, no rest for the wicked here, folks. We move into this next matchup nice and quick. And man, looking forward to this one, actually. We may well have had the PARIVISION contenders. I feel like there's a upset potential here. You might argue we've got NRG up against Bait. Bait coming in with Segukawa. Who is that? We're going to find out. We really are going to find out. We've got a little bit of information on him, of course. But NRG on the other side of things, kind of feeling like maybe contending for NA's finest at the moment now.
Yeah, they're up there, right? I mean, it's definitely been a real argument when you look towards North America in terms of that scene as well. And a side like NRG, right? Are you content being a side that is really decent domestically, but sort of maybe non-existent internationally is I think, you know, unfortunately the safe way of putting it. Stage 1 exit the major, of course, they want to prove that they can go deep in these tournaments, that there is a little bit of something behind them as well. So we'll have to wait and see. But this Bait side, it's a really interesting time for them because they made arguably a change sort of seemingly out of nowhere, right? And that actually lends now to NRG. And you look at these kind of run of form as well, right? You know, it's top 2 when you talk about domestic performances, but then we get to the international one, 25th place, exit, going 2 and 3 at stage 1 of the major. They want more.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely. I think that they are maybe chomping at the bit to prove themselves a little bit more internationally. They have been, as you say, farming domestically. A lot of lands, a lot of experience there as well, which I think is a really big deal that they'll certainly come to lean on. This is an environment that they're now going to be comfortable in. So, yeah, I'm very much looking forward to what NRG have got under the locker, as it were.
Yeah, exactly that. We got an interview.
NRG back in the server. Hey, it's Nitro. He's back in the server too. Hey, man, what's going on, Nitro? How you feeling coming back to Poland?
Feel great to be back at a Tier 1 event. I don't know when the last time I was in Poland was actually. It's very cold. But yeah, it feels good to be back, always.
Yeah. So tell me a little bit about the guns you're working with today. You've seen every kind of iteration of Counter-Strike that I can think of. So let's talk a little bit about what's going on with NRG, what to expect.
We're just coming off a little boot camp. It was a short one, but it was pretty good, I would say. You know, coming off the new year, we went straight to an event without prac, 1-1, came in second to the others. So feeling pretty good overall. And then we had some prac to fix the mistakes and add the stuff we wanted to add. So yeah, overall feeling good. Yeah, we're just going to play our best today and see if we can win. Yeah.
Nitro, I'm going to hit you with a curveball right here. Which teams are defining the meta in Counter-Strike right now?
Teams are defining the meta? I mean,
setting the pace for everyone else.
I mean, definitely Vitality. Because, like, we haven't had a team that's kind of, like, been that dominant in a while. Yeah, we don't talk about the other team, but, yeah, they were really great this year, and I know that when they win a lot, like in the first part of the year, it's always hard to be that consistent the second part, but they actually pulled it off when in the last major and stuff, so definitely them. But then there's, like, for more, like, individual stuff, like just Donk, like he's just insane. So like he just raises the bar for every, especially newer talent coming in. So yeah, we got a really good team and a really good player. So we got both.
We got it like that. Hey, Nitro, we'll get you out of here, get you into that game against B8. How do you anticipate that to go?
Want to win for sure, obviously. I think it's going to be a close game. Coming off of boot camp, we're feeling good individually. So yeah, it's going to be a good game.
Well, thank you very much, Nick.
Thank you.
There you go, indeed. Wonderful interview in with Nitro. Quickly moving into things, you saw the veto on the bottom of your screens during that one as well. So very, very quickly moving into the game here. I believe this might be our new face, it would seem, as he is a little unrecognizable. But yeah, young gun, 16 years of age, played in the academy for Bait. They make a pretty cutthroat move, getting rid of Head Trick. And I think maybe fair enough. He was kind of sat in the middle. They needed a change. And they are taking a chance on this young gun, it would seem.
Yeah, it is a really, really bold move to be making. Segakawa comes from Base Academy. They've played 1 season of ESEA Advanced. They went 7-5 in ESEA Advanced. And essentially, from when I've been asking around and I've been doing my digging, trying to get some details on him, essentially, everyone knows him as a bit of a face-it demon. That's about as much as I could get out from him. 16 years of age, obviously very young, apparently incredibly mechanically strong, and sort of what he's known for. So I'm interested to see whether this is the injection of firepower. I thought Hedrick brought a lot of stability towards that side, but we really weren't getting these like high ceiling moments and these flashy plays that I feel like, you know, maybe in the past he would have, right? Is this now Bait sort of realizing that we need somebody else to step up alongside MPL, somebody else to step up alongside Kenzazor, somebody to be a real injection of firepower, and Segakawa is exactly what we're looking for there. So from what I know, he brings a lot to the table when it comes towards the mechanics, but can he do it on a big stage like this? And not only, you know, is he young and of course new to the team, this is his first ever HLTV official, and he's doing it at IEM Krakow. What a way to start off your career as well. First HLTV official being an S-tier event, an IEM of all things. So let's see how he deals. LRG taking on Bait. It's our second game of the day here on the B stream.
Yeah, really big game as well for Bait. I feel like they must have turned Bounty down. They certainly would have been within the cutoff, it feels like. So the fact that they weren't there potentially comes down to the fact that they just could not field a roster in time or didn't feel confident enough with it. So big expectations for this team. And this new addition, I mean, breaking the smoke open while fully blind, certainly dangerous. Lucky to remain alive there. They've gained control of this A bomb site pretty quickly, but it feels like they've maybe been given it by choice. Kenzazor does fall. It's MPL on the USP here, who is turning and flattening the heads. Osi tries to do his best, but it's all going to be down to Nitro here. The old guard left in the 1 versus 2 clutch brings it down to the new kid and shows him what's up. Yes, sir. Nitro with the 1v2.
The veteran showing how important experience really is. Brilliant work from Nitro. Catches the youngster Segakawa. 1 versus 2 to kickstart the run here for NRG. Bit of a janky round from both sides, in all fairness. I mean, I think Bait got very fortunate with the shots MPL was finding. A lot of them were just hopeful taps that somebody would walk into them, and a couple did. One of which was even blind, but you're going to shoot what's in front of you, and well, what's in front is a lower tons push. Ascenthia and MPL combined well. The MP9s take a lot of control and information.
Alex in towards the pit. We'll manage to net one. That's going to be a bomb drop as well. Looking for a little more here. Oh, man. So well played for him to stay alive. And Bait on the board with a flawless force by victory. That is certainly one way to wake your opponents up. You can see there's a bit of energy to him. He's kind of excited. Feels good to win a round and get that out of the way. But a really big deal. Denying the bomb plant there as well. NRG up the creek now.
Yeah, it's good to see, I think, for the likes of Segakawa. I think the worst possible thing is if he's a player who sort of gets in his own shell off the back of losing a round like that. If he can get himself hyped up, get excited, especially, I'm sure this is probably a very exciting thing, right? It's a big step up for him. Playing on a stage like this is what all these players dream of. But at 16 years of age, I mean, a very exciting time, and I hope that it kind of relayed in towards his play. NRG. Their force buy is fortunately not as much in terms of the firepower, but Nitro still showing what he's got about him.
Got to be careful not to hand it back, right? This is a great opportunity for Bait to really pick up some early rounds, some early momentum.
Okay.
NRG doing their best to wrestle it back, however, that's a hell of a find. Solid man advantage now. A couple guns to maybe retrieve as well. Certainly not over just yet, but looking dangerous. All eyes on Segakawa at the moment, as he will be the vanguard of this take attempt. MP9 going in first. They switch things up. Segakawa staying cool. Able to get a couple. Runs out of ammo. Decent damage done. Tags down a little more. Doesn't actually find the kill off the back of that tag which is certainly unlucky, and now finds himself incredibly isolated. Really trying to buy time for Alex to get the hell over here, but he's not there fast enough. So low HP bars, they add up to 46. Is that low enough for Alex to get the 1v2?
They sell the ruse as well that they're running towards B. But Alex doesn't fall for the bait initially. But as time ticks, he might. Re-smoke back for the cross. Oh, and it deals even more damage as well. Look at the HP. 20 combined across the two of NRG. He turns into the flash. That gives them a bit of time to cross. They're diving for the fight, and it will work. That is such a bold move, but time was of the essence. And that'll be NRG who recover. Force buy of their own to put the pressure right back onto bait.
Man, that's wild. That is so wild. It felt like they were just perfectly set up to get like the 3-1, deny a rifle, deny a bomb plant. Not the case. So they have really squandered the opportunity of a flawless force buy victory in that second round. Will be kicking themselves in a big way. Timeout coming in here. Super early from NRG to maybe just set the ship straight. I do respect it. Try and just find some normalcy. This can kind of happen when you have like a force buy win creep in there. It gets very messy, and you know, the puggy nature and instinctive nature of players really creeps into the Counter-Strike.
Yeah, it's been, I think as well, no side really likes consistent chaos. It's good to throw in, you know, a bit of a chaotic round or have a bit of a period of play which is chaotic, but you don't want that to be a consistent factor. It's just not sort of something you can really grasp onto and get a bit of control with. I think for the likes of NRG, got their play style, the way in which they like to approach the game, they want to make sure that they can actually really tick back into that. No surprises to see the force buy response, of course, from bait. Why wouldn't you? This is where we're at the moment. It's the force buy wars. Triple M4, FAMAS, Deagle for MPL to round it out.
Not been here for a while. I thought the force buy wars were kind of over, but once in a while you do get a reminder.
You know, they as much as they've obviously climbed the rankings, they you know, the core of this team is still tier 2 in its sense.
In their hearts.
In their hearts, exactly. They play like the tier 1.5 and the tier 1, but they never forget their roots.
Take a coward. Not in a bad spot here. Contact flash for him to work with. Doesn't quite net anything just yet. Does give Alex the confidence, and he takes his own peeks as well. Looking good on that FAMAS. Sonic, however, will recover things back, and maybe 1 or 2 more bullets required to finish off MPL. Okay, hold on. Crazy, crazy stuff here from Sonic. He's going to get that bomb down at the very least for the future round. Can he get any more here? As he's finally spotted both of them. Can't get it done, though. The defuse will come in. Bait continue the back and forth here. As it was a force, but a pretty good one as far as they go.
Agreed.
All the same, looking good.
Really kind of weird one. Daps ain't happy with that. Shake of the head as well. I don't really blame him. This is, again, you know, you call a pause, and that's the sort of round you put up if you're NRG, and especially if you're Daps, no surprises you aren't happy. Bait, bite back, and it's with the two players who, of course, who have struggled to get going, really, from Bait, Ovasentiao and Kenzazor. Finding their moment. Kenzie, first kill on the board for him. Sekakawa leading the charge, though. You know, like we said, this guy is known as being a bit of a face-it demon, and well, so far, he's mechanically showing he's got a bit about him. Well, I mean, I guess the question still remains, does that translate to this team of Bait getting better? They already had a pretty good year by most metrics, especially from where they started to where they ended. But a quite bold move of changing Hendrik for Sekakawa. Will that help the team find that next level? A comfortable win over NRG here would do exactly that, but so far it's been anything but comfortable.
Yes, a bumpy ride for both sides, I think. Wrestling for control of the wheel. Kenzazor take down Bro with the open wide swing. As he attempts to get cheeky. It's not going to happen. Not in this life. So man advantage looks comfortable, and maybe the calmest start to a round that we've had so far in this map.
Yeah, true. Need to be smoke. Yeah, you can kind of play above it, but MPL knows there's also a possibility. He made noise as well as it hit him. Probably not worthwhile. Does have a gap to work with, though. And there's 2 players towards B already, so they really are shoring up that B defense. A resmoke will come through to make sure of it. MPL will drop a flash, but as they move closer towards B, I don't know if they're going to expect 2s there. MPL's going to find him through the smoke, the swing, and the miss. Down goes Nitro. Sonic will also join him 6 feet under, and before you know it, OC scratching his head. All his teammates are dead, and he's got 15 minutes to try and decide what he wants to do. I don't think it's worthwhile saving.
Oh.
Nice shot, though. Nice shot.
He's fighting. He'll take one down with him. Unfortunately, of course, not going to happen in the round overall. Bait able to take the lead. And maybe a substantial one for them, in fact, as it should be an eco out here from this T side. This is indeed where you have to catch yourself sometimes, very rarely. But in the tier 2, again, you'll see a team just keep on forcing and really just getting caught up in the chaos, but not going to be the case here, as they are indeed locked in for Krakow. MPL. Lovely stuff.
Okay.
Takes 2 heads. He'll eat a dink in the meantime, so he does have to be a bit careful. Or not. He's just so excited for these kills. That's what you get. That's what you get, you know.
Smell
like,
the ecos, mate.
I know, it was like, wow, those 2 were crisp. I'm getting the ace. And he just gets flattened.
I think he also heard like just like a Glock or something shoot, and then the ears kind of perk up and eco. All right, time to fight.
It's like that, you know.
He's just like me.
Sort of werewolf type character trying to fight his beastly instincts, you know, when he hears.
Oh, do you mean the alpha wolf meme?
Yeah, sure.
The one where he's like ripping his shirt off.
Not quite. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know. It really is, though. Inside me are 2 beasts or whatever.
Yeah.
When the Glock starts shooting.
Smart AGL ecos.
Troll. Yeah.
Back into the buy though for NRG. Only Nitro taking a bit of a hit economically as he opts for the Galil. Just to pick up a bit more util. The all right idea. The smoke fades as well. There's a head there. He spots it, but he just can't punish. And only a few pixels to work with, and now has to fall back from that position. But it's good information gained by Bait. I'm also a bit worried that NRG didn't realize that their own smoke was fading.
Yeah, slightly a miss on the timings for sure.
They got punished there. That looks like such a a rookie error to make.
Yep. Alex hidden away in the pit. Found success here in that second round. Are they going to be expecting him? Slight angle change from the last time. And he does survive on just 1 HP. Segukawa, of course, coming in on the AWP. And this would be the first time we get to see him on this comfortable gun. And he does look good. 2 easy ones for him. Plucks them apart. Going to leave Bro in the 1 versus 4 now. They know where he's at. Spam slightly essential. Giddy for the fight as he gets the USP out to chase him down. I mean, I suppose they just really want to stop him from saving. They will get to do that. Spirits are high. Segukawa looks good with his first AWP round.
Yeah, he does. I was really wondering what he's going to look like when he has the AWP in play. I've heard a lot in terms of what he brings to the Pugs. And so far, he's having a pretty good debut. 9-3 out the gates in first 7 rounds of play. It's not bad by any means. This is looking sharp. Oh, and he continues it. Catches Sonic. 4 shots from him. It'll soften up, Bro. It's a mobile once again for NRG. So Bait should be netting a 6th. They're not breaking that much of a sweat here. If NRG can get a bomb plant out of this, that'd be lovely. But it, for the most part, feels pretty unlikely.
AWP in again. Dropping OC. looking for a little more. I think he might, yeah, he dropped the bomb with that, I suppose, and that makes the recovery of it very difficult. Really trying, but now they've lost that element of timing and surprise that they maybe had on short. So any hope of this round going their way, I think, has just fallen by the wayside with a very nicely placed shot from Segukawa, who finds himself 11-3 right now.
Yeah.
So maybe they were onto something with this surprising move.
Yeah, so far, there is kind of a lot to like at the moment. Coming towards this round, he was 127 ADR. Mental work. Yeah, under pressure, but doesn't fold to it. He sets himself, he looks for a second, he's running low on ammo, but he makes it stick anyway. Brilliant work from him. And of course, MPL had been making a name for himself so much from Bay, especially in the early stages when he was calling. Now he's sort of given up those reins, but either way, I mean, he still shows just how prevalent he can be in terms of pure mechanics. Shutting down Nitro and Bro there. Nice. At the end. 11 for him, 11 for Segukawa. So finally, MPL's getting that support in terms of the numbers department that he'd been looking for, that he wasn't always getting with Hedrick. Sure, it's early doors, but I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I think we always want a player like this to succeed, and we love that narrative of, you know, the young CIS phenom.
Yeah.
MPL spamming away. Tiny bits of damage, but not too much. Again, going to gain that information, however, that they really do like a short start here, NRG. Try and net some control, but Bait are playing around it pretty damn well. It feels like NRG for quite a while, actually, have not really threatened very much.
Yeah, the Force Buy Wars, they were going back and forth a little bit, right? But since the econ got settled and the guns have been in play, there's only been one team in the server at the moment, right? And Beta showing that there's quite a bit of depth to this side at the moment. And this is before we've really seen as well, you know, a guy that I always throw out when I talk about Beta is Kenzie, right? When Kentasaur gets going, super difficult to deal with. They're not going to check blue here, are they? They're not. And Alex is going to get 2 for it. Segukawa comes back over. A missed shot from him. Forced off the angle. MPL under a bit of pressure from Shaw. So this A defense is really looking feeble, I say, until MPL finds 2 so quickly. And OC, he knows that all he can really do is tuck his head. He gets a tag on towards Kentasaur, but there's no chance of the round. 10 seconds on the clock. And sure, bomb on his back, but there's no way he's making anything out of this. The question is, can he get out of this with the AWP in play?
Maybe.
Yes.
Maybe indeed, he
Yes,
will.
he will.
Yeah, finds the key kill.
Shot.
And he's out of there. So, yeah, I mean, the key problem I think that NRG are having at the moment is whenever a Bait player is in like a good spot, like Alex was there, MPL kind of was, they're actually good for like 2 kills pretty consistently. Yeah. So I think they're really struggling with the trades. There's maybe a bit too much of everyone looking in the same direction, not quite covering that, yes, more unlikely angle, but still there's just like no consideration of it. Alex is playing long brilliantly. They're also leaving him there by himself, pretty much. Maybe there's a contact flash once in a while, but there's not a lot of manpower to join him, and he's able to hold things really well. Few change-ups of the angles. That bin angle, that blue bin angle is just such a classic like counter to where he's been playing already. You can see though, nobody is really considering him. MPL's kind of ridiculous, but given a slim chance, they are finding multi-frags pretty often.
Yeah, spot on. Oh my god, Nitro really dancing the devil a little bit there. 2 opportunities for Segukawa to get that kill. It's OC who gets the first. He somehow manages to escape briefly, but only before Ascenti out. Continues putting the pressure on. Flash round. Segukawa wants to reclaim a bit of space in. They're going to go on the corner to try and deal some damage, but get back on towards the CT angle, and he has to sort of reluctantly give up the site and hope NPL can deny them from short. Looks at the first, falls flat. Sentiel's here with the M4 tapping away, running low on ammo as he fights from Ram, but he gets another before dropping. Segakawa put into another clutch. He lost the first against Nitro. Second time, finds him, puts into a 1 versus 1, but where's his last man? Looks for bro, pistol pulled out, goes back now for the M4, and he wins it out. Segakawa, his first clutch here on the big stage, and a big smile for the 16-year-old in his HLTV debut. Wins another round for bait.
I mean, I don't know, man. There might be something here, you know. He seems quite calm. He seems very in control. Emotions are not super high. Like, he's got a little smile on his face, you know, you would, but he's not, like, letting it get to him too much just yet.
Yeah.
I think there really could be something.
You can tell, though, right? He's, like, holding it back a little bit. He wants to get...
Yeah, a little. He doesn't want to, you know...
It's kind of cute, man. You know what I mean? Like, first big game, and he's stepping up, and he continues to do so. He's got OC's number right now. He's 14-4.
Yeah, with a clutch in there. Yeah. You know, with some big multi-moments. It's really looking good. Kenzazor is in no man's land. He'll get deleted. Very strange kind of round as the CT's tried to get aggressive up short. Limited success. And again, not to, you know, keep glazing the guy, but without his kill, Segakawa may well have saved this round in a way, or at least made it look doable.
Yeah, he's giving them a lifeline for sure.
3. Oh, that's awkward. As Santiago goes down. Surely now the path to B opens up.
Hang on. Get Alex. Get Alex. He's getting the backlines here. There could be 2. 2 dead to rights. There's the first. Will Segakawa expect it? Nah, he doesn't. It's all on Alex, and he's now in known quantity. Pop flash is beautiful. Oh, my. Bro fall blind. Has to fall back, but bomb down. All alone. Alex is about this timing play. When do both of them fight? There's the first. There's the second. He had the right idea, the right read, but he just can't find the shot. Bro bails them out. Fine margins as NRG find a third. But let's be frank, Scriv, even if they get an 8-4, I'm still not happy with what I've seen this half.
It's true. It is very true. And again, the Dust 2 pick, weirdly reminiscent of that PARIVISION game, if you were here for that, where it's very flat, it's very samey. They're just really trying to brute force the short play. That feels like the first round that we might have seen them actually pivot in the end. A lot of A finishes, not a lot of B pressure, not a lot of solo moves, right? Yeah, just not quite clean enough. And you can see OC's kind of the only one that's even close to positive. So, not great. Young kid on the other side who is really showing up the NA class. Decent little bit of nade damage to kick us off.
Yeah, just a bit of chip damage. Whittle them away. Try to make them like kind of one-shottable to the AM4. To be smoke. Dropped. Bomb not committed, but it's going to join up with the group in towards tunnels. I mean, Alex is so far advanced there in towards A doors. I'm surprised they haven't even dragged a third player over towards B, to be honest. You've got Alex playing all the way towards doors. Even if he was to fight and fall, there's more than enough time to rotate through CT. In every metric, this is looking like such a standard B here. And they've got 2 players to try and stop them, but they do have util. That's a great timing on the molly, and there's where Alex pounces. MPL going to find one of his own as well. Kenzie plays backside. He'll drop a flash to once again try and slow them down, and, well, job done, it's working. 15 seconds as they start entering in towards B. All Kenzie has to do is buy time, or find both, and he does. Pistol pulled out, and they close it in style. 9 rounds for bait. What a first half. Let's see if they can continue it in the second.
NRG has yet to show up here on Dust 2, their map pick, and it is the new kid on the block that is certainly catching our eye. A really impressive first half from him and Bait as a whole, as they go 9-3, looking to close this one out, take it to Mirage, and continue this sort of puggy energy over there on the second as well, but they still have a job to do, finishing off Dust.
Yeah, looking really, really clean. Segakawa. MPL's not looking too bad either, to be fair to him. 132 ADR he averaged in that first half. Mental stuff. 9-3 half. You know what, funny enough? Harvey, we've done 4 maps so far today. They've all been 9-3.
Ah, that is kind of crazy.
Yeah. And every map so far has been a 13-6 as well. Let's see if that trend continues. Alex, first to hit the deck. Had a pretty good first half, to be fair to himself as well. He does get unsung, I think, quite a bit on Bait, but yeah, she really showed a bit of his prowess. But he's the first 2-4. Bait looked to make a move towards B.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, bro's got the Julies. I don't like the look of this. In comes the first on that USP. The Julies now get their chance, but this is what happens, man. The yin and yang of the Julies. Sometimes they take over, get 4 kills. Other times, flattened immediately. I'm going to get planted here. Nobody actually picking up those Julies on the T side of things, so opting to
don't blame
stick with the Glocks. Senthial is the one to watch here on the tight angle against this wall. Oh, man, deleted by OC. Great move. Kenzazor gives him a taste of his own medicine. Segukawa from below the window gets his 2-piece. Between the 2 remaining Bait players, they will take the pistol by themselves.
Yeah, and that's more like it. Kenzazor definitely underwhelming by his standards in towards that first half, but when he gets going, I always say with this Bait side, he's such a menace to deal with, and that shot he got through doors was just bonkers. What a find. 10-3, double digits already after 13 rounds played is not a good sign for NRG. This narrative that we've been building about them, domestically so solid, but internationally so unsound, is once again ringing quite true, at least for the time being. Smoke down towards MPL, just a nade straight to the dome. Hit for exactly 50. I don't really blame NRG going for the force buy either. They've won 2 out of their 3 rounds on force buys.
It's true. Gonna look to do that again, but it's a quick mid to B split here and a great read. Kenzazor in a good spot. Finds one, a bit of a jump scare. I don't think he meant to do that. Meanwhile, the B take coming in. NPL catches his at CT. It's quick, it's chaotic, but it's successful for Bait. A light save for NRG here, I would imagine, as they don't really have a chance into the round. Bro goes down, caught with his pants around his ankles, so it's just Mr. Sonic on the AK. Curious to see whether he gets to save this. To be fair, they are on a light hunt.
Yeah, bless him. What does he do from a spot like this? Because you can hear steps around him. Actually, they are pulling away, though. He looks like he might be all right. I'm going to just slip the net here, Sonic. They're doubling back towards shore, but I don't think it's going to be too big of an issue. So the AK will stay in play. A quote-unquote silver lining, but I mean, we're already getting to the point where they're sort of non-existent at this point. 11-3 down. And Bait just not pulling any punches. And we'll keep saying as debuts go for this youngster. Doing bad here, Segakawa. 16-5. Flashed over. They're flying out towards long. They're taking control quickly here. Segakawa blind spraying through the smoke, hoping for a bit of something, but NRG already forced off the angle. They're quad stacking A here, though.
Yeah, pretty scary look. Utility ready, but I don't know, man. RG got the bodies in the right place. Just a question of whether they can execute successfully. That being said, the bomb is thinking about moving away, potentially. Alex going to find a bit of a spam onto Car, that is. So man advantage for Bait just like that, and they have the run of the mill. They are indeed going to move away.
Seconds to work with. I mean, honestly, if Bait stick as a pack, they shouldn't really have too many issues. Nitro should be there to right here. There's too many people to fight. God, he takes a lot of damage, but he gains so much vital information. With not a lot of time either. This could really work in NRG's favor. Window player trying to keep them here, but Sonic's round the corner. 1, 2, and with the support for the third from Nitro. But the Mach 10 of Ascential, 3 of his own. What in God's name is happening in this round? It's a 1 versus 2, and it's all on the shoulders of OC as he scoops up an AK. But bomb dropped. And 2 different angles to fight from. OC finds the first with the HE. He looks for the second and he nails it. A round of highlights back and forth. 3 apiece across 3 different players. It's NRG who walk away with one of the wildest rounds we have seen in this series so far.
Yeah, what has just happened there? Here we go. Replay 1. Then there's a second, and, you know, like, what is going on here, man? How does Ascential do that? Then the nade. Hey, we caught them all. We got them all. So we got all the moments back, of course. But
shout out the
absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. Unreal. And I think, indeed, we all need a timeout after that. Maybe a nice Zen meditation to just come back down to earth.
I ran out of air in my lungs because they were just like non-stop. It's a bit of a saving grace for NRG to try and lift them out of a dark spot here. Wouldn't be surprised if they try maybe some sort of a reinvest. They do really like these, especially when they've got a lot of rounds to work with off the back of a pause. And yeah, Segakawa left on a deagle. They are going to buy back in. Despite not everybody being able to invest, it doesn't really bother them that much. And like we said, so many rounds to work with. NRG though, this road to recovery is still mighty long. But a round like that, clutch like that, makes a big difference. Just got to now chain it back to back. Use it as a catalyst to success, and so we can start opening the door to that conversation a bit.
Yeah, very true. Got to give us a bit more.
Sure.
Step over the smoke. Could be successful. Oh, or not. Ascential's somewhat ready for it. Maybe that's the whole idea of that smoke. Not quite sure. Sonic battles for now. Stays alive from one end. Takes another as well with him. It's another very chaotic round. The bomb is in a dreadful spot. Wide swing from Alex is successful. OC left low in another clutch, but he can't get it done this time. Ascenthial finds the two-piece at the end. What is going on here, man? It is just really, really devolved into TDM mode.
Yeah.
But it's that 12 for bait, of course.
This is such a wild game at the moment. I think TDM is probably a pretty apt way of putting it. But they get a clutch back in blood. Scout's second count didn't look too far off there, but second time of it. Tag once again. George, a lot of damage dealt towards him. Left reeling on 5 points of HP. And I mean, George has been a non-factor in this map so far. 4 and 16 for him. Bro, who's so important. Statistically the best player on this NRG side as well. Similar factor. Just nothing to really offer up. Two quite key individuals. Lucy and Sonic, a little more veteran players, have been doing a lot of the work. It's Sonic who goes down. As Kentasaur tries to get more control, Bro will come alive, but only briefly before Alex trades. Numbers still favoring Bait here, and it looks like it could be all but done as Ascenthial swings and delivers on towards OC.
Aid does get it done. It's all on Nitro, and it is over before he even gets to look in on the clutch. Damn, Bait have absolutely dismantled NRG on their own pick of Dust 2. Thought it would be a tough one, but maybe with, you know, such a big change in this Segukawa kid, who now absolutely is going to be a point of conversation after a great debut map there. Thought that it would be a bit closer, it would be a bit tougher for Bait to get going, who've also kind of been on an awkward downswing themselves as well. But not the case, man. Not the case. NRG dismantled as they, again, look to prove themselves on an international stage. It's not going to happen here on Dust 2.
Yeah, and honestly, there was next to no weaknesses out towards Bait. You look across the board as well, absolutely everybody had their moments. The only guy who there was maybe a question mark about was Kentasaur. In that first half, just a little quiet, but absolutely everybody got going there. Kenzie at the lower end with 13, the top being Ascenthial with 17, right? There's no real disparity between the top and the bottom end of the scoreboard, and that's what you want. We talk about it, we use this buzzword a hell of a lot, Scrib. That is a holistic performance. Everybody making their mark, everybody having their moment, and that's exactly what you want to see for Bait. They take map number 1 of Dust 2, and they take it in fine fashion, and to make matters worse as well, that was NRG's map pick, so we'll see how things pan out. Mirage could be coming up next as well, but after the break.
Hi, this is Basement Dweller's first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up, actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but, you know, seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
It starts with a dream, with a team you barely know, in an amateur official that feels like the grand final, where practice becomes progress, and every loss feels like a lesson. When will your journey begin?
Bro, have you experienced any kind of upgrades in Nitro's leadership ever since he became a dad?
He has more passion for his elder kids, me, George, Sonic, and Josh, OC.
Yeah, elder? You're not an elder.
Well, compared to Maverick.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not like an uncle or anything.
I would be maybe. I've met Maverick a couple of times. He's a good kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Nitro is also a great guy, so that makes sense. Tell me a little bit about IEM Krakow and how are things going? Are you excited? You seem worried.
Yeah, I was about to say it's just as cold here as in Denmark.
Yeah.
That's all I can say about Krakow. I did play Katowice, and this is the Katowice replacement. So.
Yeah, it's like the continuation of the tradition is more like ESL would like.
But it's right. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, I'm excited. I'm excited to play. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Anything you're looking forward to specifically? Any people seeing again or?
Yeah, a couple of people to see again. I'm gonna see Krasnal from when I played with him back in Monty. I'm gonna see him tomorrow sometime. So that's nice. He lives here. Yeah, and just familiar faces.
Awesome. Well, good luck. OC, it's so great to see you again. Yeah, how is everything going? How is the reintroduction into everything going? This is a pretty big tournament to stand before.
Yeah, it feels good to be back. I would say we had 2 LAN tournaments before this, so it was a nice little stepping stone to getting back into like these big events. But yeah, I feel really good coming back into a big tournament like this, and I'm really excited to play.
Yeah, talking about the LAN events, is it cool to see that there's, so much fire and passion, and also in the audience to see for kind of NACS, right, and tournaments over there?
Yeah, I think like for example, the Flomland, I would say Fragadelphia, there's not much of a crowd that we were at, but the Flomland, there was a lot of NA supporters that came out, and yeah, it was surprising to me to see how many fans came out and were cheering. It was one of the loudest small events I've ever been to, so it was a really fun time.
Yeah, any compliments maybe for Flom? Because I think this is a super cool thing to organize. It's also extremely stressful, I'm sure, for him, so it's dope.
Yeah, I think he's doing a lot of great work for the NA scene. He is always streaming every day. I know there's a joke going around that he's always late, but he's still there, And yeah, we all appreciate what he does for the scene. Throwing a tournament like that, it was very well ran too. Like I would say, I was very surprised by how professional it was, and I didn't expect that, honestly, coming from him, like the first LAN he's ever hosted. So yeah, we all really appreciate what he does for the NA scene, and shout out to Flom.
Yeah, shout out to Flom. That's great. Thank you, OC.
Yeah, of course.
I want to get into a conversation, gentlemen. So I don't know who wants to tell me here. You got a 16-year-old Orpa from the academy on the team now. How much have you played with Mr. Am I saying this right? And I know I'm going to say it wrong. Segukawa?
No, it's right.
That's right.
You have to ask him, actually, but I think it's right.
How's he been going? How long have you been playing with him?
It's been good. Yeah, and I don't know. You'll see in game.
Okay, because obviously you guys had head trick, but you're going for a bit of a change in the AWPing department. So are we hoping for something more aggressive? Kenzie's always looking at me. He loves aggression. What are we thinking? What does he bring?
Who?
Segukawa.
You'll see in game,
I have to wait. You don't want to give anything away.
No.
Okay, what about new Anubis?
About new Anubis, everyone like it except it's essential because he's playing K and I see every round pushing him on the water. Yeah.
So you like the changes?
Yeah, I like the changes because I play mid.
So so do you like it from the CT side or the T side or both?
I think both.
Okay.
Yeah, because CT is a bit lost right now on middle, and but for me on CT side it's easier to play, I'd say.
Okay. What about you? You don't like it?
No, because I'm playing B, they don't fix B. You
don't like the hole they gave you?
No. You have big arch in B side, and con is always T-sided, so it's not playable anymore.
Why don't you just push more? Just push connector more, take some more fights.
I don't know, Skinzor always pushing, I'm just holding B, so like this.
Okay, so you get the boring job, unfortunate for you. All right, let me jump down, let me talk to the young man. Mr. Segukawa, is that correct?
Yes, it's correct.
I was watching some of your FACER games last night because I'm like, okay, this guy doesn't have any matches on HLTV. I got to watch something. So I was watching. You were playing FACER games yesterday.
Yeah, I was so bad.
There was like an Anubis game. I checked the demo of. There was a Mirage game though. I looked at that you had like 27 kills or something. What should I watch to get the best Segukawa or the guy in the server to mock?
No, but not FACER games. It's worst.
Okay, I was like, he's not open a lot. What's going on?
I don't like op on FACER. Okay. It's useless.
That's fair enough. So you're from the academy team, right? In the academy team, right, you're obviously working away. Getting a promotion like this is pretty sick. So how's the practice been with the boys?
All fine.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's super good.
What type of AWPer are you? Are you aggressive?
I think I'm a little bit aggressive.
So you like to go for fights?
Yeah.
Okay, nice.
To repeat something and do everything that I can.
That's exciting. Okay, so everything's been good. Everyone's happy. They're helping you out? Like you're setting up right now. There's a whole lot to learn. Have they helped you with where you find your config and everything?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, a really dominant display by Bates, and for a debut, not too bad for this man on your screen. Segukawa with a fantastic showing, 17-7 in his first ever map on HLTV, a 1.44 rating, and was really, really sharp. And unfortunately, on the flip side as well, NRG had next to nothing really to offer. We saw a little bit out of OC, but that was as good as it got. It was underwhelming, to say the least, on their map pick. Now we head on to Bates' pick. It's Mirage up next.
Yes, we'll see how things pan out here. I think it is going to get pretty scary for NRG pretty quickly, in all honesty. At the very least, you do have that baseline kind of map. That's something that we lean on once in a while. Mirage feels like it is the map these days that everybody should know, everybody should be able to play. Very rarely perma-banned. It's quite often in a veto somewhere. That's maybe the only caveat that they have going here. The individuals looked better. The tactical approach looked better from Bait as well. NRG very set in their ways on that T side in particular. So, we're going to see here, weakly defended A bomb site. It's going to be an execute coming round from this T side of things. Unfortunately, NRG have put their resources in the wrong place. We'll see. George in at that CT booth position. Just has to back off and give the space away. Try not to go down early here.
That's the big thing. Going for the aggressive CT push. However, they're being caught off guard. It's, generally speaking, it's the right move here, but George making his impact known. He was, like we said, non-existent in that first map, but already shining a little bit here. Still, job not done. Job far from done as well. As a couple of kills come through in quick succession. They're sticking the defuse, and it's NRG who start well here on Mirage. They expect the overfacing towards spawn. They get it, and they find 2 quick kills, and it's a 5 versus 3. All they had to do was play for the trades.
Yeah, really well read and really well done from George, I think, to just kind of give that space and draw them in, fake things out a little bit. Really common, of course, to gain control of A and then for the Glocks to try and catch the rotators, but NRG were ready for that move. Pays off beautifully, so you have to give them credit for how they approach things there. Really solid. They will take the force here, thanks to the bomb plant. A couple of Galils, but ultimately 4 automatic weapons, which could be deadly. You look across the board, nobody's gone cheeky. Everybody's got head armor on the NRG side. Again, something that sometimes can be a bit overlooked, and then you get caught off by a MAC-10 in a round like this, trying to sneak an M4 in. But not the case here.
Take a cower. Pop shots, but he'll lose his life to OC. Starting to farm on his own as well. Bit chaotic, but it's all going in place, really, for NRG. All on the shoulders of Alex, who does actually get 2, so he's making it expensive. It won't make a difference in terms of the round. It still goes the way of NRG, but you take those. A couple of kills just to affect the econ. Whether it's long-term or short-term, we'll have to see.
Yeah, time will indeed tell. Deagle's over armor here, so I mean, still going to have some presence into this round, to be fair to them now, which I think is somewhat colourful. See if they can find a head or 2, but at the moment, pretty quiet from Bait. NRG have managed to make things a bit more interesting. Enzizor, that is ridiculous. If only there was more grouped up with him, they could have really bursted on to be there. Still going to look to try and do the same. Alex catches George. So a lot of this is on Bro. There's a rotation in, awkwardly enough, from OC on the USP, who goes down. Oh, man. 3 versus 2. Question marks all over the place. But the bomb's in T-spawn.
Oh,
yikes. That is a yikes. I mean, I know it's a low buy, but that's a rookie error to just leave it right in the T-spawn. However, there was more of a chance than I was expecting to get that kill. Definitely not over just yet. MPL's low. Their split is the big thing. I think maybe indeed it might just be the beginning of the end here, unless Alex can pull this off.
Seen a few moments of him, but generally you look towards Kenzie on these Deagle rounds. Let's see. Deleted. Bro, see him off. Do you know what? Again, right? It's a minimal investment round, and you've made something out of it where you've made it a bit expensive, pressure put on towards them. You can take silver linings out away from that. So ultimately, the only thing that really matters with the 3-0 start for NRG, looking and feeling a lot better than what we saw, especially in that first half on Dusty. They only got 4 rounds in total on their own map pick, so this is already feeling a little bit more conclusive on the North American side. Way towards top boxes, need to break open that smoke as well. That can leave Sekakawa exposed, but he does get 1 before he drops. Sonic Quick on the trade. Kenzazor finds a freebie as it drops down in front of him, but George, again, finds an answer back. 3 versus 3.
Oh, big opportunity there. Missed out slightly. Bullet lands. It's MPL that finds the crack headshot. Could make all the difference here. Bomb is going to eventually head towards the A-bomb site. That does seem where NRG as well are looking to defend, so difficult to call, but with a run through under, they do maybe indeed start to think that it's B. They will rotate off here. Really well played. Just NPL selling and selling and selling, but it's going to be an A finish. Maybe smelling somewhat of a rat, but I think they have weakened up and confused this A defense enough that I would give the upper hand to Bait in this scenario.
Yeah, I'm with you. See? Orb finds one. NPL drops. He was just creeping around the corner in case they'd already taken a lot of texture control. I shall force him away. 20 seconds. They are going to get a plant out of this. Something to work with, but George got to win this fight, and he does. Can't get the second. Ascential's there. 1 versus 1. They can play time. Bombs planted. Nice and open as well. Really difficult one for OC, and what makes it even worse is that smoke phase in towards top con. So you're going to drop it on top of the bomb. Does have a kick. Can just stick this as well if he wants to. A tap. Uh-oh. Ascential. Got to deny. And he leaves it too late. He also lost track of the C4 as well. There's a bomb plant. That's as good as it gets. NRG, their 4th consecutive round to start Mirage.
Really looking good. They have managed to find a new lease on life coming into Mirage. And I think really what we wanted from them, the talk in between from Daps, clearly has paid dividends. Bait close, but no cigar in that previous. They will keep it coming. AK's out here. Lack of utility, but not awful. We're going to find out if they're able to stay hot on the heels of NRG, or if NRG really start giving us a map, start giving us a series, maybe.
See. Smoke down, top stairs. First fight is good as well as Bro will find Kentazor. And actually manages to get out there relatively unscathed.
Around the corner, looking solid on this flank, and he will net both. Gorgeous moves from him, the rest of the team acting in kind as well, as all of a sudden they have broken in. OC remains strong. NPL got to be careful. Nitro is here. He knows what's up. OC takes another. Oh man, how have they recovered this? The bombs dropped in their eye line, leaving Alex to do it all. He will get that bomb down. Molotov forces him back. Kind of knows that both are maybe on top of each other here. Decent nade to thin the numbers slightly. Double swing comes in, and the double dink from Nitro. A 4v2 recovery.
That is really, really well worked. And for Bait on their map here, they're looking really quite feeble at the moment. Too many rookie errors being made. And a lack of discipline as well, which is costing them. Over fighting, over facing, and they're doing quite well at NRG on the flip side, showing a bit more of that veterancy, a bit more of that experience. It's just difficult though. I wouldn't mind Bait calling a few timeouts to try and slow this roll down once again, right? You've got to build something on this first off. They've got to have some level of foundations to fall back on, but from this angle as well, really nice sharp shooting from OC. That first flick is fantastic, and then just the knowledge for the second. Brilliant work, and he opens up round number 6. Break on the smoke. NPL hits the deck. This is beautiful work. I mean, he had a pretty decent first map. He's the only real shining light for NRG on DOS 2, and he's showing more of it again here, but pushing the smoke. Alex, only one as George, head on a swivel, finds one of his own. And with the support as well, OC keeps him breathing.
Frustrated. Bait are absolutely frustrated.
Yeah.
One of the things as well that you have to consider with this team, very, very young. And we do see the mental sometimes gets the better of them at times. We'll find out here. Flank coming in, that's what NRG are waiting for. It's going to be considered too much. Bait will begin to move forwards, but here he is, and there he strikes. Clean from Nitro, Ascential against 3. Bomb dropped. And he is now known about. Just got to try and isolate these duels. Not going to happen. OC deletes him. NRG looking so much better.
Yeah, and I'll keep lumping the praise on for him. OC is looking really, really sharp. Fantastic work. It was a bit of a question mark as well. You know, the whole thing with Exotic, right, who was playing previously on the NRG team and really didn't look too bad, let's be honest. He was looking pretty sharp, and then he decides to step away from playing competitively to focus on his other business ventures, which was wild. Very, very wild. OC comes back into the fray. Obviously, he's not really been in the limelight for a while. At the moment, so far in this series, looking pretty damn solid. On the flip side as well, Sega Cow is really starting to struggle here, Mirage. I don't think Mirage is an easy map to AWP on at the best of times, especially not on the T side. But he's looking a bit worse for wear. Some nice shots from him here. There was no real chance for Cynthia. Like I mentioned, Sega Cow at 1 and 6. Off the back of a perfect debut as well in your opening map. It's go quiet, it's not what you want to see.
Yeah, it may well be the case though, eh? It does happen. Consistency is what we all chase in the game of Counter-Strike. Can they give us anything here as we look into the dying embers of this first half? NRG potentially could take things into a very, very dangerous place for Bait. Small execute coming in here. A lot of nade damage. Some AWP getting in there as well. Bro spamming down. We got rotations nice and quick. They are ready for this move. Goodness gracious, NRG put it to bed without taking a single point of damage.
Yeah, they don't even take a scratch. As simple as that. 7-0 right now. I'm baffled that we sit at this scoreline. 7-0 off the back of a no-show on Dust 2. It's to 4 they lost that map for those who missed it, and it was, I'll tell you, not pretty from NRG. And you find yourself in a spot now where there is only one team in the server, and it is NRG. They have offered up so little on a map which they play so often. We thought the tier 2 and kind of tier 1.5, this is one of the maps that they really made a bit of a home ground for them. Maybe a little bit too much tape, a little bit too easy to read for NRG in the prep, right? And we know Daps is a man who can anti-strat a team very, very well. Might be hurt here.
Barrel? Oh, man.
Nah, yeah. You can hear the scrunch of the trousers.
True, very true. That many times in a row, it's unmistakable. Yeah. So, man advantage. NRG, lovely move. Great to see the confidence as they take the ramp control. They are yet to find an answer. Bro gonna go swinging in. Again, they're so confident. A lot of dry moves at the moment. I mean, why wouldn't you while it's working? And while you have such a round advantage to play with. Huge cushion for them as they have their sights set on 8 in a row here now.
They're playing right now. It'd be very hard to fathom a world in which Bait recover this round. They're going to boost up on towards Bricks. He isn't exactly empty, but it's a bit undermanned, you can maybe argue. But it's also the fact there's a flank coming through, right? George has made his way through apartments. Sees nobody's there. Making the way up short. And it's all down to what a Nitro can do. And well, lose that engagement. I just don't know if they're going to expect this. They're planting 4 apartments. George is in there. They've got to expect this now, Bait, surely. First fight, force flat, Segakawa goes down and continues to struggle. And Alex was a dead man regardless, whether it was to short or to apartments. NRG were walking away with that round every day of the week. Another to keep this flawless streak. Wow, Bait are completely checked out at the moment.
Yeah, unreal. Absolutely unreal. I mean, you know, we now start to beg the questions of like, are we going to see... Okay.
Were you going to say, are we going to see the pause?
Yeah. They stole my thunder, man. They really stole my thunder.
No. Claim it. You're the prophet.
I didn't even get the words out though, man. You know?
But
I just needed like 1 more second.
Do you know, I had a moment like that, honestly, a little bit earlier. We went into that Deagle round. I was going to say, I think you were mid-sentence, so I don't want to cut you off, but I was going to say, on Deagle rounds, generally keep an eye on Kentazor. He's pretty sharp with them when he uses them, and then he hits that insane shot in towards B. And I was like, oh, I'm so annoyed I didn't just say it.
Yeah, it happens. It happens. But we do get the timeout, which is good. Maybe a tad bit late, but I think they have obviously just been struggling and scrambling to try and keep things together. We come into a bye here. We're at that point as well of sort of no return. Everybody feels that 8-4 is the bare minimum of what you want to be hitting, what you should be hitting if you're a team worth your salt.
Yeah.
we'll see here. Execute comes round, moving quick. George standing strong. A break of the smoke is absolutely brilliant. Man alive, taking attention away from George. They have played this to perfection on the defensive side. They'll break once again. Smoke coming in. MPL boosted up is a cute idea. However, Sonic is smarter, and he will be ready for it. Maybe again hearing the jumps. Segukawa remains alone, as he needs to clutch up against 3. A lot to ask of any player, let alone your first official in this new team.
What have you got for us? B3, a quad clutch required, and a labored spray for that first engagement. Never good. This is all but done. You can just tell by the movement. I think he'd sort of realized he had no real chance there. Lazy swings and lazy sprays. NRG punish. And it continues to be the case. NRG, very consistent finding the opening kill, very good at capitalizing upon the numbers advantage, and very good at making life super, super difficult for Bait. But on the flip side, for a side of Bait who've picked in towards this map, who play it quite a lot, it doesn't look really well repped and well drilled at the moment, does it? I mean, this feels super sloppy. A lot of mistakes being made. It looks very simplistic in terms of the type of strats they're bringing to the table. Credit where it's due. NRG, I think, are playing really decent Counter-Strike. They're reading into them quite well, but they're also being given a lot of gifts.
It's true. I think Bait have lost some of those earlier rounds. There's that 4v2. I think they've let it get to them slightly. So it does seem to be somewhat of an issue. Senfial on the D. With a clean heading to kick things off. He nets himself an M4 as well. Can they do anything with it? There's a trade down over here in the jungle area. Deagle out for OC unsuccessfully. Thins the HP, but the numbers are what matters. Kenzazor looking to close the gap in towards that player. Not going to happen. And thus, bro, maybe has given them a lifeline. The bomb has yet to be planted. Nitro with the spam. That's ridiculous. Oh, man. He gets it instantly as well. 2-on-2 now. Oh, man, bro gets another. What is happening here? Nitro to finish off a Senfial. Another 4-on-2. Swings the way of NRG. It feels like RNG. That's what my mind wanted to say. Good God, what is going on?
Oh, Bait can't buy a round right now. NRG, what a force to be reckoned with this side. 10-0. I'm baffled by how dominant this display is.
Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. I think we're both taken aback by the complete juxtaposition from that first map. Looked like they were not going to be able to match Bait today. Maybe worry about their firepower.
It's very akin to the first series, right? It was 13-6 PARIVISION, then it flips the other way, 13-6, and third map goes 13-6 again. Watch us go into his Inferno and Bait just take complete control again. That'll be the classic, it seems, for the V-Stream at the moment. Who's there? PL's not going to go up into window just yet. Staying up on the ledge. Oh, are you kidding me, OC? Finds Alex through the smoke and already looking great. MPL will get his at the very least. That's the bombing towards ramp though alone.
Okay, Kenzazor though. Manage. Key kill. It's OC with the key 2. Not again. Maybe not quite as egregious, but still a solid man advantage and control of the A bomb site. It felt like, and it has completely fallen apart. Bait, what is happening here? This is unbelievable, man. Truly unbelievable. Segukawa forced into the open. Down he will go. 11 in a row for NRG. And now we maybe open the conversation for the 13-0.
Oh, you're perfect.
Bait just try it. Well, sure. Bait just got to try and avoid that. Not a very superstitious man, so...
I was not saying anything specifically, so I didn't cast the cursor.
Well, I've done that. Sorry.
In comes Bates' first round right now.
Yeah. Just flawlessly. Just no one gonna die. It's gonna be the perfect round.
Yeah, it's gonna be like the best round we've seen from the all series as well. OC again just continues showing just how electric he is. 15-3. Where flip side, it's not being very OC though. Brings up the proceedings. Nice trade move as well as Kentasaw only gets one. OC looks for more. Oh, and he's gonna get him as well. A man possessed right now with the big green and closed out by Sonic. What a showing. 12-0 by NRG to seal the deal in the first half. Let's see if the 13-0 will happen.
Well, we are back, and we might be headed to another break quick, sharp, if NRG have their way. Really impressive stuff in that first half, and I mean, just completely blindsiding everybody. Maybe even themselves a little with a scoreline like that, but ultimately to have a strong performance and to have control of this second map, we were pretty much all in the camp of it being, okay, Bait looking good, new kid looks solid.
Yeah.
And he has done the classic, unfortunately. We've seen the best and the worst of this guy within his first two maps.
Yeah, now we've got the barometer, though. We know where the floor is, we know where the ceiling is, right?
Sure.
Now let's get a middle ground. How about that? 2-12, unfortunately, for Sekikawa in the first half of play. On the flip side, look at OC, 18-3. But a flashbang play that falls flat. Nitro gets caught by Kentazor. Already trying to put pressure on towards B. Oh, Kenzisor might deny the 13-0 as it's all on the shoulders of the superstar. It's OC to keep it alive, and MPL has other ideas. So unfortunately, the 13-0 dead in the water, but it doesn't mean NRG's chances are they've got so many attempts to close out this map. It's just about saving face now, really, for Bait.
I suppose so. Hoping to, I don't know, get up to like 5 or 6 rounds, I guess. Get a couple rifles under your belt just to sort of feel comfortable. We go into Inferno, which is another baseline kind of map that can be difficult to predict how it's going to go. Oh, Alex going to get overwhelmed. That's a bomb plant.
Bomb plant.
They will lose a significant number of players, though, trying to get something else, maybe get their hands on the M4. Nitro with the fake flash. Doesn't throw anybody off, though. So, bomb plant's good. Bomb plant is good, and a kill as well. Always going to be nice. And now they'll have a really strong rifle in this next.
Yeah, you absolutely take a bomb plant. In a round like that as well, I think for the likes of NRG, just having a little bit or kind of the extras, right? The trimmings in terms of the investment towards this next round. Utility alongside the premium rifles and all the rest. You take that. 10 rounds is the buffer as the buy comes back in play for NRG. Bait, how long can they stay alive, stay afloat in this shark-infested water? NRG smell blood, and they want to close out Mirage here. Doing it in style. Inferno that decider, and it's feels inevitable, of course, that we'll be getting there. I don't know if I've ever even casted a 12-0 complete recovery. It hasn't really been many at a competitive level anyway. I don't know if I've ever cast one in what, my 6 years of working.
Yeah. I might have done something close in the depths of Counter-Strike Go tier 5, you know, when I was first time, but
I definitely did a 14-1 on Overpass. I remember that. It was like 14-1.
I think that kind of counts. I think that's enough.
14-1 and then 14-1. Then I went to OT. But yeah, I've not. I don't think I've done. Definitely not done one in CS2. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, CS2. I feel like teams as well have just developed better. Yeah. In terms of respecting and whatnot, not just letting it get ahead of them. A couple of openers here for NRG. Yeah, speaking of closing things out. MPL will chime in. Kenzisor melts. There's nothing he can really do about that. It's all going to be down to Segukawa. Flashers keep him at bay for now. They may well hear these footsteps coming in as well. Nice finds onto 2. Cost him a lot of HP. If he had an AK, I'd be a believer. I think this M4 will eventually let him down. Just get his hands onto an AK now. Smoke as well. Tap comes in. How are they going to play it? They play it calmly. They will shut him down. They will take us to a third after a 13-2. Take a piece of that, Bait. NRG certainly not going to be going quietly, not messing around, and they are indeed capable of better here now.
Yeah, what a response coming out from NRG on a non-existent map number 1, your pick of Dust 2, to come in towards Mirage and lay down the law like that. That is what we want to see from this team, and that's proof in the pudding that they've got what it takes to be able to contest in international waters. We're now looking, for me in particular, can OC put back-to-back maps like that, right? Can we get him heading in towards Inferno, putting up that level of performance? If he can, then I can start to believe. Flip side as well, you look towards Bait, new boy on the block, Segukawa, a poor performance from him, unfortunately. Him and Ascentiel both really struggle to get going. They need to come alive heading in towards that map number 3. But you know the age-old saying, Scriv, all good best of 3s are decided on Inferno, as they say. And of course, that's where we're going to be heading.
Indeed it is. I mean, some insane moments coming in as you see here on the highlights. I think that's certainly something that gets in the way for Bait. The mental getting the better of them, the tilt getting the better of them. We'll see how things pan out onto Inferno.
Hi, this is Basement Dweller's first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but you know, seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
You wanna come with me? I can see it in your eyes. It's a feeling that you can't deny. I'll bring you high so deep, so we can feel alive. Leave the world behind. Let yourself go. Enjoy the ride. And if we fall, don't forget to just go with the vibe. Let yourself go. Enjoy the ride. And if we fall, don't forget to just go with the vibe.
seemingly against all odds, we end up on this third map. NRG and Bait for their opening matchups have taken us the distance after NRG really did not impress on Dust 2, their own pick. So we figured, okay, Bait gonna look good enough to just close things out. And then they nearly get 13-0'd, guys. If you did miss it, definitely go back and check those score lines and scoreboards. It's kind of an anomaly at this point. We now end on Inferno to decide this one, and really unsure of what to expect. We are chomping at the bit to get a banger, to get something close, but so far today the B stream has been pretty quick maps, so we'll see if that trend continues.
It's true. Like, we've gone all three, but we've had quick maps, so it's sort of I guess both sides of the stick. But I'm not gonna make any predictions. I think we've all here on the B stream agreed that predictions are not good, because we'll curse them, right? We don't want to do that again, right? So let's see. We're heading in towards this one, Inferno, to decide. And I mean, OC was just incredible in towards map number 2. If we can get a little bit more of that, NRG can get right back to winning ways for me. The big question is on the flip side, can we get Segakawa back to being sharp? He struggled a lot in towards Mirage. But I think Inferno is a little bit more prevalent for the Orbs. I like that little play there. Decoy to initially set up, and then a pop flash behind it as well to give Bro the control here.
Yeah, nice little move. Not going to do too much off the back of it. They bait a smoke out from B. He's all alone anyway, and that was the case. Oh, dangerous looking towards middle. It's a group move from Bait, so they trade 1-for-1 at the very least. George tries to find that window, unfortunately going to be denied. Meanwhile, they still have the banana control, so looking to act upon that here, NRG. Oh, got to keep your head. Alex nearly loses it. Thankfully, the Glock at range, not going to be able to find that kill, so he confirms their location. Stays alive for the man advantage, slim man advantage as the bomb goes down. Essential in banana. This is going to be a big one. Real big one. They hear him coming. And just bait him in. He's not biting just yet. Oh, man, and at range finds that kill. Seems to know about the closer player as well. Will go down on the site itself. It's a weird little fight there. All on to Nitro with these Julies that he's now recovered. The HP bars could very quickly fall over, but he loses his head. And Bait get the pistol.
Yeah, nice work from Bait. Had to kickstart this well. Of course, we saw how rough things looked when they didn't have momentum in their play. And towards that previous map. So getting out the gates nice and early here is good. And it did look initially like they could be in a bit of trouble, right? The ding comes through towards Alex. They lose the Sai, forced into a retake. But very good job of whittling down the numbers. With a bomb plant, does mean they can go for a buy here. NRG, a little out for George. A couple of MAC-10s, the new look MP7 for Sonic 2, and Bro rounded out with a Tech 9. It's not exactly the worst buy in the world, and you already saw in that first map how good NRG can look on the force buys.
Very true, charging forwards here. There is a quick find from the M4. Cynthia looking good. Will eventually go down, just overwhelmed. They didn't have the numbers to back up the defense here. One goes down, and the rotation's now coming in. They're definitely going to give this a go, but we are once again in a very messy scenario. No kit available for the Bait side of things. You do start to worry ever so slightly. Enzizor slowly creeping in. The Molotov could be huge. Forces that kill. MP9 flying in. Creates the space. It's all onto Nitro on the site. Definitely not out of the question. It's close on the defuse. That might be on the line. I think he should have it here, but it sounded like it maybe just ticked over. This is going to be awfully, awfully close. Oh my, just
God.
Gets it in. That is incredibly lucky.
Half a second or so, really. That is very dicey. Thankfully, yeah, like you mentioned, getting over the line, but there was a moment there that didn't exactly look good by any means. Leaving it late, and again, as we saw kind of Nitro being the man in those late rounds. But another one for NRG where you can actually pull silver linings away from it. You lose round, sure, but it's down to the wire. You get a bomb plant out, you get a couple of kills, so I'm not even too surprised that they go back into another force buy. You've got it so close on that force buy. You can have a little bit more money to work with in this one, so the running theory is that you should have a better chance. We'll see if that's the case. Break open the smoke in towards Banana. One spotted up close as well. Alex needs to be very careful. He's already under a bit of pressure, but they have taken Banana control, which is a huge thing to own here now, Bait.
Yeah, very true. Putting their best foot forward. Certainly going to be happy with that. Keeping NRG guessing. And it does feel like it's been really a series of like momentum, really important openings to the map have been deciding things and just setting in a bit of tilt or that confidence that you need. Both teams really struggling to get back into a game, back into a map. Keen find from Nitro. Smoke goes down, not really going to do all that much. They're moving faster. I mean, the rotation is really, really quick from MPL, so they have to be very careful. Doesn't matter. Never mind. They shut it down and absolutely demolished them there on B. Wow, okay.
Yeah, and that is that theory and execution of why you go back in for that force buy. Despite losing back-to-back rounds, despite losing the force buy of the prior one, you get a bomb plan, you make it a little bit close. You're not going to have even more money because of loss bonus. You go for it again, and, well, now they're looking for a little hunt. They're going to have even more money in towards the next round. So why not try and make it even more expensive over towards Bait? Two players looking towards apartments. Third of George, not too far away. Pretty low, though. Oh, Nitro overlooks the site itself. So hard focused on Pip. They don't want to lose too many bodies for no reason either. And RG get there first and a really good round, all things considered.
Yep, solid look. Really solid. See what Bait have got in store to kind of come back. It looked like the setup was good, you know, deep banana presence, then two players behind that, ready for the aggression to come in, but they just absolutely got flattened. So again, a large part of the conversation is individually, can NRG match up? We saw yes on the previous map, no on the first though, so there really is two versions of this team so far. Perhaps the same from Bait, you could argue, though. So, yeah, very, very much up in the air. Segikawa, already better than his performance over on Mirage. So there is that at the very least.
Take those. And for him, he really struggled to get going. Probably looking towards him a little bit in this round as well. He's a high impact position. You've already just seen as well, twice out. Decently, they can kind of take control or even put pressure on towards A. Even if they're not finishing there as well, they're drawing attention over. Segikawa needs to find ways to get proactive for him. Currently just playing on towards the site itself. MPL's a long lurk, and he'll re-implement a smoke as well. 50 seconds. NRG aren't really decided where they want to go, but they're going to draw the numbers back from A and bolster up this B here.
Shaping up with the utility. Not that there's loads of it, just kind of the basics. Might even keep it down to a simple contact here. Really well-timed smoke there from the CT side. George, with a big find, is going to threaten this A site, and the wrap may well have been heard on said wrap, but the man advantage looks good. There's going to be no assistance coming in as well for these Bait players. They're going to have to figure it out on their own. Kenz's all blocking on the edge of this smoke. He goes down, as does his teammate. There's just nothing in it for Bait. Segikawa with one through the smoke, but that'll be all she wrote. Senthial to hold his M4 and NRG to even up.
Good work. And actually, when you look at the round itself, it's not only is it a round won by NRG, but it's one with only the one casualty. You're really happy of how you've walked away from this one. For the most part, unscathed. It's a continuation of this good run for NRG, back-to-back rounds, but also really bolstering up the finances too. Cynthia, I'll say that M4, he should be okay. There's a couple of players that are in and around ramp. OC, he's close, but I don't think he's going to wrap all the way into a spawn. So, you get an M4 at the very least, but yeah, nice work by NRG. Another decent round by them. That one, they draw it out a little bit more. And as you were talking about, a bit more of that basic utility, but it works well. The individuals are really hitting their shots. And this series ends kind of with a nice NRG map here. We actually just talk about, we don't really probably look that detailed into Dust 2 as we just write it off and say, you know, first map of the tournament, get a bit of the rust out of the way. This has been a lot more like it. They can get back-to-back maps. The way they're kind of finding these gun rounds. It's impressive stuff for NRG.
Oh,
lucky George.
We love to see that. Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do? Just has his crosshair and bullets in the right place.
Perfect flash as well. It's so frustrating.
I was like, I'm going to wait for this. It's going to be beautiful. And then I'll pick it up. And it was like, nope. Essential flattens him.
Recovered gun too, huh?
Yeah, they'll probably just hold on to that, I think, unfortunately.
Yeah.
With it being a contact B. So going to filter out here this round. That being said, they're buying in the next. They are sort of sticking around a bit. Bombs late to go down.
Right.
Oh, there you go. MPL knows his angles. I mean, yeah, they might not expect this. Flash is coming in at good time. So, yeah, I mean, 2 M4s, what is that really into the next round, right? If it had been an AK, like you say, different story, but not the case. So they're sticking around, giving it a look. As it becomes less and less and less likely, they will start to back away and manage to save the M4s anyway. So tiny bits of damage done, but it's another round for NRG.
Yeah, nice work. It's a little bit more competitive from Bait, but again, still for the most part, all the praise is lumped towards NRG. Nice round by them. Now taken as well. It's all well and good with Bait finding success in the early part of this map, but the gun rounds have been in play. Kind of only one team. That's going to call for a timeout. Nitro immediately discussing with Bro. I do feel like Bait would really need this kind of timeout a little bit more of anything, though. I feel like they're the side who still very much in the back foot. Momentum doesn't feel very good for them right now. They would like this opportunity to get Madden on the mic.
Does make sense. Try and even things out, but NRG actually looking in a very good spot, and I think with the previous map, convincing themselves that they are capable of more. They are capable of taking this that full distance. So yeah, very, very much looking forward to seeing what they've got prepared, what they've got in the back pocket here. Bait on a strong buy. Segukawa with the AWP in hand as well. So now they have no excuses themselves. A really big swing round here, I believe, in the first half of this final map.
Yeah, exactly. Really, the thing is that even if they are to lose this for NRG, they're still going to buy in towards the next. The one thing going for them, but same really can't be said for Bait. Sure, there's residual cash and Segukawa and MPL, but let's see. Everyone's blind, but it's Bro who's delivering. Gets 2. Everyone was blind. He just recovers the quickest.
MPL through the smoke. Able to back up one. The bomb is going to be pretty late here. But they've already committed to the save now. Look at this over on the A-bomb site, right? Because there's that tiny bit of presence there. They don't really want to move and get stabbed in the back. So they will give it across. It's yet another round for NRG. Segukawa quick, but it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it makes no real difference, but it's a nice shot at the very least. I think Bait in a position where you take what you can get, honestly. Save comes through. Understandable. Spoke about the long-term econ being pretty poor. There's finances. There's 2 of the richer players as well of MPL and Segukawa who end up saving. So it makes the dropping situation a bit easier. Trying to even out the econ. NRG. 4 rounds on the trot. It started to snowball the same way we saw on towards Mirage. Consistent rounds on the board. Making life really difficult for Bait. And again, even compared to Mirage, I feel like on the Inferno so far, I don't think the calling doesn't feel too detailed right now, but Bait are just making one too many mistakes for me. I mean, everyone blind there, I can't really blame them that much. Bro does a good job. Being the first one recovered, first one ready for the fight, and 2 kills all it took. Beats out open.
Now a timeout returned from Bait. So really feeling tense here in this first matchup. Both teams have thrown their hat in the ring for being deserved victors. At the moment, it is NRG that I think are impressing. Bait missing a lot of that spark that we kind of expect from this team. I think into 25, really sharp-looking team. But a lot of that feels like it has maybe fallen off coming into the second season of last year and now the first season of this year. Really does feel this team is not as impressive as it once was. Still have great shooters, but maybe they have been figured out tactically and there wasn't a lot to figure out in the first place.
It's true. A shot by OC. Runner control lost as well. A re-break on towards that smoke, but he can't punish the top car player. Have to reclaim space elsewhere. They've lost B to the CT side, so they've got to try and take some control another way. Sekikawa, rather than shooting on the traitors, hoping somebody sneaks through that smoke. I don't think he'll be given the luxury. Also not committed to going towards A. The pack of the group is still sticking up here towards Banana. Oh, hang on.
All right, wait a minute. Getting a bit weird. George has quickly moved into the apartments, was looking for a catch-up, didn't quite get it. What is going on? Trade after trade. They do outnumber them on the A-bomb side for the time being. Nitro with the spams, man. He's been so good with them. Senthial in towards Pit, meanwhile, trying to stay alive. Great double swing. Sekikawa to clutch things up. He's looking for an automatic weapon. He will get his hands onto an M4. I hope fully loaded so that he doesn't have to give his position away with that reload. I'm not gone down yet. Taking their time with it. So he might catch someone moving into a post plant. Doesn't look to be the case. That planter is firmly, indeed, planted on top of the bomb. So Sekikawa slowly moving in. He's not being checked here, though. They're giving a lot of space, a lot of respect across. Just trying to find the tip of a head from somewhere. Not going to happen. And George drops him at the opportune moment. NRG, keep them coming.
Yeah, George starts and closes that round. Really nice work. And again, I think as well for Bait, they're close, right, in a lot of these engagements. It feels like they're got sort of the right idea. Just one or two head-to-heads are just not going their way, and that's been the big difference maker. And where NRG, we are starting to see the individuals really step up. And it's not even OC this time as well, right? It's Nitro who's showing what he's about. And George's opening kill there was pretty delectable, I will say. Nitro doing a lot of the heavy lifting. Bro having a couple of moments too, but he is the first to go down. Sekikawa, Nitro will answer back though. And again, we'll keep singing his praises. 11-5, why wouldn't we?
Yeah, I mean, looking fantastic. It has to be said. Proving that it can be done at any stage of your career. In comes the B execute. Nice and contact heavy here. There is a rotation coming round. Kenzazor. Smoke trying to be cheeky. Flash comes round for him. Only one. Slows their roll ever so slightly, but will it be enough? Oh. That's lazy from MPL, honestly. Not got his gun up in time. He will get punished, rightfully so. Whether he would have won that fight on his HP remains to be seen, but still not a great look. Meanwhile, Alex and Ascenthial, the old guard homies, trying to make it work. Down to just Ascenthial, not gonna happen for them. NRG, keep this streak rolling.
Really nice work, honestly. Super simple things in that post plan just to make sure that there was never really an issue. Playing off each other very, very well too. NRG, you just keep lumping the praise on, but on that point you brought up, and of course he brought up specifically for MPL, but it does feel quite akin actually for Bait as a whole, is just these sloppy mistakes. NRG are going to punish every single time. Oversights and over faces that are only going one way. Finances feeble over towards Bait, so a lower buy for them. Triple MP9, double deagle
Trying to get that apps control once again. Something that NRG have really been sending here. They're enjoying the spams as a team. And, well, they will stop enjoying them. MPL says, stop making noise in my apartment. Damn, that is unbelievable. Just flies in for the double headshot on the Deagle. May well give Bait their first round in quite some time here. Advanced push coming in. Spotted by OC. Can they recover things back with their ever so slightly stronger weaponry? Lack of armor for Segu Kawa, maybe. It's definitely doable for NRG.
Yeah. Seconds. MPL. Bit of make or break position, especially considering Segukawa's gone down and MPL cannot make up for it. Head ripped off his shoulders by OC. Double MP9. Decisions to be made for them as well. Smoke down. A jumping shot. Kentazor is so lucky. As Bro gets caught, but with Kentazor taking so much damage and an AK scooped up. Again, decision to be made here. Gonna trade. They're going for it late as well. No kit to work with either, so they've really got to fly towards this fight. And the crossfire, it feels like it's too good. Is that going to be the case? It is. OC makes sure the old guard of OC and Nitro settled things swiftly in that 2 versus 2. I'm even surprised they weren't tempted to save that AK, to be honest. But another round for NRG.
Yeah, and crazy, you know, feels like they defy odds again. Like I said, definitely a chance in that 4-on-3 situation, but Bait will be kicking themselves so they can't capitalize on MPL's heroics. So early in the round, in such a good position, you know, all these things working for them, but they are tactically very dry, bankrupt of ideas. MPL surely going to get caught here. They're running him down. Traded quick. Now where does this player go? Sonic maybe in behind, having a quiet map himself, but looking to pull up some impact.
That's me by Kentazor. This also makes life really difficult for NRG now. No banana control. There's somebody now in your back lines. You're just committed to go for an A hit. You got nothing to lose. You can't really double back. You're going to spend way too much time trying to find him. Down to 2 versus 4 with the HP advantage. Pray of God, there should be no way to lose this one. They've lost some egregious ones, but surely this won't be one of them. Bro and Sonic, 1 foot in the grave, the both of them. 10 points apiece. But all but settled. Kentazor, the last, the swing, the find. 3 kills to his name. In a quiet map, but he picks a moment. At least shine a bit of light on Bait. It's been a while since we've been able to speak positively about them, to be honest.
Yeah, I feel, oddly enough, NRG with a Hail Mary kind of round, even though it's not really needed. Sort of desperate moves, but we'll see. Still 7-3, still that 9-3 on the cards. That would be kind of insane. Pretty much every single map going 9-3, apart from that one that went 12-0.
Yeah.
Maybe one of the more one-sided starts that we've had to an IEM. That's for damn sure.
Yeah. You know, we get the occasional lopsided game, but at least it's like, yo, well, 9-3, really. You know, or 8-4, that kind of vibe. 12-0. It was damning. Non-existent from Bait. Unfortunately, it's continued, to say the least. If you can make a 7-5 out of the CT side, it's workable. So not great, but workable. Let's go way to start it. I only saw a pixel there, but it was enough.
They immediately are like, right, don't want anything to do with that AWP. Thank you very much. George hanging around in the apartments, as he has done pretty much all half long. We all have that one player in our squad, I'm sure, that just loves the apartments in Inferno for whatever reason, but he is going to slowly start backing off. Yeah, fair. try and keep attention on A, but they are not biting. You can see Segakawa's here early. Will be smoked off. He can do a bit with this utility. Molotov not quite good enough, and they're confident to roll in.
Oh.
There you go. There's some new boy issues for sure. As that molly is lacking. Still, they may well have rushed it with the timing of it. Not over just yet. Not over just yet. Talking like it is, and maybe Segakawa's advanced position can help them get back in. The rotating support is so far away. I don't know why. Maybe worried about the George presence that usually is there. Because of that, they just save, yeah.
It took them ages. The bomb goes down, and then 5 seconds later, they're only just making a move. Nitro, we'll see how Segakawa. So no AWP saved for the CT side. And even with loss bonus as well, bringing out an AWP on the CT side is going to be pretty janky. MPL can drop one over, but it means he can't buy util for himself. I feel like if Segakawa might be just wielding a rifle here, to be honest. Yeah, it looks to be the case. 8-3. Why not give us another 9-3? Continue this roll, but for NRG, they are loving life in the server. OC continues to be super prevalent. Bro spoke about his impact, but of course it's still Nitro. Top end of the scoreboard, 13 kills to his name. The aggression as well. The molly gets dismantled by the smoke, but a double nade setup from Nitro and Bro. The two O's will take top banana with the HEs alone.
George softened up. Not going to push him down, though, so just going to allow him that room, but they're really adamant to take the apartment's control and just keep him out, something that I suppose they have to consistently worry about. I've had enough, so fair play. No kill comes in. They do soften them up a bit. It is, of course, the top banana move that lets them down. Flash ready. Bro playing anti. Takes a small peek, calls on some assistance here to try and fight back. Molotov forces them out. The flash is a little awkward. Meanwhile, a contact move in the apartments. There's fights all over the place right now. As it settles, it's 2-on-2. Down middle, that bomb has been dropped. Ascenthial suddenly finds himself alone as George strikes from the apartments. Smoke on top of the bomb. Allows them the space to get it back. Ascenthial molly down, takes the fight and wins it. So into the 1 versus 1, a very aggressive move with only 39 HP for OC. Don't necessarily fancy his chances, but he also is not shying away from this fight. Ascenthial trying to bait things out ever so slightly. OC is just in.
No.
Very last moment. He gets called away. His instincts get the better of him. The sense of timing betrays him. And now Ascenthial has found the gap to get fully in towards this bomb site. Where is he playing from, though? It's such a weird plant. Very, very difficult to know what this is planted for, and there's just hardly any time on that bomb. Ascenthial doesn't even touch it, really. And OC wins it out without ultimately firing a bullet. Clean stuff. Once again from NRG, looking to take this series 2-1. Here we go. This third and final map coming to a culmination. And again, it may be a swift one as NRG shaping up very, very nicely here to net themselves a place in the upper bracket. Meanwhile, new addition over on the bait side of things, turning a lot of heads, catching a lot of eyes. And he did have a great debut map. Looks better here for sure. But the team of bait just not really stepping up to the mantle, which, again, surprises us. I would have figured NRG would have their work cut out, but the past two maps, not been the case.
Yeah, I think the one thing for bait, they just don't play this map a hell of a lot. And last time they did play it, back in the major, they got destroyed 13-2 by Vitality. So it's been a bit of a weird one in the pool for them. Got a few maps which just don't play a lot of CS on. Comparatively to NRG, you've got a lot of reps and I'll get a lot of kills to start things off. A kill apiece for George and OC. Numbers now taken here by the CT side. They win this pistol round. This series is surely all but done.
MPL with a nice find. Could be a big deal. Bomb now has the option to pivot towards B. It looks like it will. Dangerous fights here, though. Nitro gets caught out in the open, unfortunately. Julie's, meanwhile, trying to close the gap. Did he actually? He's actually made it around that corner. That's insane. I mean, he's going to be the only one left now. Is the only problem. As the bomb goes down, can he even get the catch on this library player? The answer is no. MPL takes matters into his own hands with the 4K.
Great recovery. Really, really great recovery. It actually looked like NRG, you get the opening double. You get one back if you're bait, but numbers still looking good for NRG. And they actually make it look quite seamless from there on out. So fair play. And work from bait. Individual brilliance too, of course, which is sort of what bait are hoping for. I think, you know, we talk about kind of a team holistic performance. We saw it in map 1. We haven't really seen it since. You're now just hoping some star can shine and pull you back into this a little bit. Boost towards plant. Put a couple up there. Bro, Nitro will go up. Gamble stack towards the B side, though. Zero presence anywhere else. Let's see where the bait fall for it. And it looks, at least in the early part, that they were tempted, but they're retreating.
Yeah, fair enough. The safe play, it would seem. But ultimately, going to set things up here. Slow roll in towards B. Just the Mac-10 leading the charge, just in case. And, well, they would be correct. The bomb itself, a slow roll towards A. Although they've not spotted everybody, so they're still a little scared of this A bomb site. Should eventually realize that nobody is home. Got Bro on the Mac-10 here in pretty quick time, but unfortunately, the site looks set to fall. He might make some money. Oh. Quick from Alex.
Yeah, fair play. Fair play indeed. Shooting gallery. Down mid for MPL. Oh, okay. 3 back-to-back dings for OC. One nets him a kill. None of deals damage, but it's all but a foregone conclusion with a buy alone, more or less, even before the round got started. Nice work by bait. This is what you need, right? You know, we're talking about early rounds of the half being put on the board, bit of consistency, making sure that there really isn't that much of a conversation around it either. It's the first true test. I mean, if we're going to really get things going here for Bay, it's your bonus buy against NRG's full buy. If you can overcome this, that's when you can start believing for bait once again.
That is true. That is very, very true. NRG has yet to give us anything onto the CT side. Early utility down Banana as they look to try and retain the control. There's 3 over there. Could be a good nade here from both sides, to be fair, but it's the CTs that get the brunt of it. Theirs did not quite land in the same way, so chunk taken out, Molotov in to force them back, and Kenzuzor to get the kill. Beautifully done. Still, though, got to be careful. This B bomb site is better defended than you might expect. Even thinking about rotating a player across from A.
Oh.
Oh, and bro with the find through the smoke makes all the difference here.
Yeah, that changes the round massively. Numbers advantage for Bait. You can play this pack mentality. I don't have it anymore. And also, you don't really have a read about what sort of numbers were towards B. They're heading back towards A, which is the right call. Only one man here is Captain Fantastic. Nitro's got to go huge, but enough time has been bought for 2 players to rotate over. And Nitro spots a bit of information. Flash towards short to try and keep attention drawn. They're taking long control. We don't have a lot of time. 20 seconds. We got to go here. Long flash is excellent, and that gains the information. They're going back to B. It's a last-ditch effort. Oh my god, bro. His steps might have been heard here. He is the make or break in this round. Can he drop the bomb? Yes, he can. He gets another with it. A dink on towards a Cential. 7 seconds is the time to plant just about. Safe round that corner. A 2 versus 3, however. Make that a 2 versus 2. MPL lurks, but he's so far away. It's a foot race he won't win. George can just stick it. I don't think MPL's going to round the corner. He's not being held for. Oh my god, Nitro doesn't hold for his teammate. He goes down, but thankfully NRG still win the round.
God, that is chaotic.
To say the least.
Yeah, I mean, the wherewithal to get the bomb down round the corner, not panicking the time, right? Yeah. And there was maybe half a second in it, just got it in. And then Nitro baiting.
Yeah.
Kind of fair for the trade frag. Okay, fair enough, but it makes us worry. It makes us sweat. That's for damn sure. But it was just all so chaotic. So intense that you do indeed make a few mistakes or force the issue. MPL lucky to get away with even denying the bomb defuse, it feels like. Timeout coming in from Bait, rightfully so. Going to need it, and this is something, again, we saw a bit of an issue for them on Mirage, was the fact that they lost these closer rounds, or rounds that they should never be losing, in fact, and I think the tilt set in. So maybe just trying to avoid that here, as they are still in with a good chance.
Yeah, exactly. NRG have hit double digits. That's already a nice bit of breathing room to have. You're so close to the finish line, and yeah, very decently ahead of Bait too. You're not under pressure, but you just want to shore things up. Bait on the flip side. It is a bit of a narrative of now or never for them. Not many chances left. Buy back in, which makes complete sense, sure, but there's no long-term economy here. You lose this round, especially if you don't get a bomb on again, you got no money. At that point, it could already be done and dusted. This is arguably the most important round that Bait have played so far, and it will start well with Kentisor getting the first.
Oh, Nitro tagged down ever so slightly. OC in a weird spot here. Yeah, I was going to say, may well go overlooked. Nitro that goes down a bit too easily. That will make the difference. So, Bait with an unorthodox wrap towards A. Not the most common move, but, and you know, rushing through smokes and things, but they make it work. So, here we go. Game is certainly still alive.
Yeah, you have to save it. In a spot like this, you can't really be going for anything else. Just because, again, you don't really have the funds to work with yourself. And it does give a bit of a lifeline now for Bait to work with. And P9 and AK kept alive. There won't be enough of a hunt from Bait to find these guys. But here's that question of what do you do around it? Oshi's going to have a bit of cash on hand, which should net out a buy for him. I wouldn't be surprised if NRG go for a force buy here. Much as it seems a bit rogue, you drop over one SMG. You just try and reset the economy to a flatline level. Or, flip side, you don't buy around it, OC doesn't buy anything, and then he has an AWP next round. Two reminds about it, but you've got space to work with for NRG. So it wouldn't be the most outlandish thing in the world. For Bait, spot to put in. We go for no buy here. OC doesn't go for any sort of investment either. So that means an AWP in towards the next. Bait should get a 7th. 3-round game. Gap being closed down upon considerably.
Yeah, they have to be very careful in the upcoming rounds. Trying to do something in this one, though. Keep things interesting as the rotation will come around from that AK towards B. Nitro has a smoke. There's a few intentional decisions here from NRG. Just really got to be careful. Yeah, Nitro has some beautiful timing there. Senthial, worried. Starts to pigeonhole them towards B. Hold on a moment, guys. Hold on a moment. There might be a cook happening here. No, where are you going?
Oh.
Where are you going, guys? For goodness sake, why have they done this? I mean, they're still close enough that it could still be chaotic. And it's the MP9 finding 2. Nobody else able to help out. Oh, I've never been more angry in my life. Why did they bail on that, man?
Yeah, they miscomm somewhere, right? Clutter communication called them away from that B site from what felt like a really cool setup. Once again, put us now in a spot where now we're talking about that deficit being chipped away. And finally, we're getting what feels like a bit of a competitive map. We've not really had many of, or any of them today.
Oh boy.
They felt kind of one-sided. This one actually feels like it's got a bit of something about it. Pop shot by OC. Nothing found behind it. Gonna fall further away. Deep smoking towards top banana, plus wants to make sure he doesn't get naded on towards corner wall. Makes complete sense. I wonder whether MPL gets sent in here with a flash. Over to time and play to see whether they go peeking. No, he's got contact. I'm trying to send the out. Decent work in the last round from him as well. That final kill, he's drawn attention. He'll go around the corner, but there's nothing to bro. It doesn't go deep enough.
They're well known in apartments. Kind of just faking it out. And I mean, with how forwards the CT side are, they know that there's really not much to this. Oh, man, and maybe a catch.
Yeah.
Missing the timing slightly. I thought George might get eyes on these players at the bottom. But he has, once again, you know, gone back to his second home, the apartments, and sees that there's nobody else here. They start to get ready for the B hit, and they're looking good while doing so. OC in from New. They use the molly elsewhere. Surely he gets another here. He will indeed. So quick with it. Keeps it coming from New. Oh, OC. Yes, sir. Silences the critics. Beautiful hold from him and a big, big round for NRG.
What a moment by OC. That is some sharp shooting from Nubox. Wow. Just so good at selecting his targets, seeing them off. Really well done. He had no bullets left as well off the back of that final shot, so he had to really pick his moment. Baits out the AWP shot on the jiggle peak, and yeah, that's sumptuous. That really is something.
Damn.
11-7. Takpor's taken here by Bait. And again, what feels like another last hurrah. Triple AK Galil. Seiko Kawa, do you even have anything? No, just a Deagle. Oh, the youngster. Advantage NRG. That last chance saloon for this Bait side. They don't have the truest of buys. At least a Galil to work with for the new boy, but now we're never here. No ought to be able to contend with OC, who is, I mean, without a doubt, walking away with the MVP from the series. He's been great all 3 maps.
Started off a bit slow into this map, actually, but he really has a little server.
We cursed him.
That's our fault. That is our fault.
Yeah.
Sorry about
that.
North America, sorry about that. Sential keeps going, though, as he's just eliminating everybody, it would seem. He's actually on for the ace, as we've had the funny moment with OC in the middle. Sonic is also still in this. The other guy's in Banana. They might have decent enough information on that. I'm not quite sure, but either way, he has a bit of a window here. Oh, he's going to capitalize. You can't be serious.
No idea.
Kenzazor, yeah, where the hell is he? And I don't think there's really a kit available. Smoke onto the bomb. Going to have to find the kill right now. Not going to happen. Kenzazor deletes him. Pretty close, and it will cost them a lot of money, which is quite important in the comeback train.
Yes.
Still goes the way of Bait.
Yeah, completely deletes any sort of leftover finances they had to work with. Once again, sure, they can buy in, but the wallet is going to be thin following the investment coming through. So, There is something to take away from that for NRG. Just for singing the praises of OC. Quite funny. I sent the out. Bit of a Terminator in this round, though. Just holding W and catching Craniums. OC only buy 2 work with. Hero M4 for him. Few upgraded pistols and a little bit of utility to work with. I don't mind this from Bro, though. Bit unorthodox. Aggression in towards apartments. Goes looking, but nothing on offer.
Few upgraded pistols here could be deadly.
Especially those 5.7s.
Bro hears some noise in second mid. Loses his head when he goes to have a look. Wow, Bait all of a sudden. Incredibly crisp. Down goes the scary gun.
Wow.
And everybody else with it. Man alive. Bait have suddenly turned the dial up to 11. They feel the fire beneath them when NRG hit 11, and they have found themselves a completely different look and maybe another comeback opportunity.
It's a 2-round game, but actually it's more like a 1-round game, if we're being honest. Right? You get a 9th here, which obviously just has to be locked into place. There's no money if NRG fall flat in this 2-round game. Oh, man, this is really quite dicey. I don't know if there was... Yeah, okay, there is just about enough for that AWP to come through. That's good. That's where OG's obviously been doing all of his best work. But yeah, this is really, really interesting now. That's going to call for a timeout. You lose this round, though. You lose the lead, NRG. You forced into an eco in towards the next, and it all crumbles from what felt like a really healthy buffer zone for a pretty large portion of this map. Look where they find themselves now. Bait, like you said, well, it really feels like when their back's up against the wall, that's when they've been doing their best work.
It is true. It's just a question of whether they've left too little room to work with. Yeah. Tough to say. This is where, of course, the sausage is made, as it were, in the game of Counter-Strike. So we'll see if Bait are able to keep things rolling. The big issue for NRG is the fact that they lack cash. So utility begs some questions. No kit begs some questions. We'll have a chunk taken out of them to kick things off.
Start you wanted, but that's why OC in the AWP, a match made in heaven. Nice shot, Kentazor. Down he goes, got to watch on the wings now. As the rest of the team got to try and pull their way out of this man disadvantage. Ascential going to go looking, a double stack here in towards short with Nitro up on high. Difficult to dismantle this one because even the standard Molotov that you throw here actually goes obviously into under bulk and it shouldn't really affect George. He getting proactive here and that'll cost his life. That feels unnecessary. Ascential was waiting, somewhat expecting that, and now that he's Nitro very vulnerable. He can't really fall away without making noise.
He's up top. I mean, he's going to take the fight there. However, there is that untraded kill onto Sonic. Oh! They're not looking for Bro. Oh, man, you can't be serious. He doesn't close it out. The dream's still alive. It's OC on the other side of the map. They know about that. Ascential left incredibly low. OC swaps up onto the AK here. Does not have a kit available, remember. So, just going to have to move in here and try and find this kill. Does seem like Ascential is unsure. Head on a swivel. Checking multiple angles up on the cold zero box. OC rounds this corner. Will he check it cleanly enough? Oh. Yes, he will. And OC keeps this going. Just a lovely bow on top of a great series from him to win what could be the game-winning clutch.
Yeah, that is pivotal from OC. He starts and he closes that round. And Ascential's had a really decent map as well, but just couldn't come out on top there. A little bit too much of a basic angle, unfortunately. Close, but no cigar. NRG, map and series point. And let's cast our mind back to the narrative that we brought up at the start of this series. We spoke about NRG being domestically one of the more dominant forces they've got over there in NA. Really decent performances, top 2 in basically every tournament they're playing domestically. But internationally, they've not been able to replicate those level of results. And the question is, how competitive can they be on an international stage? Well, This series anything to go by. They got something about them. Still find the first. Bro goes down. They aren't done just yet, though.
Yeah, you have to be very careful with poking the bear here. I think they might just have done that. Bait come back with a vengeance, bursting through. Going back to their roots, maybe, and just trying to rely on those rifles that are so effective on this team.
Oh, Nitro. Gonna struggle to get out of here. He just about does, but makes a fair chunk of damage before he dips down in towards Pit. 2 towards Banana, 3 towards Banana even, 1 with the bomb on his back. George isn't alone here. Black contact might get a supporting flash. No, he gets a supporting swing, which will cost Sonic his life. MP9 goes for 3 and puts it back into a 2 versus 2.
It's fine from OC. That might just do it once again. He is looking to be the hero, to be that impactful player. All down to Essential. Needs 100 points of damage near enough, but split between 2. OC brave to go for it, and Nitro forced into the trade situation. They didn't quite have the timing down. I think they maybe wanted to go for a double face, but they were not comfortable. They were not together, not on the same page at all. And a big 1v2 handed across to Bait.
Yeah, lost that previous clutch, but gets it back in blood. Big 1 versus 2 there from Essential. Again, like I said, what a map from him, right? 24 and 12, MPL 23 and 13. Those two are really putting the team on their back a little bit. Look at the knock-on effect here. An ultimate round of play. Regulation. And you're looking at what is now this dicey position. LG, no real buy here. What do you do? Smoke down on the molly. Looks like the way they're posturing at the least, they're going to bolster up the safe site and just hope Bait walk into the trap.
Maybe. Slowly worming their way towards A. Somebody's called it.
Yeah, that one smoke alone might have made them a little uneasy, especially because it was instant.
Yeah, they're going A here. They're going A. I mean, the bomb is right at the back, so
true.
Could certainly bail out.
Yeah.
Also going long, where there is one guy who's about to get smoked off, so...
True, but that means they're committing to wrapping the site, which is actually good.
Scary. They're just not considering long at all, though, now is the problem. More on the CT side, unfortunately. Nitro on his 5-7. Nitro on his 5-7. Wait a minute. Oh, no assistance. Close for a moment, but just nobody there to help him out. So it will be all the way to 24 rounds.
Not a bad effort. I don't know where it's due. But, yeah, Bay fair play. I mean, decent recovery. I really thought they were down and out more or less by the halfway mark, to be perfectly frank. And knock on the door, overtime now. OC back on the AWP. Haven't seen one in Sega Cowboys' hands for a while, but just financially, they haven't been stable enough Bait to be able to invest into one. And also, there's definitely reservations about T-side AWPing on Inferno. It can be quite difficult to do seamlessly, especially if you are a new guy, a youngster at this level. Sonic, first to fall. Kenzazor gets aggressive, and Sonic just sticks around a little too long.
Yeah, they're unlucky not to get away with a kill, but that advantage slips away. What kind of response have NRG got in store? It looks like they will try for the A-bomb site here. Sort of against the grain in terms of what you might expect, right? You lose a player on B, you expect that is the site that gets bolstered, but moving against that. Meanwhile, Bait not really biting all that much themselves, still making a decision. This is what they want to do. They're going to lose a player in the apartments, but still seems set on A, and it's very loose in towards A as well. Not a big fan of this. OC is here ahead of that smoke, and he continues finding heads. When he comes under threat, Nitro will bail him out, and it's beautifully held on A. Multiple rounds in a row. It is OC that bails them out. What a series from him. What a series from NRG. Hard work there on Inferno, as it should be against Bait, but goodness, that Mirage was a thing of beauty, and they will take this series 2-1.
Yeah, incredible work by OC again at the end there. Talk about a time to step up. He's done it all map long, and he picks another fantastic moment to find a flurry of frags coming through. It's a fantastic showing from NRG in terms of they can both do these dominant maps, but they can grind out grueling performances like that. I mean, Bait are no easy side to dispatch, but on the flip side for Bait, underwhelming off the back of map number 1, right? Started so well in the series, it looked like it was going to be a clean sweep, and they lost a lot of that edge. And I think they've got to go back to the drawing board and find better ways to really solidify success and use it going forward, because they were a shadow of their former selves from what we saw in Tours Dust 2.
Yeah, 100%, man. I think took their eyes off the ball after that first map, potentially. We saw a bit of it in the earlier series as well, and it can be really dangerous. You have to remain present, and I think that sometimes, you know, when you look at these online teams, sometimes it can get into their heads going into their own map pick that it will be safe, that they will be protected, but it's just not a sure thing. Really well played from NRG on the flip side, though, to, I think, bounce back. They were totally dejected, very just like one track on Dust 2. Seemed like it wasn't their pick, that they were a little bit less prepared and just kind of trying to hit the same sort of strat over and over on that T side, but just not the case. We do, I believe, have a little bit more to go at, but yeah, really, really sort of excited to see what this NRG team might be able to get now moving forward.
Yeah, it's true, right? I mean, again, it's this thing about overcoming what was the struggles about playing internationally, right? Or not even the struggles. I think it's just about finding where they are in terms of the level internationally. And that's a lot better, man. So when it comes down to it, an NRG side, which I think they can take a hell of a lot away from that series. For Bait, like I said, I'm really quite dejected in terms of what we saw from them. But it's so difficult when you've got a player as good as OC playing as well as he did. And I think we've actually got an interview with him as well. So perfect. We'll throw it over.
Energy finding that footing they need to go ahead and start off this Intel Extreme Masters. Right, that's right. They go ahead and knock down B8 here in their opener. Let's talk about that game a little bit, OC, because it's no secret you got dog walked to map 1. So what happened?
Yeah, we started off really slow. I don't know. We were just kind of low energy, low comms. So we went back out there after the break and kind of were just like, you know, screw the game plan, screw what they were doing. Just like we needed like start calming, focus on ourselves. And yeah, I'm really proud of the boys. We came in map 2 swinging. We 12-0'd them first half, which is, you know, insane. So, and then third map, we kept the energy up. So yeah, just overall great performance after that first map.
Nearly a 13-0, but you had a stellar performance on that second map. Mirage, I believe it was. Talk to me about going through Mirage, through the motions, and after what was a pretty rough first map.
Yeah, I don't know. I was kind of just in like the flow of things. I think I had a pretty good read on how they were playing the game, and of course we watched how they like to play, and so yeah, I don't know. We were able to shut down all of their gimmick plays, all their fast rounds that they were trying to throw us off guard with. Yeah, it just felt like we were ahead of the game, or ahead of them the whole game. So,
you think Energy can start ahead of Astralis? That's who you've got next.
If we're calming like that, playing like that, then yeah, I think we can upset a lot of teams here. So as long as we keep that up, then yeah, for sure.
Thank you very much, OC.
Yeah.
It starts with a dream, with a team you barely know, in an amateur official that feels like the grand final, where practice becomes progress, and every loss feels like a lesson. When will your journey begin?
Not NRG almost choking that game. Like,
never close.
It's primetime Counter-Strike here at IEM Krakow. Welcome back to the B stream as we're moving through the second block of games. It's opening day at the newly named tournament going down in Krakow, Poland. I'm fine, joined by Cole Exner McHenry for the first time here in 2026. We've got IEM Counter-Strike on the way.
We're live, man. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be a lot of fun action here on the B stream. We're going to be carrying you forward as well throughout the remainder of the day as we look to 4 more teams try to progress throughout the first stage and open things up with a bang.
Yeah, so we've got FUT taking on 3D Max here in our third opening match here on the B stream. FUT really bringing themselves forward in 2025, starting off with that Navi Junior lineup and then getting signed to a big organization. And now trying to take that all the way to the house and maybe put themselves in major contention with a good performance here at IEM Krakow.
Yeah, it's an exciting story here as they, continue to level up. I mean, there's just so much potential here, so many young guns, and I guess we'll get to look at the old guard here and 3D Max and what they're bringing to the table. It is a real battle of the older veterans here, the ones with experience versus the next generation here, the one that is ushering in new talent. And for 3D Max, we've seen a lot out of this roster last year. The big change that this team has made is switching up roles instead of making any big roster moves. And for me, starting off the year a little bit rocky, it is a questionable start as to a roster that I feel like handles underdogs so well. Their opening event, they got upset out of the gates. And now they're looking to course correct after that.
Yeah, I think 3D Max definitely find their role as the gatekeepers to the top levels of Counter-Strike. You always have to beat this roster if you want to take on the top of the game. And they play that explosive level of Counter-Strike that can catch any rookies off guard. Taking a look at this screen, it is FUT's very first IEM with so many young players and even experienced rookies that you could say, as Lonks has been around the block as well, but good to find him on an IEM contending roster once more. This team full, stacked with firepower and potential.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so glad to see him back in the server here at a tier 1 event. I do feel like he's gone through a little bit of the ringer, as you said. He's an experienced young player who is now looking at tier 1 competition once again. That's such an exciting prospect for him as he's gone through a little bit of the wilderness, working his way back into the upper echelons. So excited to see what they have here, backed up by a lot of other individuals. You're going to need to lean on that experience, that life experience in general, as to how you try and close out versus these tougher competitions. And as you can see, these are 3 players kind of in the HLTV top 50 prospects. I thought that was quite a bit of prospects, but I feel like all of them super promising. Demon, one of them included in that mix as an exciting prospect here for the squad. And obviously you've got so much potential here with the younger individuals that you really want to lean on that success. And Krabini showing up already, I feel like, is an exciting feat as well, as he's also listed in that.
Yeah, and I think the biggest fragger for this team is going to be Jugs as well. Stepping up for this lineup has absolutely impressed, and honestly should have been some of the bold predictions in my opinion for who it really is up next. This guy is going to be a force to be reckoned with within top level Counter-Strike, and we'll see if he can climb the rankings and really deliver on that promise.
Yeah, he had a good opening event there, and obviously, trying to set the tone versus a team like Furia didn't quite get as much ground as they were hoping for, but they still looked competitive versus a team, with the firepower that Furia brings to the table. And from that, I'm already excited to see what they bring versus this 3D Max team. Roster that we kind of highlight spreads the firepower throughout the whole roster. As we get to take a look at the vetoes, I do think there's a small inherent advantage where 3D Max like to ban out Mirage. It's going to be a tough pill to swallow there for FUT. Last time, they were willing to be, the underdog team that picks into Anubis. That was before the windows changed and all of the adjustments that we see on Anubis. So I'm not too surprised to see them elect against it with the difference that we see and go in towards a more comfortable territory. But there's an Anubis coming through from 3D Max, a team that we know was playing out that map pretty frequently when it was available and really mastered it. But again, there are some changes, there are some slight adjustments here on this map, and we'll see what they have prepared here. I'm definitely surprised to see that pick here coming through from 3D Max.
Yeah, this window only being added in basically the last week, and really adjusting some of those CT timings and see if that swings the map further into the defender's favor. Obviously, Anubis known as one of the most T-sided maps ever released in Counter-Strike. And we'll see if 3D Max can try to take advantage of this. This is their very first Anubis official in 2026 since it's been added back, and a Dust 2 decider, which is also incredible here for 3D Max. I mean, not having a good win rate on it and still allowing it to go to the very final stage to be the decider of this series.
Yeah, man, Dust 2 is a weird one for 3D Max, right? Because I do feel like they can, get the job done, but they just have not figured out the T side at all on that map. It still feels like that is their biggest challenge to try and complete the mission. And as you can see, Sin and their love should be getting ready to hop into the action. But yeah, Dust 2 is going to be a tough decider. I think for both these teams, not necessarily playing to their strength, but I like the pick coming through as the decider a lot more for FUT, being able to capture that as a last-ditch effort.
It's a new season for these rookies, and maybe call them the dinosaurs as well over there at 3D Max, but always known as these gatekeepers. And we'll see if they can keep FUT down a notch as we kick it off on Ancient.
Let's find out here. We got the pistol round in play. A lot of utility on Kerbeni. Trying to throw in some util in towards that B-bomb site, setting up the execution here, and we'll see how effective they can be as Exorcist looking to pressure down range, and already a molly kill coming through under gravity. I don't know what happened there, but 100-0 seems as he ticked down.
Yeah, it'll be up to Exorcist here on the hold, allowing Demon and company to get into the site, but then there's Jugs stepping forward. A team flash makes things awkward, though, and Lucky capitalizes with the headshot. 3v2. Bomb yet to be planted. Kerbeni will get those digits in at least. The money secured, but what about the round?
Walking into the digits here, still trying to pull through on the retake, and there's some low HP bars that they are looking to capitalize on. Pressure from Kerbeni, looking to lock down that headshot. He doesn't take any damage in return. One bullet away from death there, and a quick headshot coming through. They set up the crossfire. They knock it on down. You can already see the fire and flare from these young guns.
That insane shot from Jugs, picking a player out of the sky. He was supposed to be the bait. He was supposed to drag the crosshair away. Instead, he turns into a kill. Talk about the firepower here from FUT. All these youngsters, they've got headshot percentage.
Already working in their favor there on the side of 3D Max. Shots go missing on some of those low HP bars. So FUT start off well. Going in a great execute facilitated by the Molly. Got an MP5, yeah, recently buffed. We got the Mag 7 as well. Same old, same old. It's an interesting force buy here.
Patch note readers, these guys at 3D Max. Really interesting kind of shift in the meta with all these continual kind of like buffs to the SMGs and the changes, but we would never get as big as an update as Deadlock, so, you know.
Dude. Listen, it's because, this game is already perfect. All we need is a little window change, a little map pull adjustment, and some guns that people barely use to be a little bit buffed, and we're happy.
Yeah, I mean, so we log on to this game anyways, even though we complain. So
I wonder what they want. Do you want like massive shit? There's not a lot that you really need to do in Counter-Strike to switch things up. So I understand the complaints. Maybe if you want a little operation or whatever, but it's like Deadlock is brand new. You got to update that game. It needs changes. Whereas Counter-Strike's been balanced throughout the years.
Why don't we add agents to this game? 6 new characters that you can vote for with cool new abilities, like you can put the entire enemy team to sleep through a wall. All right, we're talking too much about other games, other Valve titles. All right, just give us the light of day here, folks, as we are hopping into round number 3. A little bit of a save for 3D Max. They still have some punch, especially with the 3-man mid stack. But Body will take the brunt of the damage. Still that old trusty MP5. Silence, too.
Tough range for the Mag 7 there. Trying to peek down in through cave. For the meantime, FUT have been able to avoid a lot of the early pressure out of this utility. The early mid control attempted here to 3D Max is forced on back, so some decent map control being taken in return.
Hey, I'm just saying, my
Mag 7
face
might
at
get
level
some
9
action here.
My face at level 9 opponents would probably hit that Mag 7 shot somehow. Just one tap me from across all of B ramp. We have a little stack here. If a molly comes through, they're all screwed, but there is no utility. They're going to walk in dry into the setup. First kill's good. Have they seen Exorcise trying to hold the exit? Exorcise with the Mag 7 jiggle peeking, but pre-fired out. Gravity on 9 HP should not be here much longer. Will be cleared. Bomb to be planted. It's looking like 3-0 for FUT.
Yeah, a little bit jumpy right there on the cave control. To teammate down low, it's going to be tough to pull through this retake. Body doesn't have much of a say in this one, and I guess you can maybe stick around for some exit kills if you're lucky. Maybe not. They're handing out headshots like that. Just going to go ahead and call it a day. FUT going to comfortably lead off here 3-0, and avoiding again the heavier setups, letting 3D Max come to them in some of these rounds, and finding the vulnerability, which in these last couple of rounds has simply been walking into that B bomb site with good utility and meeting no resistance because 3D Max are so focused on controlling cave.
A bit more of a
guns out here, and we'll see if that changes.
Yeah, a bit more of a brute force style that came through from the side of FUT. I think they could definitely get punished when these rifles come out, because not having a molly to clear out the various angles of that cave position could go punished in a later round. It's kind of how you plan out your utility usage throughout Ancient. The side of FUT, got to keep that notched in as we've got cave control established and Lonks pushing up to the red room. Molly forward, but that could be his demise. Inside the smoke, does Lonks realize he ran into a player? Any suspicions? It doesn't seem like it. Lonks will get shot in the back by Body. Now Exorcise bottom of the ramp, looking for even more for 3D Max. Baka looking over his shoulder. But both players go down to headshots. Ridiculous entries from FUT. Gravity needing to save it, he can't. And FUT shoot their way out of a bad situation.
Dude, and the timing right there, a little bit desperate for 3D Max. They were ready to turn the corner, but disrupts the aim from Makazop. And as soon as that happens, that's when FUT turn the corner. Worst case scenario there, opening pick, man advantage gathered here. But again, they keep things simple for FUT. They find out what's working. They're able to find these entries on towards the B bomb site. This time, a little bit more pressure put on the ramp side, and you mentioned it. 3D Max with rifles should, in theory, be able to put up a little bit of a stronger defense. They find the entries nonetheless. Crack through into that B bomb site, and CM3 going to pick up an AWP for his troubles as well, off the back of the Maka purchase. So things are looking promising for these young guns. They're having a ball here out of the gates. They talked about their ability to play out online here, but this is a LAN environment, a little bit of a different story, and they're still looking good.
Yeah, I mean, you see Kreveni vibing on the camera right there. Exceptional stuff from FUT. I mean, for the rookies, it's important to be feeling the bounce of the game of Counter-Strike right now. Everyone hitting their headshots in the dry fights. And that's something 3D Max have had as a weakness, is their firepower. Can they fight back? With Lucky finally tested here on the A site in front of the smoke, but fully blinded, forced back. It's looking like a CT retake will be on the cards.
Playing passive here. Might have to force a bomb plant in some form or fashion, locking in those digits. And it's a 5v5 outright. Control trying to be taken. And they're going to stack a lot of resources to keep these players on 3D Max away from gaining space through Temple. That's what the setup is here for the post plant. Meanwhile, they're trying to line up some utility. There is plenty of kits, so chances here to still pull through.
Tons of utility available for the CT. First, you have to break the Temple, and it's worked. 2 for 1 into the site for 3D Max. Maka looking for extras, but shut down instantly. Lucky poking and prodding the smoke, looking for Cemetery, but needing to deal with Lonks at the big box. Helped out by Jugs, cleaning up that retake. 5-0 for FUT.
That's just beautiful work right there. Dicing up those duels. Even though you take a little bit of space towards Temple, the all-important duels end up going in the way, and that's just less control that you have to pull through this retake at 3D Max. Definitely realizing they've met their match here in the opening stages. as they can't pull through. 5v5 retake with good utility and good opening presence, but rounds are coming through. And they're spread thin on this retake effort. Some good signs, a little timeout action here. Try and get them back on track. But I mean, I just feel like a perfect string of calls. Plenty of conditioning put towards middle and B here out of FUT to challenge that side of the map and then get an explosive A call, just showing that you can get away with those plays as well. So 3D Max feeling like there's pressure all over the map now, and we're only 6 rounds in.
Seeing 3D Max again struggling in these situations where it's just individual on individual combat, right? Everything's been set up, but 3D Max with no inherent advantages getting outshot here by FUT. Maka with the jump though, up top, gets shot in the back, and then the trade from Jugs is perfect. Lucky, full blind, and a perfect mid take from the youngsters of FUT.
Yeah, 7-0 here for Yokes, and looking to continue that performance here. Kermeni, going to deal with the pressure down the ramp. One more kill required. Exorcise down low, and it will be finished off by the Glock at range. Easy does it. Absolutely immortal in the server. It's a quick 6-0. They deal with the half bite pretty comfortably, minimizing the casualties. Moving forward here, that's the timeout called. I imagine now here's where you're really trying to plant your flag if you're 3D Max. What do they have in store? They're going to go for another aggressive mid stance, or are you fearing that control that can be taken by FUT with how sharp the aimers are?
And a great grenade. Could have been better onto body, but instead it's Kermeni putting the pressure on towards the cave position. In the meantime, a late mid take from FUT. Not immediately off the rip. Maybe 3D Max were expecting, in the meantime, more aggression for the Frenchman. Exorcise has a flank for Benny. No idea this is even possible. A great timing hit there by Exorcise.
Yeah, left on a solo lurk. A lot of responsibility on his shoulders. Now Maka up for the task as well and hits a nice shot, finally putting Jukes to rest. Looking for more, though. It does overextend, just a slight peek forward there. So, see him able to trade things out. Still moving through CT spawns. There's still more to do here for Lucky and the back lines, and he's not quite looking the right way.
And he's keeping himself safe from the angles, but now he has to be prepared, and he is. Surprise double kill, but not prepared for that. Cemetery with one op shot, but surely not ready for the player close. His gravity developing a flank. Oh, but he hits the shot. 1v2 now, 40 seconds. Low HP, but no bomb. How are you going to work your way through this? With the smoke in the face, it's a bit difficult. And with one bullet remaining in the op, there's 2 players in the server. I don't think they're going to be lining up here anytime soon. If you have another quick scope in him, instead of pre-fire from Lucky, is good enough. 3D Max will shut down FUT.
Yeah, good news right there. 3D Max getting on the board there. Lucky with the lineup. One of those players that is definitely capable of having these pop-off maps. Talk about 3D Max, and I feel like there's no one that's super explosive on this team, but everyone is capable of putting through some big numbers. And when Lucky gains a little bit of confidence, his multi-kills definitely can amplify the CT side. You're going to need a whole lot more where that came from.
Goodness me, listening to new knife sound effects in my pro Counter-Strike games. As we got a headshot from Jugs. That Maka just looks in the camera, basically. He knows, okay, what am I supposed to do about that? Instant headshot from Jugs. No smoke push from body. And what's looking like an A split is on the way. Exorcise, not much he can do behind the smoke. It's a silent walk into CT spawn. Cemetery, the caboose of this train, making sure no one pushes past. Molly even behind. This duel for Lucky so important, and he falters. This should give the sight over to FUT. Body in Donut will not be able to deny the bomb plant. And it's looking like a very saddening round here for 3D Max. They had no chance in this game, as Body's also been spotted next. And what's looking to be 7-1.
Out of the round there. Labor duel there. Eventually, Buddy will be able to win it. But as you said, I don't think this one's going anywhere. Even with that kill, even with the 3v2, you can see Exorcist long away from the bomb site. Also, Buddy's got to be careful about this bomb blast. And is going to fall. Scribini making a move through middle. So one less rifle to save. The only gun they can hold on to is the AWP. But FUT just hitting some sharp shots here. Again, it's Jugs able to make some moves towards middle. Not a lot you can say if you're Maka right there and trying to deal with the resistance. Just left to shrug your shoulders. At least we'll get another opportunity with this AWP, but the rounds keep on flowing. And these prospects here are on that list for a reason.
Such as
Proving it on land in your opening stages is just a difficult task. And that's what they're doing right now.
Yeah, Maka could be overrun here. It's tucked away in the corner, but a nice setup. Crossfires galore and 3 kills for 3D Max. Make it 4. Jugs in a 1v5. We'll find his second death at the op of Maka. A B-site stack takes down the B-site rush.
Yeah, going for a gut punch right there and trying to pull through a big read, but the defense is heavily stacked. Crossfire assembled, and everyone able to find their kills. Kind of drawing the attention every way. So a quick shutdown for 3D Max, and again, rounds that they need to get on the board here. Try and close the distance. See if they slow it down here. No, just a fast approach once again, and Body able to deal with Lounce. Quick shutdown of his play through middle this time. On a bit of an isolated duel for him, just trying to set him up and get more opening picks for FUT, but 3D Max heating up just a touch.
It's just that single kill, though, and still the map control given over to FUT. The entry not there for Kerbeni, though. Demon next in line. Will eventually find the trade. Still man advantage for 3D Max.
Got this A-main aggression right now pulling through from Body at the moment. It's a big adjustment here. He's calling in a lot of information for his squad and going to help better assemble this B-side setup. Smoke is down at the perfect time, and that's going to draw and delay them out, but Lucky's still going to keep his attention turned because there's no way they're going to push the smoke, right? They certainly are, and Lucky, not fully prepared for it, is going to have to fall back into cave.
Demon. It's a flashbang. Exorcist top of the box. And a smoke in the cave. That could be devastating. That allows them to take backhaul control. And so good post plants available for FUT in the 3v4.
In control of CT in the back square as well is so valuable. It's going to leave Maka largely out of this one, so it's going to come down to cave in the flank. Flashbang to get aggressive here. Nothing spotted, and Body will shut it down.
Jugs. Maka just drawing the attention away from these players. Well handled here by 3D Max as they've taken control of bomb. Defuse already being stuck. And Maka to take the kill. 3D Max coordinated on that retake, picking apart every position. I think a big credit goes there to Maka. He's distracting 2 players at once. And 3D Max repositioning over to the weak flank. The double swing onto that player holding. So well coordinated there. That's what you expect out of a team like 3D Max with the experience that they herald.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really difficult situation there for FUT as well. I understand the need to get aggressive. They got low health. They're looking to, level the playing field before that retake is fully in the picture. But 3D Max read that like a book. And as you said, big credit to Maka. Staying patient and still finding impact where he was largely removed. Timeout coming through out of the FUT side now. As they look to get back into winning ways. They still have a little bit of a bank account here. A lot of utility, a lot of firepower still in the mix. Even with a couple of rounds in a row here from 3D Max, but a lot banking on this one. Otherwise, we could see them close the distance even further. Got a good discovery on how they want to hold middle as well. HE for the smoke. Going to reassemble, and they're going to push past it here. Brilliant stuff, and the flashes line up perfectly for the double kill out towards middle. It's a 4v3 immediately.
Yeah, FUT not rushing, seeing this opening volley of utility. They don't want to get hit by those grenades. Now they go into Gravity, who's tucked away into the corner and instantly cleared a headshot through his teammate. Gravity stood no chance. The B site broken open, round over. But FUT adapting their playstyle off of the timeout and catching 3D Max with their hand in the cookie jar.
It's been a real story of their availability to take these duels out towards middle, whether that's out of spawn or, in this case, off the timeout, a little bit delayed, but still set up so nicely with that utility. And they read the resistance perfectly at a 3D Max, trying to take that shelf control. Uh-oh, Maka goes down with the op as well. XOC's in a position to recover it, but has to find this kill first. We'll be able to do it. Op should be safe and sound, but one less gun. Bring into the next here, no big deal. I'll actually even keep the AK for that matter. Money stacked up for 3D Max, but there you have it. A good reaction off the back of some consistent mid holds out of 3D Max. Finally able to punish that, but a change-up pitch coming through from FUT works wonders.
Yeah, so showing their adaptability even versus a team of experience like 3D Max. We'll see if there's any more mind games to be had here, as it looks like we're just going to see a heavy B lean from FUT, completely abandoning the mid prospect, and it's worked out well because 3D Max are preparing for that exact mid pop that happened in the previous. FUT with another change up into the B site. It's all the extra C's and an incredible double necessary to win this round. 3D Max looking to notch 4 before the halftime break.
Oh, looking like it here. Body able to knock down Jugs, and this man Sandy trying to hide behind this smoke, duck and cover here. Op gonna face him, and it'll be knocked down by Maka. So 3D Max close the distance ever so slightly. Still more to do though in this second half.
And we are back in. FUT looking strong on this one. 8-4, strong firepower. 3D Max has some rounds of their own to answer back as we're getting started here in Krakow between these two squads.
Yeah, looking strong to close things off for 3D Max, getting a little bit more adjusted, but FUT's still hitting hard right now, as we come to expect from this roster. Looking to keep that story into their CT side. We know what 3D Max like to bring on these T sides. See a lot of aggression in the early rounds. We know this is a team that likes to get stuck in with these fast plays, and that's going to continue here with this mid draw out in towards the red room as well.
Yes, we're going to be in some trouble. Triple swing, no kills. And now proceeding into the B site flank, just a single defender in Demon, and already goosed up, already dealt with. 3D Max looking good for the pistol. They just have to stop the retake effort. But they have some sharpshooters to deal with. Longs with the first and the second. And then there's the third kill. FUT rolling back into the retake. Lucky trapped behind the site pillar, hoping for a kill, hoping to play off the teammates that don't exist. Lucky dealt with, and all headshots for FUT to get themselves back into the pistol.
I mean, that's just scary stuff right there. A lot going right on that play. And a 5v3 in the initial inbound. But if you make one step too far, you give them any sort of access on this retake right there, they will take a mile. And FUT so quickly pounce on that retake. Before 3D Max are even in position, you demand a little bit of respect with that mid draw and the fast B play. You get those numbers punched in, you think there's going to be some time to plant your feet, and they do not allow you that luxury. So a bomb plant at the very least here. 3D Max looking to keep on the same page here. Going to go for a force buy of their very own. Try and keep the pressure on. But this kind of comes into needed damage, needed bomb plants. Probably a necessary round win as well. Going for double boost
over this smoke. This is cute, but I don't think it sees anything.
It's a tall smoke.
This ain't go no more. Maybe the old guard over there at 3D Max might have thought smokes were different, but now as it fades, it can become a lethal double peek.
Get a little bit more around that corner, so more time for Ecstasies to try and peek through, and they're going to definitely see above this smoke.
Yeah. But that's information that there is 3 players over towards the B lane, but still, FUT electing to re-clear middle instead. Now they have all the information.
Starting to claim it here. Gravity on this really separated lurk is going to need at least some mid access if he needs to call his teammates over, and they're going to meet head on. They're throwing the utility for a B execute, but it's not going to be a B finish here. Body could break through though. CM Treat looking to hold it down. He gets traded out as well. Now access opened up towards the A side of the map here if it's not for Jugs in the way. Still looking to hold it down. Another kill out of his rifle as Maka puts the pressure on here. Again, trying to wait for this lurk from Gravity, but he might not ever be necessary. It's all on Demon's shoulders now as the numbers should safely be punched in. Demon's going to fly into the donut and try and pull this retake off quickly. He doesn't have any utility, no kits to try and make this clutch happen.
They'll just stroll onto the bomb site and effectively, you might know where both players are. Even a flank through middle for Gravity. Both players repositioning to donut. That makes this clutch attempt basically impossible. Demon gonna find a route out of this bomb site, actually, as he will take his M4 and save. 3D Max win that all-important force buy and keep themselves in ancient.
Some necessary coverage there on that fight back for mid control. Having to sustain those duels is so scary, but being able to hold it together there with the body Tech 9 shot, dealing with the initial contact and effective trades, good enough to make their moves into that Gravity lurk. And it's a situation right there where a lot was riding on FUT being able to hold the resistance on that mid re-clear. But 3D Max still punching through. Now they got the better weaponry, better purchase in. Only the rifle saved over. A couple of MP9s to back it up. Get an aggressive stance in towards A main early this time around. That's the adjustment. whatever they can do to keep this distance nice and close here with some of the SMGs and 5.7s that they have in store. So a lot of focus on the cave control in A main. Some block utility ready to go as well. So you want to draw this round out as long as possible and then get that counter utility into the mix. You can see Kerbeni waiting for his util. Same is true for CM3. There's a smoke drawing in though, and Kerbeni doesn't get to get a smoke off.
Oh, the 5.7's not going to be able to hold that one down either. CM3 with one Deagle headshot is going to need a career-defining highlight to hold this site down. Let me tell ya. All in, nade to the smoke, and not meant to be. Falls on the first. Demon with that saved M4. Good for none. As it is 3D Max who will start to reel this game back in. Keep it playable. Definitely need whatever they can get. Anubis is going to be such a piece of unknown territory. I mean, FUT definitely like playing it as an underdog. Almost took down Furia on it just last week.
Just excited to see that come through. I was kind of expecting it from FUT because they did look so good versus a team like Fury, but obviously the change offers up some difference here. Body knocking down some Mac 10 kills, and this one going to be closed out with comfort. Benny on the late lurk here is going to get finished off as well. But yeah, that Anubis conversation is going to be a real wild card because we know 3D Max, I mean, utilize that map so effectively to really build their foundation as a roster and you know, now become a staple in these tier 1 events. But having that luxury of bringing it back into the pool is such a promising, you know, prospect for this year now, and setting the tone right and picking into this map is showing a lot of confidence that they've put in the work to get ready for that.
So first true gun round of this second half. And Kerbeni, here's the molly.
Oh.
Doesn't matter. Knowledge is not enough to take down Maka. The headshot is there. And already strolling onto the B site is Exorcise. Back of the site pillar, but dealt with. Geometry deals with them. Demon flashed out in the open and helped out by Sametry, who gets a second kill. 3D Max yet to get that bomb planted. It's on the floor right now. Smokes are about to fade, and this round is going to get complicated for the French.
They're getting stalled out here in the cave positioning right now. That's a big problem. Finally, a smoke is able to be tossed by Body to help escort them out of this cave and into the site, but they take damage in doing so. Running a little bit low on health. Got to scoop that bomb and score it onto this B bomb site. Number's going to get punched in, but this is going to lead to the collapse. Maka lines up too, putting this one into contention now. But still Laux looking to pounce on this play. Waiting for that smoke to bloom inside of cave and isolate this duel on the Body. Is he going to find his timing to strike there? Body in the meantime will take a couple of kills here to close out the round. A full house in between Body and Maka to seal the deal, no matter how complicated that round was for 3D Max. They stay poised.
And Maka. I've seen some good rifle highlights from this guy too. Not just an opper. Extremely focused and locked in right now. Our 3D Max. And Gravity with his old Mac 10 sticking with it. As 3D Max look to equalize. Just gotta be careful.
I found a nice little double entry with that earlier. Might look for charge forward here into the cave side, but Bonnie realizes the risk of that. There's players right around the corner looking to shut him down. This is where I look at 3D Max and their util work that they've been able to get away with in these rounds to make sure that these 5.7s, these SMGs, these half-buys do not get full effect. Never really allow for FUT to play in these comfortable positions. At the moment, looking to avoid the majority of this contact here. It's a solo defense from Benny. This is where the mollies come into play here. They flushed out Kerbini from the K position. Now he's forced to play on the site with his back turned to ramp here. Good follow-up smoke to try and buy even more time. We'll see if that deters them or if they're still going to break through. They HE the smoke again, and that's what allows for Gravity to break through here and confirm the positioning.
Yeah, 3D Max knew exactly what they wanted in that round. Didn't fall for any of the tricks, the re-smokes, and the misdirection from FUT. So hoping to steal an AK on the way out. That ancient bomb blast is quite big, so there will have to be an effort to get out. Long steals with just the Mac 10, but the wall bangs are destructive. 3D Max are starting to connect their first bullet headshots. AK's in hand, or maybe an M4 for Maka if we were talking about the previous round. Just crazy to think. Maka started this game 3-7. And now, 17 kills to his name. On an incredible run. Starting off with this T side.
So much high impact kills as well. You look at, a couple of rounds ago, that last gun round that we saw and the spray down that he's able to get away with. Finding opening duels, doesn't necessarily have to do it with the AWP either. So a quick resurgence in some key players on 3D Max. And this T side is taking control in a big way. And does FUT have a response, right? When they're able to dictate the pace and take charge with their initiative on that T side, it looked phenomenal for them, but they're having a tough time figuring out how to do that on the defense. And right now, 3D Max are enabled to just get these executes on off, establish map control, a lot of, pushing through cave and being able to get these explosive moves onto the B bomb site. We'll see if FUT want to, off the back of that timeout, really try and adjust in that and deny this map control here.
Now it's just a passive stance and hoping 3D Max will walk into the trap. Wonk's just tucked away in the cubby in middle. 3D Max going for what we call the neutral default. It's basically taking no map control to start and just seeing how your opponent reacts, what their utility usage is going to be like. And seeing these smokes and the tape.
Oh,
no way that
no
molly
way.
doesn't spread to him. Oh my goodness.
Man.
Fortune favors the brave as Lonks. There's surely not going to be clear,
They're doomed.
right? They are doomed. First, second, and then a third with the shoulder got seen. Maka takes down Lonks. And what could have been a devastating play instead is turned around by Jugs. He gets a double and keeps his team in the round. Could have been so much better here for FUT. Can Demon find the necessary kills? Bomb to be planted, running out of bullets though, and dealt with. Symmetry now with the pistol, switches to the AWP, facing a double peek, and it's no good. It should have been the round there for FUT. It should have been a triple kill, but Maka says no.
Dude, that is so unfortunate there. Long setup in the perfect position. You couldn't ask for much better trigger discipline either, but of course, someone has to be peering around that corner just enough to claim that kill and deny all of that effort, all of that fortune with the molly not spreading. He was standing on pixels right there for safety and instead gets nothing out of it. Frustration has to be set in the CT side. Only giving them a single round so far. Looking for opening picks though towards middle. Almost have it, but ducking out. Lucky barely escapes. Lucky to be alive here, but Exorcist opens up through a main. I like the HUD there. It's got low armor on Lucky. You can see he's only got six armor left. That's interesting.
What a play here for Kerbini. This will not be seen. He technically, missed a free kill. We'll see if this flank turns into anything more.
Just don't know if it's going to activate in time right now, right? He's moving a little bit slow on the flank, and while that's happening, Maka claims another kill. If it is an A-side finish, they're going to be set up for their best possible chance with that flank.
It's still moving so slowly, though, and he won't even be a factor in this execute. Lonk's going to be in trouble. Kerbini's going to flank A main instead. A trade back Geometry needs an extra with this 5-7, but now mollied out. And might as well call it at this point. It's going to be 3D Max. Started off so down bad on this map. Down 7-1. Aka 3-7. Now top of the server. What a comeback.
It was really looking like the same old story for 3D Max as well. The difference is, you know, this is a scrappy underdog, you know, that hits hard, but the firepower has come back in return. They've been able to land their adjustments and giving themselves enough grace on that CT side to take over the server when it comes down to the T side. Fantastic recovery here for a team that's showing their experience. Lucky's armor did explode there with the bomb. I want to see if he invests into it if he realizes. But outside of that, you know, there are no concerns. You can see down in the dumps a little bit here for the FUT camp. Another timeout called by them.
Yeah, they've had themselves some strong advantages. Some pullback kills and some late round heroics, but 3D Max have found some of their own. I mean, talk about that 3v4 post plant. Baka and Body able to lock down that B site. That was the crushing round for FUT. Versus the force buy. All FUT have won this half. For those just joining, is the pistol round. Everything else has gone the way of 3D Max. It is 7 rounds in a row. Can they add any extras as it is a brawl in middle? Everyone blind, getting spammed through smokes, and Lucky falls next. A rush out of 3D Max. Knocked down. And FUT look to claim their first on the defense.
And they're already in position here to deal with any last-ditch efforts. I mean, it might be the 2 right players for the job right now for 3D Max, but what's ahead of them, not looking pretty. Got a duo ready to deal with the pressure on this A-bomb site. To be fair, both of these players are a little bit low. Recycled smoke in towards A main is going to draw this one out ever so slightly. Locke's going to reposition into what should be kind of a one-and-done position.
Want to lose a heartbreaking round? This is it. Smoke's going to fade on A main. Laka's op will be able to open up. Lonks is now pinned. He cannot move. In the meantime, Exorcise looking to clear angles, but nothing is being given for free. The molly, though, will force Lonks out of the angle. Op gets the first. Now, a molly even now for Jug stuck at the back of the site. He's going to be forced to fight. And he goes down next. Want to lose a crushing round, FUT? Here it could be a 2 versus 5 potential. Crossing over to the site. Donut control established. Baka can plant the bomb. We've got a round.
Oh, it's so on, but he's got to get those numbers punched in ASAP here. Fakes on the initial tap and goes swinging. He was hungry for more. And that greed is punished here. Exorcise looking to find some follow-up kills. There will be put the rest there. The op scope able to sing for the last 2 kills and save them the concerns there. FUT avoid the heartbreak and will capitalize on that 5v3 advantage. But it's that deadly duo that goes down swinging, landing a couple of punches before they end up falling. Nonetheless, it's FUT that are able to establish a foothold in middle in a big way, something that we really haven't been able to see long-term. And this defense is fighting for some early map control. We're playing proactive, and they do it off the back of that timeout here. And immediately, 3D Max call theirs.
Still made it close. Still made you take a quick inhale. Take a look at the money for 3D Max. It should be just fine, probably, to play the rest of this game out. But FUT, with what should have been a dominant one, has an asterisk put at the end of it. Now, mid control established here for the youngsters. 3D Max putting down this lurk smoke on the B site. Exorcise play behind it, but doesn't like his safety being separated from his teammates. A missed op shot from Maka. A huge opportunity goes to waste.
Yeah, a couple of shots there. Exorcise falling back, not feeling super comfortable with that aggressive stance and that missed op shot. It's going to allow for some more comfort on this defense towards B. Again, a heavy cave setup here. A bit of a different approach right now out of this defense. Will they be able to hold up to the task? Dodging out the flash, but there's a lot more around that corner. More utility being tossed in. Multiple flashes that get him turned away and fully blinded up. At least a smoke down for Demon to establish a foothold. But the pressure's coming through on the site side. They don't expect Exorcise to strike through. And now Cave gets broken open. Bomb can make moves into the site here. It's hopeful smoke spam. Looking to deny the numbers getting punched in, but sitting inside the smoke is Exorcise finally finished off. The gravity is quick on the trade, and Lounce not going to be able to escape here, is he? Still staying alive here, fighting for this round. He's going to go in.
And give up everything. It is map point now for 3D Max, down 7-1. 9-4 after losing the pistol. They've done everything to reel this game back in, despite the individual heroics that have come through from FUT. This is a team effort, as we usually see here from 3D Max. This is why they are the gatekeepers. I mean, you can see mentally they never really tilt out of games. They always go next, they stay strong, and don't let an underdog get the better of them. Can they beat the MP9s to lock it in? It's not going to be easy.
Job not finished just yet. Still have Jugs in the server, ready to find some opening picks here. Much needed man advantage out of one of the rifles. Very passive A defense right now. The body is going to look to identify just in time, though. Help is on the way. Smoke gets tossed down range and might delay their efforts. Looks like the end goal is still going to be established here. I think they're going to boost up on top of tree here. Not going to be the MP9. It'll be the A4 instead. Interesting position here as you gear up for what's around that corner. Gonna give it a swing here out of Kabrowni, trying to set up his rifler for success, and it is a quick knockdown punch, but trying to escape some lineups here. And Lucky capitalizes, but they're low on health and still have to look to get those numbers punched in.
They've got the utility, but look at this Logs. He's going through. This is a massive risk. He doesn't want to let that bomb get planted. Whatever the cost, is he going to push through? Exorcise watching for it. One, but not the spray control. It's Gravity who can't hold on. And we go to the final round of regulation. The MP9s and M4s, whatever FUT could get out of their pockets, will bring us to round 24.
Man, what a lifeline right there. Needing to complete the mission. They're able to all push past the smoke and deny 3D Max the opportunity to get those numbers punched in. We go the distance here. 24 rounds required. FUT just need one more defensive round to take us into OT. Over the grand scheme of things, it's 3D Max that have the momentum. Double HE on the mid setup here, trying to get Maka on the aggro. HE does damage. Lounge put low. Is it going to be Lucky making a move here? That HE going to stall him out of trying to recover some space towards A main. These lurks not really getting active here. You can see Gravity forced way back on towards B. Can't call it clear for his team in that department. And now with the jiggles coming through from Krabeni, I mean, he's got this whole B side of the map cut off by himself. So all the information that FUT need is now known, and they can start to reassemble their setup accordingly.
Oh, that smoke only reveals one thing. Flashbang through. Krabeni calling players at the bottom of mid, but they're shift walking instead. This could be some misdirection from 3D Max. Players are looking in towards that A site, but will they be ready for body to cross over towards Red Room? The timing has been nailed here. Body can sneak past, but just 25 seconds remaining to make this A split work.
So much of the defense prepared here.
They have no smokes. They have to dry plant in the middle of the open. It's overtime or nothing here for FUT, and the kills come through easy. Looks like we're needing extra rounds in this game. As FUT holds fast, don't give any picks. Play some disciplined Counter-Strike to get us into those extra rounds.
Yeah, finally get 3D Max a little bit fearful there in that round. You can see the map control so established. A couple of these solo effort lurks have been punished out of 3D Max, so you can see Krabeni claiming that space and calling it clear towards that B side. It stacks 4 players over towards A, and as good as the executes can be, it draws down to where 3D Max have no utility left to pull through and execute right there. And a flawless defense is what sets a tone, puts it on the 12 all. Lonk's burning in the flames, can't escape. Body claims an opening pick accordingly. Great utility usage. Now it's Gravity up, next step back. We'll knock down another frag here. Krabeni looking to chase down these kills here. A couple low HP bars around the corner, but he escapes with a frag and some extra damage here.
Oh, this is so nifty, though. He even drops a smoke, wanted to go past, but eats a nade. And now this ill-fated corner position. It was Lonks here first. Demon, who's had an extremely tough game, steps forward and starts with the kill. If any time is the time, now better than later. Gravity steps forward. 2 players holding down this site. Krabeni on the off angle. Just caught looking away as players are walking out from cave. Symmetry is going to walk into a headshot. And Krabeni on 11 HP drops the bomb in the open. Could give his teammate a chance to get into the fight with another headshot. Low HP for Krabeni. Doesn't matter. His aim is just that sharp. And Exorcise, a look of despair. First kill's good. Sees the barrel of the next. Can he find the headshot? He can! A 10 HP 1v2 for Exorcise. First round of overtime. The 3D Max.
Dude, the low HP just doesn't matter for Krabeni, for Exorcise. They still find their frags, and in a 1v2 like that, a desperate effort required. And 3D Max get to set the tone. The clutch factor showing up here for 3D Max and showing some of that experience. We got a Mac 10 for Gravity here. What are they getting up to? You have to imagine it's a fast, explosive play, and it's an all-in call. Already utility being dumped towards this A-bomb site. Single defender in Krabeni looking to hold down the line. Gets his counter util downrange and immediately clotheslines Gravity on the inbound. Finding it all here with the lineup, but Exorcise strikes back just in time as well. The rotates are getting arrived, and it's just Maka left on low HP. Has to deal with 3. He connects on the Symmetry. Trying to find the follow-up here, but Lonks will put him to rest just as quick as can be. And as the dust settles here, it's going to be FUT answering back, and they don't like that call. What are they doing? A-Rush absolutely shut down.
Just trying to catch a solo player, but Krabeni has definitely stepped up when needed. And if they could cap off this, for the most part, disastrous CT side with a lead, they could be happy. Body screen full white. Has to back away. Gravity, though, stepping forward on his own. Team Flash, though, will keep him at bay. And in the meantime, a flank at a minute 34. Cleared, though. And the aim not as sharp as before. Huge opportunity goes to waste. A lot of damage, but not enough.
What about Lonks? Can he get up to anything? Does he really want to turn the corner here? You deal with one set of isolated aggression towards A main. Do you expect a second 15 seconds later?
The bomb is running away. Lonks is clearing everything. This Opera and Maka is surely going down, which means a B stack is in order. This kill free. Lonks clearing all of A will prompt them to push forward, but an overstep from Jugs could cost FUT this round. Op in the right position, though. And no smoke to block him off. It's just a molly, hoping and praying. It's good. It forces him forward. Demon now in the corner. This twosome dealing the damage. Another quick scope. And this bomb site held for FUT. It is lucky to fall next. The triple kill out of the Oppa Symmetry. 25 kills that side swap.
Good time. Level up right there. If you're looking at FUT, finally being able to establish a foothold in the CT side, some redeeming qualities to look forward to as they were able to survive and sustain until overtime. Now they've got their T side to look forward to, which, if you remember, worked out pretty nicely in their favor. Got to get those note sheets back in check here. He's scrambling. Overtime does throw things into quick transitions. See if FUT can get back up to winning ways on this T side again. Also felt like 3D Max were kind of getting a better understanding of what they needed to do on their defense, and a lot of it coming down to the availability of fighting for this mid control and pressing that forward in towards the shelf side, being able to get this information. Something that FUT did in overtime incredibly well, as you can see from that double up and A main aggression in the last round.
Back at it here for FUT. T side. They did their best work. Little tango of aggression, top of B main. As Demon slowly getting himself back into this game. Gonna have to hard entry through a smoke. Not an easy task, to say the least. But the flashbang's good, and Jugs with the entry. Gravity back to the site, finds his double, but that's not enough. Site will be overran, and Lonks gets seen, and can't deal with both players in middle. That's the call. Grabeni steps forward and collects his 2 versus 2 full information for the T side, and Symmetry covers the flank, leading a 1v2 for Maka.
There's a kid on the way in right there, as you can see, but looking to take the long way around. Time is ticking against him, and this op is covering off his bases here. Maka gets tagged down even lower, putting the pressure on this retake here, and he's going to have to make a slide through the short side. He wants to give this one a go here. Again, time's running low, all angles covered.
A wall bang's
Almost
possible.
has a chance for the wall bang, but he's not going to go for it just yet. Finally gets a swing here out of Grabeni, and now the CZ's out in play. Close range duel, looking for the pre-fire. Can he find it with time to defuse here? He's got a kit now, but it's going to be close as can be. He believes he's got it, and he doesn't. No, at the last second it goes off. Not enough time for the retake there, just enough coming down to the milliseconds, and FUT will claim themselves map point.
Oh my god. What was a terrible misplay. From Kerbeni, backside, didn't wait for the op shot and got outplayed. That kind of play works against worse players, but not Maka. In my mind, that should have been the 1v2. The ring around the rosy does work out for FUT. They get map point. Now stepping forward in through these smokes, the chaos. Right here. Body also wanting to get active. In the meantime, all that smoke and mirrors allows an open A site. But not on Maka's watch. He'll find one at least.
Bomb is going to be planted. They want to fight donut control. Body's under pressure.
In the corner, gets seen, gets headshotted. Lucky now. Having to wrangle this entire retake back to keep their map pick available for 3D Max. Lonks says no. 2v4. Their only hope is a smoke and a kit. Gravity gets past. Kerbeni, I don't think he even realizes. First kill's good. Second for Gravity. Smoke on the bomb. There is a chance. Maka has the kit. And
my God.
Gravity's making it all work out. Spam down. 1v1 for Lonks. Tech 9 available, and he'll complete the clutch. It is FUT with their first map victory in IEM over a gatekeeper like 3D Max. They're up 1-0 in this series, and we're going to Anubis next.
I mean, exciting stuff for FUT. They were feeling the heat, the pressure was on. They let their dominant lead slip, and it looked like more of the same out of these underdog rosters that play up against 3D Max, but they recapture a little bit of that magic and momentum off the back of an effective timeout, and they're able to take it into OT, and in doing so, even OT starts off with a pretty rocky kickoff there. That 1v2 from Exorcise is how things open it up, and despite all of the frustration that they felt, they still managed to get it across the finish line here. Their map pick goes in their favor, and now they got Anubis to look forward to.
Now we're going to toss this one off to a break. We've got a new look Anubis on the way for y'all here at IEM Krakow.
Hi, this is Basement Dweller's first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up, actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but, you know, seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
It starts with a dream, with a team you barely know, in an amateur official that feels like the grand final, where practice becomes progress, and every loss feels like a lesson. When will your journey begin?
FUT is in the house, and my co-commentators, they want to know exactly how to pronounce your name to start.
Symmetry.
Okay, we thought maybe symmetry, but symmetry, that makes sense. Okay. How are you feeling ahead of this? That was my fault. That was awkward. How are you feeling ahead of IEM Krakow? Super, super, super big event for you guys. Yeah.
I'm feeling good. I'm living here, so I really like to play this event here, and that's all.
What are the expectations?
I think we have a really good chances to go to arena to make it to playoff.
Your coach is laughing at you.
So we'll just try our best to go to playoff and show everyone that we can play good.
Amazing. I don't know why you're laughing, Coach. Julio, could you take off your badge for a second? You don't believe in them or what?
I mean, we can make it, but I don't think that's the expectation. Like, I think it's already good that we are here and we have chance, but that's not the expectation.
You want to be realistic.
Yes, I think it's not good to set high expectation. I think the second stage is enough.
Okay, so low expectations. So what is the main thing you're going to look for in this LAN environment out of this group? Like, what are you going to tell them to focus on specifically?
I think we are just here to get experience. In the same time, I think we can show good CS. I think we can do upset. But I think it's just a good event to get some experience and learn and just to get used to this atmosphere.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Bonjour Maka, comment ça va?
Ça va très bien. Merci beaucoup.
It's cold is what I heard from your teammates, and that is influencing them a little bit and their mood. Is it the same for you or whatever?
I don't feel it's that cold yet because from what I've seen, it's like probably going down -10, -15 in a couple of days. Yeah. So yeah, I would say looking that way, it's not that cold.
No, it isn't. I remember 3D Max last year really starting a trend. I think you guys started yelling a lot to the opponents. And if I remember correctly, a lot of it happened in Katowice, right? Now we are in the same tournament, yet in Krakow. So yeah, what do you have planned for us?
We didn't plan anything, to be honest. It's just the Gravity addition to Tier 1 event that happened. And I think he was unleashed like a beast, yeah. So yeah, we had a lot of fun, I think, with the Apex Apex game, where he was like also shouting a lot. So I miss those vibes, kinda, to be honest, yeah.
Well, you get a new chance, right? Because this time we'll be again on LAN, and it's just Gravity I should talk to probably, right?
Yeah, I think so. You should hype him up to try it again, yeah.
Okay, I will. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Gravity. Ah oui, bonjour. I was just talking to Maka and we were talking about how last year in Katowice, it's where it really all started with the yelling and the super dynamic situation. He said it's all you. So what do you have planned this year?
I don't know. I just want to win. I don't care about yelling, trash talking.
So you think about the one-liners in the game, it comes like naturally when you start winning? You're like unleashed?
I don't know, because I was yelling against Vitality last year, we lost, and they won everything after, so no, I don't know.
So you maybe are to blame for the fact that they won everything, they were so pissed.
I don't think so. They were just good.
That's true. They were just good. Can you be as good as Vitality? That would be really hard. But what are your expectations for this year?
It would be very good for us if we are like a real top 10 team. Yeah. It's our goal. We will work for that. If we can do better, of course, we will give everything. But I think being in the top 10 constantly, how we say it?
Constantly?
Yeah. That will be good for us, yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you and good luck. How are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing very good. It's a very cold country.
It is.
I'm very happy to be here.
Yeah.
That's the second time I come, and I'm hoping for better time this time. Yeah.
Wait, you were in Katowice, right? I guess?
I was in Krakow.
Krakow? Oh, right, in Krakow. Yeah. Long time ago. I'm sorry.
Yeah, a long time ago. It was in summer. The city is really beautiful, but throughout winter, I don't know about that.
Do you think, you have Zai who has the air quality. Do you think you play better or worse when it's colder or warmer?
I don't know.
No? Well, you just said it's cold, so.
Yeah, but we're playing inside, right?
That's true. Checkmate.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Yeah. Anything else you want to say about your resolutions for the season?
2026, big year for 3D Max. We're looking to get back to a better ranking because right now we feel a bit. Yeah, I'm not gonna say the word, but
you can say it.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
You know how we feel. We are trying to get the better ranking this year and to make it consistent. That's our goal because we made it to top 7 at some point, but climbing down really bad.
Si tu veux, vous pouvez le dire en français parce qu'il ne comprend pas donc.
Je déteste la Pologne.
Non, on peut pas dire ça. Oh, you are right. Oh my God, I was like cancelled.
No, I'm not cancelled. I am actually 25% Polish.
I didn't know that. That's awesome. So it's like home turf for you, right?
Nope.
25% home turf.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah. True. It's cold. I gotta say it's cold. Yeah.
Okay. We end the way we started. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Not every moment can be precious like this.
So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
And a surprise from FUT as 3D Max will go down a map. Now going into Anubis as well, which is somewhat in FUT's wheelhouse, to say the least. So 3D Max on the back foot as the gatekeepers of Tier 1. FUT looking to break in with this year.
Yeah, they got what once was very much so home turf in Anubis. We're still wondering what things are going to look like today and now with the new changes, with the new Anubis, but still expecting them to come into this one fully prepared, right? This is a team that's been putting in the work, have had time to boot camp to start off the year. If you're picking into Anubis, you're going to have some good work. You're going to have some special stuff for us out of the gates. It's just about putting that now into officials here, whereas I imagine things have been going pretty well for them in practice.
And I can only imagine 3D Max have some cool stuff prepared. They are a very nerdy team when it comes to breaking the meta of Counter-Strike. They come up with their own strats. They're a bit of a homebrew team, while some other teams are calling strats like Mouse or Vitality. They're calling strats called 3D Max. So they like to make their own stuff. So we're probably going to see some meta-defining grenades, defining map movements. It's going to be some interesting gameplay here from 3D Max, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think this is a map that fits their nature as well. They love an aggressive T side. They love taking map control. We saw a lot of that on Ancient, and when it was finally forced back, that was where we really saw FUT capture control of that CT side, which was sprinkled with rounds few and far between. I mean, they only won the pistol and then went on a huge dry spell to allow for this 3D Max squad to reclaim a lead. Now you look towards Anubis, and again, we look at what they've been able to do in the past on this map, and the expectations are definitely high that they can get back into the swing of things. And as you mentioned, define the meta. Show us what this map is going to look like at a tier 1 level, because that's kind of the expectation for a squad like this.
Yeah, only things to see. On the other hand, for FUT, some of their top contenders, some of their top prospects were a bit cold. Demon wasn't even needed for that entire map. He goes 5-18. Very strugglesome game from him, but at least he got a kill in a couple rounds of overtime. It could have been worse. All right, that's all I'm gonna say. He was getting them one at a time, and at least this is another opportunity for him to reset and get back into the usual headshot spree that we're used to him.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, again, not the best of games for him, but a little bit of a break in between the action. You get back into the server, and you're hoping that he can get back online and show his full form. But isn't he grateful that his team was able to still close things out and show that cohesion still in play? And for players like Jugs and showing up as good as he did, it's going to be a fantastic sign that you can kind of have a player that's having a tough time, not really being able to activate all that well, and still thrive and close things out with confidence in overtime. You really never really got to get online in a massive way for yourself, but you have a map advantage now to take the pressure off of it. Honestly, if you're FUT, you're in such a promising spot, because you look at that decider and Dust too, and you're looking at the struggles of this 3D Max squad on that map on the T sides, and you're just thinking, okay, well, we got this wild card of Anubis here. Even if things don't go wrong, we still have more to look forward to here. So, again, the pressure is off of the underdog team, and I think that's a scary spot to be in.
Yeah, the fun thing I want to bring up as we are waiting to get started with Anubis. Demon, I think, has the highest headshot percentage I have ever seen on a singular player. Now, we're talking high headshot percentage in Counter-Strike typically hangs around the 60% mark. You have players like Twists and Scream, kind of those all-time headshot machines, sitting around 65%. Demon in 2025, with 4,600 kills, has a 71% headshot rate. That is definitively, it's higher than any of the Mongols players. It's higher than a Techno 4K or a Mizzino. That's a bit ridiculous. And when he's in good form, he just wins games. And we are looking to see him not put up that same performance. As the music cues on in, we know what time it is, Cole. It's time to get started on Anubis between FUT and 3D Max.
There's one thing I know about you. It's that you do love some headshots. So we'll see if Demon can get online here in this map of Anubis. They get to start on that T side. They bring in a ton of utility. 3 sets coming through here out of the camp of FUT. This is wild stuff to see.
This is
we'll
nasty
see what sort of
as well.
execute they have scaled up behind it.
Maka on the edge of the window, spotting anyone who could come through the stairs, but instead it's all 5 players through the rugs. This will allow for a fast flank if Maka wants it, as Exorcist deals with the first, but Goosed Up immediately needing to fall back. Symmetry deals with that fast flank through the window. Maka down in the dirt. And now some questions here for FUT. What do they want to do with that extra kill and that flank dealt with?
They threw their full execute here. Now they're down to a single smoke, but they didn't make a decisive move to turn that corner. Landed a headshot on the body, but he's catching side turn. So he's still able to provide a little bit of damage. Here goes the smoke in towards the temple side of things, though, to try and scale them in towards this B-bomb site where they're getting shut down by Lucky and Body. 2 kills apiece, as quick as can be. 3D Max get thrown into the spin cycle attempt, but they come out fully prepared.
Exorcist is like, alrighty, well, my teammates got that one handled. Could have been a bit dicey. But with all 4 players coming in from one choke point, Body and Lucky play well off of each other. You already saw that window in action where the CTs can get a faster flank on any potential A play. Mentally, I have to kind of check myself as this is a new corner as well. Kerbeni not coming in with the full clear and Gravity dealing with Lonks. Already seeing some new features in action. There's another one. This time from Body. Running out of ammunition, but helped out by Maka. Just Exorcist needs a kill here, but Maka will steal a multi. And it's a quick, easy 2-0 for 3D Max.
That change feels a lot like when they, added those new dumpsters where you can jump out on top of Cat on Dust 2, where it's just like maybe another angle towards the middle that you have to worry about. There's a lot of that right now in middle that I'm kind of feeling when I play the game, is that there's just a lot of different angles that you have to deal with as a T side that you're not expecting. And for the first couple of officials, it's going to take some time to get adjusted to those angles. You're going to see it overlooked a lot. And you're going to see 3D Max on the CT side, a CT side that is so difficult to establish map control and keep opponents at bay. Try and find opening picks every round. They've been peering through that window, trying to take it to their advantage.
And another as well as Body here. Okay, but Body doesn't even need a from a teammate. Lucky trying to get an angle on it. It won't do, but also not just the little window added, but the doors have been flipped as well, allowing for very long range angles to be held, an easier 2-man mid hold. Jugs did just get a look at Lucky right there. Didn't quite realize. You can see it as crosshair. Okay. Not perfect crosshair placement. You have to get used to that.
It's just a bit awkward right there for a player that's usually sharp. Still got to get calculated. Demon going to try and use those mid doors. And does catch a glimpse. No way he nails this timing. There's 2 players looking the wrong direction, but Lucky will be able to spin in time. Secure things up. Really hoping for something to go their way here. Deagle-wise, not going to connect out of Kerbeni. 2 kills dropped out of the FAMAS. We'll seal up the deal. Another flawless round for them to hop into what is going to be the first gun round. And we'll see a quick glimpse out of FUT, how ready they are for this adjusted Anubis.
If you are just joining us, you are now watching the very first S-tier Anubis with the new updates. So already seeing what 3D Max have to bring to the table. That window is suddenly becoming like the most active spot on the entire map. I think we have a little bit... Is that missed utility or is that intentional? As Maka drops down, he's fully blind, but he's already active in towards the canal. Here's Long's throwing utility, but I think it's time for Maka to get out of there before all those smokes fade. 4 smokes burned by the CTs within the first 30 seconds.
I think there's going to be some sort of countermeasure here with the aggression. When you use all of that early utility, you want to be able to beat them at the execute, try and pull through on these flanks, and without counter utility, it's really tough to do on this map. See what they do. Molly down range here, looking for the off angle, and it is connected on, but Symmetry finds the quick shot out of the AWP, has to push the smoke. He's going to risk it.
Glock?
The Glock out, and it'll do him justice right there, but a chase down coming through out of Lucky. Let's try and slow down the roll of this bomb plant. In the meantime, Kerbeni finds a frag, and the FAMAS has to sing out of Lucky in the 1v3.
Here he goes. Spots the player at jail, running out of ammo, switches guns. Through the smoke, HE4, but it won't break it. Lucky is going to concede some space, give him a chance at the clutch. Now Molly towards the pillar, forces Kerbeni forward. Advantageous angle for Lucky, but now getting spammed. Now coordinated here, FUT.
Oh.
Lucky can't quite get it.
A little bit too awkward there. On the angle, able to avoid him for long enough, and Lucky slowly gets dwindled down. Put to rest here in the round. On the board for the opening T side. Great at baiting out that utility and avoiding that window position. So no opening kills, but the trend stays true for 3D Max. That's now 4 rounds in a row where they've utilized that to their advantage. Been seeing this Molly quite a bit in the games to nullify that window positioning. As you can see, that delays Lucky from taking the aggressive stance.
Oh, Gravity nearly finds one, but yet Demon lurking out, but can't quite trade. It's Lonks instead to find the double, though. 3v4 site taken, and what is likely to be a save. This FUT get established here on Anubis.
Timing that aggression up perfectly. Just splits the goalpost on the spam right there, and could have netted them big gains. Ends up being an explosive move while the reload has to take place out of FUT. This T-side begins to establish. And one big change that I think a lot of players and a lot of people wanted to see, because I think this is one of the biggest challenges of the defense. You know, obviously we talk a lot about the opening picks and how tricky it can be for defense to find those. But I think most of all is that you can have incredible crossfires on that B bomb site, and you can still just get destroyed by an execute, even with man number advantages and things of that nature. They didn't make any massive adjustments on that B side, enough for me to feel like that's a comfortable site hold, even when you have good setups. And for me, that is still going to be one of the biggest challenges out of defenses now, is to how they formulate that defense. So the window through E-box, that new kind of gap that you can volley, I don't think is going to really move the needle.
Yeah, it's not like you couldn't really get utility back there before.
Yeah.
It allows you to retake E-boss. I think it's more for the CTs on the other side. We have Lucky in middle. Reverse doors. It's an angle. Hit control for the T side. See how they operate with this, as there's already a fast flank. Gravity didn't even wait to push through for B main. 3D Max getting away with some risks. And now this A-site split is very telegraphed. Flashbang forward, Body wanting to get active around the smoke. Will need to get active now. He gets the first kill, but Symmetry drops. Lunks runs through the molly to take down the only site defender. A very valuable kill. As Jugs trying to cover for his teammate, needs a tap. Needs a headshot. Body's running through while reloading. Tall box, not enough cover. Demon now behind the smoke as well. 2v2.
Oh.
Jugs does it again. Finding Gravity, and this site is locked in. Maka with no kit and an op to save. It is FUT with some risk-taking of their own to push through.
Love that decision right there. Super sacrificial out of Lonks, just helping them make the breakthrough kill in towards that A bomb site right there. Sacrificing it all to win the round and allow and trust in Demon and Jugs to get the job done. As they're in that 2v3. Two fantastic aimers to shut things down. FUT put it across the finish line. Saved op on the other end of the server there, but that's such a tough round to get away with if you're FUT. You had that aggressive A main or B main control that comes through out of Gravity out of the gates. Threads in an opening pick, and yet still comes down to being able to put together that A site defense. It does end up crumbling.
You can definitely see the CT side having just those extra options of misdirection, allowing them to get away with more even through the traditional means. This B main area, Gravity gonna step forward, has an op boosted. Maka can't hit the flick with Demon's headshot.
Oh.
That had to be a crazy shot from him.
Yeah, there it is. He has to aim real high for that one, that's for sure. And his crosshair to shut down Maka on such a perfect stance to try and open up proceedings, but a little shoulder seam beforehand gives him up. Kerbeni, hold on, have to challenge the op next, but that timing doesn't work out in a collateral. A double kill coming through from Kerbeni. We'll be able to line him up and knock him down. And now they're going to go and establish some control towards B. And maybe that is the case. It might not matter, though, in the meantime, because another kill coming through is just going to sure things up, even if there was concern. It's Lucky left last man standing.
So this team shoots unbelievably hard. as we say in the Counter-Strike business. Lux just walks through his team's own smoke. Destruction from FUT. I mean, that kill from Demon had to be absolutely nasty.
Had to be instant.
Headshot percentage. 71% headshot percentage. And it doesn't
72.
I mean, that's not quite how the math works out. I'm pretty confident, at least. You know, I'm sure there's some like math majors in the chat that can tell me. You know, yeah, it's like now 4,600 and well, doing the basic arithmetic, 7 kills this series. Hey, he's hit a couple of headshots this series, I may say. Maybe 70.
It's kind of easy to get 100% headshot.
When you have 5 kills.
Makes it a little bit easier, right? It's one of those games where it's like, okay, if I instantly headshot them, I get a chance.
You know, it was funny because Taco used to have a really high headshot percentage, and not to be a sample size Andy, but you know, look, I'm just saying,
nice to have
Taco
the consistent kills as well.
Yeah, sure. We'll call it consistency. From everyone's favorite Brazilian support player. Who's your favorite Brazilian support player? Cool.
I don't know if I have one locked in. Maybe we'll go with Fallen. I feel like he supports his squad pretty well with the flashes, now with the rifling.
That's a good answer. As some headshots back here from 3D Max. Aim A control, and surely that's gonna spur on the T side. Big flank coming through. Lonks needs multi. Not ready for the third.
Okay.
Spins anyways, and lose a player. They'll take 4 in return for FUT. Lonks didn't even take a single bullet miraculously during that whole exchange. And that is round. My favorite Brazilian support player? Well, he didn't do too well versus DCG a few moments ago, but Nissim. Sometimes he's missing, but sometimes he's Nissim. So
nice.
That's the exciting part about him.
I was talking about how good it is to see Simple on Overpass. Just feels right. Makes me go back to the Go days.
Counter-Strike is back. DCG should think about picking up Forest. We're really going to throw it back. I'm just saying as well, even when he was 33, Forest still had it. He just retired because he felt like it.
Wanted to save room for the up-and-comers.
Nice little nade stack we just saw there from FUT. Didn't connect, but the idea is there.
We saw it in the last round. We've been seeing that molly placed consistently. They are really trying to put the pressure on making sure that 3D Max can't claim that crucial positioning. And timing coming through there's a little bit awkward. What just happened?
A team... No. Doesn't matter. Symmetry does at least collect a kill back, but it turns into a double kill, and it... Gravity miraculously didn't go down.
Oh.
Boost up. And some sneaky business. Maka dealt with boost perfect. Oh, but Kerbeni can't hit the second headshot. That would have been round defining. Love the little tricks this window is adding to the game. You wouldn't see that with the old update. And Jugs, what a headshot. That breaks up the B site. Round defining kill found. Lucky walking forward. Just as the smoke is pulled. Jugs doesn't fire either. And now, Symmetry swaps off to the AWP. Now to the AK. Now not ready for the lurk out through the smoke off the plant. And what should have been a great round from FUT falls apart.
Yeah, had to trust in the scope right there. Got caught in that one bit of timing there for Lucky to slide out through Temple and avoid the op scope that was posted initially. Lucky taking some risk but being rewarded. You know what? I'm sold on Anubis already. I'm liking what I'm seeing here out of this opening. I'm loving the boost. I'm loving the trickery from both of these teams in that position alone. But I'm all for it right now. 3D Max. Again, not looking to establish the most dominant CT side, but they know what they're capable of, especially with the 3-0 lead.
Is that correct? Is that the double smoke towards the stairs? Yeah, I think that's a mistake. And with all this canals control and the commotion, FUT are about to pop onto the B site, held back by a molly for now, but it is just Lucky. 3D Max are woefully out of position for the moment.
Scrambling to reposition.
Second wave through. Lucky is isolated from his teammates. The molly somehow doesn't spread to him, though. And more block utility from the CT side. And FUT, all they're doing is waffling in B main with nothing to do.
I mean, they throw a lot of their utility alone. So while you baited out of the CT side, you have shown a full execution and haven't gotten anything off the back of it.
Exorcistas push all the way through rugs. 50-second mark. They are clearing this. They are being meticulous. And Jumps finds the kill. The movement there throws the aim away from Exorcistas. Body does drop in. And he's looking for a massive play. He knows they're coming in through rugs. A huge kill as well from Gravity. Body takes a kill up to Symmetry. Shot in the back, though. Now, what do you do with 30 seconds on the clock? Two players have already scrambled here for 3D Max. Gonna have to brute force their way through the Maka off, and they do! Another headshot. Demon needing a clutch. He gets another 1v1. Gravity, molly forward. And Demon makes up for his sins in the previous map. Steps up with a 1v2.
There's a little smile. There's a little joy for him right there. He watched his teammates close out that map of Ancient. And when he's called upon here on map 2 on Anubis, he's able to step up to the plate in a big way. That's got to be a good feeling here, a redeeming opportunity for him to help his teammates now get around win. He's able to answer the call in an all-important moment as well. The money is in a very awkward position here. Body is able to afford an op, and Maka can afford the double op. The Body will sell. He'll go back to utility. We won't get the double op into the mix. 3D Max can't close out. I mean, it looked like such a strong start out of them as well, right? The counter utility from Lucky to buy extra time to slow down the pace of play. What could have been an explosive B execute ends up being FUT locked behind a smoke, never being able to make their ground. They used so much util on that play as well, but the quick shots just bail them out.
It's a shame because tactically, 3D Max outplayed FUT at every stage, but just did not execute on the shots. Incredible position from Exorcise that honestly I've never seen held in an official. But got away with that level, still wasn't enough. And FUT, 5 players middle.
More passive stance here. This is looking like the Anubis of old here, where you just jiggle out in camera, finally get that smoke down range.
Push.
FUT claim a lot of pressure towards middle. This is going to lead to a reaction at a 3D Max.
Are we gonna counter boost? Surely we're not counter boosting through that. No. Instead, Exorcise once again gets up into the rugs. Call this flank. And faking a potential A split. As the B walk comes through, it is just Gravity facing a lot of pressure with just a FAMAS he's dealt with. And 3D Max, they have T-spawn, but they don't have the sights.
And Demon definitely online now, finding these big-time impact kills. And while they did have T-spawn, no longer the case, that gets shut down as well. Symmetry wondering where they're all rotating. He had the cutoff in Temple. He was lurking about in middle with that op posted up, but 3D Max gets suffocated on the map control and get routed effectively. That early pressure put towards the mid side causes a lot of reaction at a 3D Max. They start to make moves into canals, but you can see where it leaves Gravity having to watch both Temple and B main.
Yeah, just a lot of
Hunt is
panic
on.
as well. You saw, oh, Preventi's going to get this kill too. The A player should live, but we were also looking at Body. He was just so focused on the new window instead of helping Gravity over at the B site because the paranoia of that mid control was coming through, creating a lot of commotion, a lot of noise, and then 4 players walk out B main was strategy there for FUT. And the misdirection pans out into a weak B site. As well as FUT can probably assume what 3D Max were up to in that round, considering why is there only 1 player on that B site? Could assume that some sort of aim pressure did come through. We'll see how they react as just around the corner, Symmetry will not give his life to Maka.
This time a defensive smoke to Molly, or to extinguish the Molly and towards middle. Now we're seeing some of the old school util here tossed in towards middle to force Maka out, and Exorcist in the meantime is going to lose this A bomb site. They're going to speed it up a notch. Maka's on the scene already, posted up on his AWP here. Can he get anything going with it? The flashes continue to rain in, and he just has to bow out of the round. Body still putting up a little bit of a fight, and Lucky is on the scene as well. They'll stay alive to keep the numbers even.
And now Body even collects onto the offer. Symmetry misses. Longs on 17 HP. Helped out though. The perfect double swing. It's Krabeni now in the 1v1. Lucky needing to complete a triple. Caught jumping now down to 7 HP. How's he going to make this work? He gets a Molly, but he's not going to pull any grenades. He wants the fight. Krabeni will take it. It is 8-4 again for FUT. The D side of Anubis is still strong.
You got me like crazy.
FUT looking strong again. They're shooting well, and the T side of Anubis stays strong. It is 8-4. As 3D Max, they show some tricks. They get up to some flanks, but FUT able to run rings around them regardless. And a couple of clutches definitely helping out. They are animated here at their very first IEM, and a big win on the way as well. They could go up 6 world ranking points with just a win right here.
They're looking full of life right now, and that's a scary sign for 3D Max. But it's another T side. We saw the comeback effort on Ancient, and we expect even more now on Anubis with this T side out of the squad. But can they avoid the headshots of Demon, who has come online now? Looks like so far so good. Demon struggling to connect now. The knife is out for Exorcist, chasing down the frag, so it will be the Glock to finish, and a 5v3 post plan ahead of the CT side.
Still possible, though. Anything can happen with a kit. A couple of headshots, but not quite connecting for now. Symmetry will finally get his onto Lucky, and Kerbeni with one more, moving into the site now, running out of ammo, dancing between the bullets, helped out by Kerbeni. Somehow FUT have gotten away with this. Defuse being stuck in a full 3v5 retake for FUT. There is no way they just pulled that off.
I mean, we saw something similar there on that last map as well, where it was a very comfortable post plant, but this time it felt like even more positioning for 3D Max. They had a good foothold, and the shots weren't connecting initially on that retake out of FUT, but the same was true. 3D Max just couldn't find a headshot to save their lives. And it's going to be even more going for them on this defensive effort. Now can they close off up against the Force Buy? This is what led to the comeback effort on Ancient. Forced by a victory. 3D Max got right back on track here. Can they do it again? Fast play towards middle. They're speeding it up a notch.
Just flying through, but Gravity with the Mac 10. No good on that. It is his signature weapon, but signature does not mean it always wins. Now Jugs, the MP9, cleans up 2 more. A Tech 9 one tap is all Maka can muster. And Exorcist dealing with 2 separate players. And an impossible clutch. It is 10-4 now for FUT. Potential 2-0 over what we consider to be the gatekeepers to Tier 1. FUT really want to break through here.
Yeah, no question, man. That's a huge round to do so. Slowing down the pace of play there and shutting 3D Max out of that mid-draw. Completely isolating those players trying to run through a smoke, through a molly. And now it's a big reality check for 3D Max. The pressure's going to be amplified here. We're largely looking at 11. As if these Deagle shots don't rain out. .3D Max no longer here and looking like that scary gatekeeper team that I feel like any roster that's hopping into their first event, for their first IEM event rather, looking to face. But FUT are looking fearless.
Sure, 3D Max still have some T-side tricks. But we might never get the chance to see them. They hardly get any guns out. Honestly, it feels like they need this miraculous eco win to give them any breathing space, but Demon is suffocating them. No space to move. He'll knock him down. And FUT on the brink of a landmark win here. In IEM Krakow Stage 1. For a higher ranked opponent. For Benny not missing. And an easy, clean sweep on the anti-eco. 2 rounds away from taking down 3D Max.
Doing it on Anubis in strong fashion. We saw the fear that they put into Fury on this map just a couple weeks ago. Now, being able to step up to the plate when it's been slightly updated and still looking prepared for 3D Max and the antics. I mean, they lost to Furia, probably solely because of Maladoy, to be honest.
Yeah, some teams lose to just him.
In the server. Yeah.
Jugs stepping forward, but Demon now stepping up. Difficult first map. Now making his own moves, playing at his own pace. Exorcist down low, 4v4. But no map control for the T side. You can rarely say that on a map like Anubis. Asymmetry presses forward. Demon gets a dink body shot combo. Lucky down instantly. And it is the CT side that is suffocating the offense. This is not what we're used to here on Anubis.
Just playing without fear right now. Aggression all over the map. And not allowing for 3D Max to push them back and set the tone here. Ooh, step too far for Symmetry. Gets to bounce back, though. Stays alive and establishes a little bit more information. Will the CT side be able to react in time, though, is a big question. They're re-clearing middle at the moment. And now that you can see Kerveni on a aggressive angle, a smoke just gets tossed in towards B main, and this is going to get even better for the CT side now.
First kill through. Oh my goodness. Huge double entry. Oh, and Gravity follows up too. A 3-man defense vaporizes. 1v3 now for Lonks. That doesn't look possible. Foot get knocked out. But it's not him. It's not over just yet until Lonks hands his back over to Gravity. And 3D Max, despite being outplayed in some of the tactics, their execute is flawless. And they will stay in this game.
Had limited opportunities to make it into that bomb site. I thought that we were looking at some good rotations out of Foot to help out and establish that hold on the B bomb site, but again, still difficult to crack through with just a little bit of utility that 3D Max have left. They use it to full effect. We'll see if 3D Max can start to string rounds together. Up against an even better purchase here now. Out of this Foot camp. Good early utility tossed in. Out of this T side, maybe looking for a little boost there.
Ooh, you get it silently as well.
Yeah.
50.
Yeah.
No, not so silent as he falls down.
Give it a second
and
try.
Symmetry.
There we go.
What's up with B main? You can see that 3D Max a bit afraid to take middle with a new window in action. That gives Foot some time to advance through B main, claim that opening pick. Maka is now already inside of the camera. Ready to split this A site. 2 players could be in trouble. Jugs does deliver the first, but now stuck behind the pillar and headshotted by Exorcist. 3v3, bomb plant available.
Some low health bars here on 3D Max, though, is going to make this challenging. Smoke is down. And Laos going to hide inside of it. He's going to wait for his teammates to get involved here on this retake. Exorcist trying to take a forward stance to deal and punish anyone trying to press the issue out of camera. He's being overlooked right now, but a flashbang connects here. Enough for him to get blinded up. Now they're starting to lose numbers here. Launex going to get chased down, and Gravity holding his line. Eventually finished off by Demon here. Lineup for body doesn't come through. And Demon, again, at a crucial crossroads in this map, is able to save his team the concern here, and 12 will be locked in.
Absolutely clutch player, but helped out there by a team flash that came through. Player on the tall box of Exorcist, fully blind from his own squad. Some help from the heavens for Foot to get that retake down. And now on series point. Devastating. There is one thing here. Foot have played very well on this map of Anubis, even as these gun rounds have come through, and really showing the capabilities of what some of the changes provide. And it's Foot who actually call in the timeout. Coolio
in the here and now. They take that aggressive stance. They trust in Symmetry to find the opening duels. We'll see how things shape up. I do feel like, yeah, okay, we're getting back into the action. It was a B execute that comes through. I was like, they definitely look like they're playing. And back into it we go. As the dust settles, shows that 3D Max are not ready to bow out of this fight just yet. Might just be safe call coming through here. Jug's going to walk away with his M4. Going to call it here. 3D Max going to stay afloat for a little while longer. Hanging in there. What appears to be a flashy execution in towards that east side of the map. Gets the job done. Execution power looking strong. We'll see if they can hang in there. Eager to bounce back here in this effort. Timeout doesn't really net them closing factor. Let's see what money's left. It comes down to a 1v1, and yeah, they're going to be put down a little low.
Symmetry been stepping up. It's going to need to. We see a little bit of a fast mid play. 3 players still present on the A site if they're going to go for the fast camera split again. Gravity does find the entry, but it is a monster crossfire. Demon with 2 on the Deagle, forced to reload. Looking for extras, wants to pick up the M4 instead. Flying Desert Eagle, not good enough. He'll make it back to the cover of safety, and Krabeni can walk through the smoke. Will they respect it? Is the question. Demon hiding away in the storage, waiting for a potential bomb plant. Waiting for one of these players to be occupied. Now, Exorcy's also getting spammed. It's just a USP, fortunately. Bomb gonna get planted here. Lurk smoke forward. And FUT win it with this.
They're gonna push the smoke right now. They are. And it's gonna instant takedown Exorcist. It's all on the shoulders of Maka now in this 1v2. He's looking to try and find the spam. But he's down to half HP, getting chased down, able to isolate the first and save the second as well there. Maka bailing 3D Max out of what could be an early exit right now, down into the lower bracket, the elimination on the line, or at least the elimination bracket on the line, and they avoid that for another round longer in a 1v2.
Absolutely crushing. As Maka, like the full spam there from Longs, desperately looking for an MP9 headshot. He could not find it. That is the difference maker in this game. 3D Max break the economy of FUT. Now, have a chance to really play T-side Anubis. We'll see if it mirrors that same strength as the boost over. Oh, no good. Longs dealt with. Demon on 6 HP. This round is going to be a given for 3D Max. But needing an absolute miracle in that one. USP is getting a little bit interesting. I'm not sure how much ground really able to gain. But what an incredible sequence there for 3D Max. So, series not over. And even the next buy isn't great for FUT either. No money for an AWP. Honestly, you might feel a little hesitant to even fully invest, but they're going to take the rifles regardless. Punch in a full buy. 4 rounds the difference. 4 rounds in a row needed for 3D Max.
What's 4 rounds on the T side of Anubis, too? FUT, like they could have finished the job a couple times over here. Gonna get the rifles back into play. And they've held a lot of confident stances in the early rounds. Pressing the issue, trusting in Symmetry's op in a lot of these rounds as well. But they don't have that luxury in this one. Even with some counter utility. A little bit of a shoulder spotted there from Body. Nade's tossed him tit for tat there. In fact, it's a lot more damage taken out of Demon. Putting him on notice before he finally has to utilize that smoke. Recycled utility. They're putting a lot of priority on fighting for this control of E-Box right now. Body set up with more util. Benny playing this close range angle here, trusting a lot. And his rifle that stands alongside him. Where's the end goal? It's starting to formulate for 3D Max ahead of them. Mid control looking for a split in towards this A side, and the defense is reacting accordingly.
Benny does tuck away into this corner and not properly cleared. Gravity down. A side execute needed. Only 2 players entering through though. If the defense holds, it could be devastating. That's a great shot though from Exorcise. Followed up though, Krabeni and Symmetry both on the scene, but not able to trade. A double from Body on 18 HP. You see Long's frustrated in his seat. He knows this round will be difficult. Do they save? Do they go?
I mean, Demon's involved. Body gonna wait that smoke out. It's about who blinks first. Spam finishes off the job. Body with another frag on 18 health here, and Long's trying to close out a clutch. Maka misses the op shot initially. He can still save this round, looking for the isolated duel, but he's getting pressured and peeked on. Eventually, the trade will come through out of Maka. And again, more life still brought into this 3D Max camp. They are hanging in.
Onks so close on that clutch. He played it well. He tried to isolate the angles. He baited the peek as well from Lucky. But it was Maka who was faster on the shot. The double kill from Body walking into the site. Somehow, Symmetry couldn't connect a kill. All of the mess. And you see a Hero M4. Bot for Krabeni. Fast mid play coming up. Krabeni up close. Helped by the 5-7. Is it possible for him to pull off the Alamo? Not here in middle. 3 versus 3. Symmetry. And a flank develops as well from Longs. Are you kidding me? The MP9's the USP and a Hero M4. Is it possible? Right now for FUT, they're trying to chase down Body. They know he has the bomb. He's out of ammunition. He's down to a pistol. It's just Exorcise. Position revealed, but Symmetry dies. It's a 1 versus 1. Demon eats that grenade as well. 39 HP, no armor, just a MAC-10. He needs to swap out for a better gun.
Doesn't want to make any noise. He's giving over the bomb. It's going to come down to the mind games in between this duo right now. Bomb fully handed over to Exorcise. Demon calling the play towards A. And looking to catch him completely off guard. Dwindled down by the HE early. Exorcise still has to stay diligent.
Get the bomb.
Finally recovered. Where's the end goal?
Demon is flanked through A main. Exorcise.
Okay.
He's going to move through the site, but he's out of earshot of Demon right now. Demon is gambling on B. Exorcise is planting on A. I think this wild round where there are 8 X's in middle. Absolute insanity. Exorcise in a massive advantage with the bomb planted and no kit for Demon.
No smokes, no luxuries whatsoever. Just going to need one more headshot, but he's been the clutch man today on this second map of Anubis. Can he do it one more time and seal the deal?
Low. And with a molly as well for Exorcise, that should lock this one in. Molly onto the bomb, and Demon says no thank you. He'll look for the AWP in middle, which is down. That'll be available for Symmetry in the next. 3D Max, my god, they dodge a bullet.
No kidding. I mean, Exorcise gave one shot to the op there in that 1v2 and managed to connect a headshot to shut it down. And Demon going around the world, but never being able to identify where Exorcise was in time. 2 rounds now left to close out, and another timeout has to come through because FUT so close to crossing that finish line, but are getting stalled up here. And op save is such a luxury. Symmetry gonna have his weapon of choice, and he's been providing opening picks on a consistent basis on this defense. bloodbath in the middle this was. Constant pressure put on.
UFPs, man. How does Symmetry find that kill in the body?
Oh.
It's this small overextension that cost them that round in what could have been the series. Is now pushing forward. Baka with the op. Are we going to be running through a smoke now, are we? Counter utility. Maka wants in. Look at this. Missed HG, though. That doesn't help. And now 3 players kind of shuffling together at the back of the site. A messy defense here from FUT. But 1 smoke spam kill could allow them a way back in.
Cycled smokes. They're outside looking in. Oh my god. A team kill there. Symmetry takes down.
That's calling the save. That's the save.
Oh no.
That was a
brutal. They have
scope
to
in
walk
off.
away.
Oh my god.
Oh man. But are folding underneath the pressure. There's one more chance now to close things out, and 3D Max have got their finger on the pulse all the way into this comeback effort. Now just 1 round away. These 3 rifles held on to are going to net them a great buy in the last round of play in regulation. 3D Max do it again. Pull it back into another OT. Having to bring together another massive comeback effort on... on that map of Ancient. They were the team that missed out on the chance to close it out. They had map point. Now, FUT with multiple series points on the line have missed out on all these opportunities.
They're looking to get aggressive through the bridge. And no one is really watching for this. Gravity maybe launching utility, but a great flashbang. Feels the position. On the line. And now Demon back at the site, about to be under pressure. Players with utility in hand. Demon's got to do it all. On such low HP, he doesn't. Symmetry now smoked out. Overtime looming for the rookies of FUT.
How do you pull this retake off, man? Gotta try and boost any sort of trickery you can get away with, but there's no visual granted. Over the smoke, flashes recycled in. More utility just drawing out more and more time. They can't even turn the corner just yet. Constantly getting leveled out by this utility. They're running out of time here. Smoke goes down towards main, but they can't get the scope online in time here. Kerbini, another team kill. And it's just Jugs trying to pull it through. But 3D Max are going to make the comeback a reality here and take us into OT again.
That was just 7 rounds in a row. Again, 3D Max, pull it back. Map 1, down 7-1. Roll it back. And here we are. 3D Max catching multiple players out with utility in hand. Mastering the timings. And dodging some of that X factor that FUT was bringing to the table.
Need to see this adjustment here. Symmetry on the
last
out,
thing.
taking an aggressive stance on towards B main right now. Place where they've been caught off guard multiple times, and he has been able to push them back a touch.
There's the boost. Lucky if he stands up, he's a goner. Still staying tucked in the corner. Lonks gets flicked on. Lucky. Great headshot. 3D Max looking at Dust 2 as that decider. For the record, a 0% win rate for them. So not much solace in potentially winning this map.
It's still right back in the saddle. You have to get back on the horse of Dust 2, which has been a difficulty here. Kerbini Finding a timing to lurk through middle, but gets cut off by the op. Perfect trade from Maka. These 1-for-1 trades are something you can sustain with that man advantage still maintained. 20 seconds left, though. They do have to kick it into high gear soon, and Symmetry's op is holding the resistance. Flashbang actually doesn't quite land, but he misses the shot instead, and it's too close range. Can't hit the shotgun op. Trade available, and maybe just enough time to lock in this bomb plant here. Trying to walk through the smoke. No way! Utility out, but Exorcise comes through and closes the kill, and it's 3D Max that claim a lead now in overtime.
Oh my goodness, I would have lost my mind if that went the way of Jugs. But you're right, the shotgun ops just needed to connect. Even had the fortune of a flashbang that just didn't blind him. It popped too low underneath the steps. So Symmetry had multiple opportunities to connect anything. Could have been the difference maker, but here we are. It is 3D Max with a lead of all things right now. Aggression through E-Box. 3D Max will say, you can have it.
You know, they're going to look to reclaim that control when those smokes fade away, but Demon is going all in. Aggressive positioning that can be overlooked. No one in towards Rugs to really flush him out. So all of this Canal's control going to be really hard to rip away. Even Symmetry's not getting involved here.
He's got to hit this. He's got to protect Demon on this line, and he doesn't. He's smoked out. Demon down. Body flew past. He actually got legged. And then Symmetry drops to Maka's up eventually. More utility out for these FUT players. Out of position. Longs at least collects onto Body to alleviate some pressure. But down a player. A-site take, inbound. And Jugs in a very, very difficult position. Looking in towards the camera. The spray's no good. The pistol is out. And the hold is gone. Krebeni backside dealt with by Lucky. Incredible headshots from 3D Max. Flawless execution. And now a 2-round lead. An incredible comeback to force the decider.
Can't even walk away with anything extra there. Longs finished off as well. And 3D Max, such a tough team to put down for this FUT camp. And it might be the reality that Dust 2 is looming around the corner. Looking for the sweep on this T side. Taking down every last gun as well. Timeout again called. But this is offering little to no solace. A big change up there in FUT's defense. And it gets broken down. Body making the crazy play there off the back of that utility, diving into the fray, finding Demon, flushing him out of the round. As you said, even that op shot connecting just shows how committed he was. There was absolutely no fear in this 3D Max camp. You got this T side fully bought in. Calls are flowing. And this third map is looming here. Can FUT put up a single round? And this CT side, or will they be stuck at 12?
Symmetry needs an op shot. It's a tag at least, but potentially locked in upon. Pinned in a corner.
Oh.
Nades don't quite connect, but now the actual execute is here. Demon behind the pillars. Unprepared, but it still gets one. Long slinks behind the pillar, taking flak. Still converts a kill, and it's up to Symmetry. He needs another kill or to preserve his life, and he's going to do both. At least FUT will establish one on their defense of Anubis, and this comeback is not done for 3D Max.
Just having the numbers right there on that B side. Have plenty of players ready to line up that defense, even though the initial shots don't go their way, even though 3D Max start to scale into the mix. Enough resistance to run into for them to shut things down. And now it's 3D Max on the CT side. And as much of a concern as it was to see that OT performance come through and to think 3D Max are taking control in Ancient, it was FUT that were able to establish some control with one round on that defense here with their T side that's available for the takeover. Can they now fight back with a little bit of wind in their sails?
But needing a step up from some of their stars. Benny has looked at home on land at his first IEM. Very strong performance throughout the series. And Demon, a big time bounce back from what was map number 1. And they put together some of those final touches. Stop this 3D Max comeback as they're going to walk through the smoke. And it is an excellent call.
I got their finger on the pulse with this call here. It's going to be a weakened up defense, and Exorcise trying to get his counter utility down. That's going to be nullified. Flashes continue to rain in, but the support is on the scene. HE to blow up in the smoke, but a trade 1-for-1 initially here. Lucky trying to hold his post, and we'll keep on fighting. HE's continue to blow open the smoke and blow the round wide open for 3D Max in a 4v2. Looking to claim their first chance at map point here on Anubis, and they're set up nicely.
Yeah, the decision to put a smoke into camera instead of mollying it allows for 2 players to rotate in through mid and throw themselves into the fight. 2 versus 4, swinging forward. Symmetry on the AK-47. There's a light up for Longs. Another clutch potential. Running out of ammunition. He's going to switch out in the smoke. Body right with him and waiting. Longs dealt with. And 3D Max will secure map point against all the odds.
Man. What a read right there from Body. Able to close out a crucial clutch there. It was looking like Longs could play the hero in this round. Denied at the final hurdle here. Now it's the reality setting in 2 map points ahead of 3D Max. Their initial defensive protocols looking phenomenal. Everyone being able to rotate in time. You mentioned that small detail of not having the camera molly. 3 players then quickly rotate where they need to be. For a map that can have some very drawn-out rotates, not easy to do. Get your players where they need to be in time.
He now stepping forward. Reveni watching. Flashbang is perfection, though. It's a double from Lucky, and the comeback might be completed. Exorcise, what can he do? That's plenty enough. 1v4 on a 12 HP Chugs. And up 12-5, it's 3D Max who spit it all the way back. And this opening match for FUT, this rookie debut could turn into a disaster as we are going to Dust 2.
That's unbelievable stuff, man. 3D Max were completely out of this one. Looking like they were going to get nothing going. It was at 1 point 11-5 on the lead. It was looking done and dusted. We were turning our conversation to, is 3D Max going to continue to be upset by these scrappy young rosters? The reality set in here. 3D Max come online. They shut down these aggressive plays, managed to isolate this FUT team from closing off what felt like a pretty straightforward 2-0. Now we go to Dust 2. Things still remain complicated here. 3D Max looking for a win on the year, winning the last 3 months in general. And it's Dust 2 that they do have to complete the mission on. Not the easiest of tasks, but when you have a kind of collapse that you're dealing with for FUT on the underdogs, you're looking to see them bounce back. Dust 2 is probably the prime opportunity to do so.
Yeah, to avoid a rookie disaster. It's not the way you'd want to start up your very first match at an IEM. We're going to toss this one off to a break. Dust 2 up next.
This is Basement Dweller's first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up, actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but, you know, seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
sing through my wings, I feel alive. A surge of energy as you come into sight. Caught in the moment, I'm hypnotized. With every breath I feel the fire inside. Your love is like a wildfire. Your love is like a wildfire. A force I can't contain, it takes me high. I'm lost in the heat, consumed by the sun. Your love is like a wildfire. My heart's on fire as I hold you close. Your touch, it's electric, a beautiful overdose. I'm addicted to the way we move and sway. Lost in the rhythm, bodies insane. Random days. Your love is like a wildfire. A force I can't contain. It takes me high. 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 Your love is like a wildfire. Your love is like a wildfire. A force I can't contain. It takes me high. I'm lost in the heat, consumed by the sun. Your love is like a wildfire. Like a wildfire. Lost in the moment, but caught in the flame. Your love, it's like a wildfire.
a rookie debut that could turn into a disaster for FUT. As up 12-5, 3D Max push it all the way to overtime and then win on Anubis. Dust 2, though, is not much more friendly than that Anubis was, I will have to say. So FUT still definitely in this series. We'll see if they can bounce back.
Yeah, I mean, they got a great landing ground here to have a decider. They definitely don't want to be in a decider right now, and you do have to have those concerns of, you know, having been so close to the finish line, not being able to cross it. As that underdog team, we know how difficult it is to break through that mental hurdle, especially when you're playing on land and the pressure starts to rise. 3D Max do have them right where they want them on everything besides the map selection. Obviously, the T sides have treated this team very poorly. They haven't been able to really get things going on the T side of this map. We've seen how effective the players on FUT can shoot as well. So want to see if that trend remains true here, or if 3D Max during their boot camp, putting in work, have been able to land some adjustments, you know, in between their last event and now.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely saw a couple of individuals step up, though, for 3D Max. Lucky, in particular, was an engine on Ancient, and on Anubis as well. So definitely stepping up with big multi-kills when they needed it. And there's one thing that 3D Max do play well. They communicate fast. They play flow state Counter-Strike. So they can constantly shift around and be very annoying in mid-rounds. But Dust2 has his reputation for firepower, and FUT definitely have showed that throughout this series to be the better team at shooting head. We'll see if that can continue, as it is the decider. Will be a debut or disaster for FUT after falling through on multiple comebacks.
See how things shape up here. CT side start for 3D Max is something quite nice, and the counter utility to collapse on this mid draw looking promising. 3 kills flow through here for the side of 3D Max, and they leave them limited here. If it's not for Jugs bringing them out of the trenches here, still looking for more. There's some low HP bars around the corner here. Can he consistently find these headshots? He can. 3 kills in, looking for the 4K. Runs out of ammo, but saved by Demon at range now. Body trying to seal the deal, but this 5v2 has turned into a calamity.
Oh my God.
And it's the last kill completed by Jugs. He's going to close things down and deliver FUT the first.
What the heck was that? I don't know how to explain it. He just wins every fight thrown at him. And just an OL from Exorcist. Jugs should be the most talked about player on this one. Demon higher up the list in terms of prospects. But a ridiculous pistol round that comes through. FUT have pulled that off a couple of times so far this series, and Dust2 still with the same heat.
This is a good point. It feels like there's no advantage too tall for 3D Max to miss out on, and for FUT to take back with the accuracy with the aim that this team possesses. We've seen multiple 5v3s missed out on by 3D Max, and in that case a 5v2. They're going to collapse on middle here. Exorcist is inching his way ever so slightly past the smoke. And with bomb position outside of tunnels right now, while they're poking and prodding their way up catwalk, I don't think this is going to be a finish towards the A side. Although bomb slowly starts to commit downwards, and that might lead to some adjustment here, forcing Lucky off the angle.
There could be a fast reaction whenever 3D Max won it. None of their players really gravitated towards a single site. No one actually playing as the B-side anchor. Hoping that they go through the mid doors instead. Exorcist with a deagle. Not the optimal weapon for the job, but it's still workable. First headshot's good, but eventually overrun. Hail of bullets his way, but a miss mid to B smoke. Gravity takes advantage. Boost up now. MP9, what damage can it do? It drops the bomb with 20 seconds. Symmetry trying to scoop it up. Still worried about players on the B side that just don't exist. Jukes misses the spray. Forced by victory for 3D Max.
I mean, that's what you talk about right there with the communication and that flow state that 3D Max can enter into right there. Everyone is so shifty on the defense, getting where they need to be. Instant communication to boost up there, knowing that they have to cut off the bomb from entering into that B bomb site. And it is a unified understanding to collapse through middle and make sure that FUT can't get into a post plant. There's not even a bomb plant to work through there in that last round. So a little bit of back and forth here, but one that's much favorable for the CT side. Flashbang out towards long. Jugs looking to press the issue with the Tech 9. But they do escape, and this does settle. It's just a little bit of chip damage taken, that's all.
Benny somehow stays alive through the flash, but it's body to drop. Maka running low on ammunition, too. And hey, that's an AK scooped up for that T side. Symmetry also gets into the corner, but dealt with instantly. Maka's rifling's been sharp all day. Round not done. Bonks does pick up an AK. Love boosting over these smokes. Head should have been seen. Exorcist doesn't register it, though. And that allows them to move up Cat. That HE doesn't connect on the longs. A site gonna be taken here on the force buyback.
Second HE avoided as well there, so that early utility damage can be avoided. Bomb gonna be planted there. Committing Demon on towards Catwalk with the smoke down as well. He's gonna be good to hold this down. Fake some noise like they're running up long, and it's actually gonna be a double back here from Gravity. So he's gonna meet these three players head on.
This is well played so far from FUT, but the kill's not quite quick. 20 HP for Longs, nearly lines him up, but not meant to be. Turns into a 1v1 at the very end. So 3D Max will scrape on by. You did talk about that faking footsteps over towards Long, and that kind of baited the players of FUT to 3-stack in towards Cat. Good idea, but doesn't pan out.
Yeah, I mean, it nets him a couple of frags right there. That's a big opportunity to pull through with your teammates walking up CT spawn. So at least closing things down. I wonder if this is going to continue the conversation of the force buys, and more so centered around Lonks with the hero rifle. Gifted an AK here for his troubles here, and hoping that he can lead the pack and do the damage behind it.
Just dry swing in top middle with a deagle, and actually nearly connects. Maka misses another, and that allows them to advance even closer. They've got cat control too. Player towards Goose with the flash, but this could get very, very awkward. Nade forward. Lucky trying to spam them all down, and eventually it works. AK does hit the floor, and the armorless Glocks go to waste. 3-1 here for 3D Max.
Dude, I love mocking that run. He has been doing some great work with both the op and the rifling, as you mentioned. Misses a couple of op shots towards middle, makes the rotate in, whips out the Tech 9, seals up his kill. At least able to bring in a frag into that last round, getting a little bit of confidence. That hero rifle is going to lead Lonks into a Mac 10 here as the rest of his roster is able to buy up. And these CT rounds need to come at a premium here because of those concerns on the T side for 3D Max. Going to need to establish a good foundation in this first half.
These from Exorcist is all that needed. Here's a pop flash, though. Two players blind, but Symmetry, the cover from Pit, is the success that FUT needed. Now body also caught in middle. Should have been a dead man. Now they're going to try and isolate Jugs. Full blind, tucked in the corner. And Gravity will get the better of him. His entire magazine spent to do so. And the cross dealt with. Oh my god, from Maka. He will live on 19 HP as well. Lucky the follow-up. And an opening pick turns into a disaster for FUT. Symmetry.
Okay.
Just 14 HP and running out of bullets, running out of guns. Needs an ace clutch. That won't happen. Maka, what was that first shot? It ends it with a Tech 9 headshot.
Straight through smoke right there, I think. I mean, absolutely no vision, but again, you can see such great cohesion on the defense here. Collapse on middle, deal with the lurking presence. That is absurd. Lonk's going to get blasted out of that round. But then you couple that with that sight hold proper on the A side of the map and smoking for the mollies so that your teammates can stay posted on the back of double. Like all those small details to make the lives a little bit easier for those players trying to anchor down that A bomb site. going to throw a little backspin on this H. Oh, yeah. Doesn't quite do the damage he's hoping for. Need to blow open the smoke.
Those no scopes are close.
Yeah, Lamos almost caught another one.
A Monacy right there. Now, Cat execute. In position. Krabenny finds the first, but then there's the flashbang from Exorcise. Kills come easy for Lucky. Long Lurk doesn't go his way, but Krabenny eventually breaks through. What can they do with this space? Not much. Exorcise right through the smoke. Symmetry knocked out. Krabenny on the site with nowhere to stand. And 3D Max in control on Dust 2.
Lovely work right there. Riflers all coming through and finding their impact before that site can be claimed. And again, it's that counter utility that's rolling out that consistently keeps this FUT squad at an arm's length. Got the rifles out again here. Another timeout. We'll see them be able to land some nice adjustments out the back of these timeouts. Mention Coolio in the back, trying to get everyone involved. And those calls have been effective. So another timeout here into the mix. We'll see if FUT can close things out. This is Symmetry's first time with an AWP as well. So that's something to look forward to. Boost action.
Starting off with the boost. We have a little op duel. That's not even consider firing. Still no doors smoke, so Maka's just going to stay posted, try to punish. Could work out. Symmetry. Don't want to give a shoulder away to the Maka op. Here comes the HE to break. Oh. And Symmetry wins it. Straight head-to-head. Success for FUT. Now Molly towards Cat's going to force body forward. And right into Krabenny. Full running and gunning, but not ready for the second. Lucky will happily run through the Molly to avoid the trade. Two players, though, in the mid doors. Exorcise force in the open dealt with, but will they be ready for gravity? Not even going to be tested. In through the B tunnels, open B site, and that should be around.
Man, good move there. Good discipline out of FUT. Could have led to a real disaster if they thought mid was open. For the taking, Gravity could have played disruption. But instead, FUT, off the back of another timeout, going to win another round here for themselves. Symmetry's up, comes into play out of the gates to deal the opening pick. And from that point forward, they continue to get those aggressive duels out of 3D Max, a team that does not want to give you any space here in the round. Just the threat of that aggression alone is definitely putting fear into FUT. You can see the sort of discipline and utility they have to use to clear out lower tons just with one smoke alone. Some confidence to be built here, and Symmetry looking strong. Terrorists win. They get them in their second round since the pistol.
And talk about how that pistol even started. That round was impossible as well. So, truly FUT with their first quality win. As is back aboard for them. 3D Max still in with the purchase. Money beginning to run low, though. I've had some close ones against some Tech 9s and Force buys. So a potential turning point for the rookies. Spending a lot of utility, though, to clear out the tunnels. But an opening pick again for Symmetry. Was that even a smoke break? I'm not even sure. I don't see why Body would really go for that. Symmetry might have just found a pot shot through the smoke.
Lucky trying to catch them in transition up the cat box here, but not going to catch a visual. So making the jump on up. This A side is left super vulnerable to a cat execute. So retake setup going to be in order here. At least has to be. And it's going to come down to probably this long positioning here. Exorcise has to find something to make work here. And he gets absolutely leveled. The flashes work wonders. And this might be another early save call forced in. The 3D Max, if they're so fortunate. Krabeni, in the meantime, going to cut another one off on the cross here. Maka stabilizes with the op and trying to fight a pathway out of this round.
That's a really nice play there from FUT. You go for the long pop, and then Krabeni runs to middle after throwing the flashes to already stop the saves and the potential rotates. Losing too many players. Hunt's probably going to end. It's FUT, again, bolstered by these opening picks that are coming through from Symmetry. The rounds come through easily. Cat was the weakness that 3D Max allowed in that round. And a simple play forward. Exorcist couldn't even play the game. If you're hoping for a solo long lurk and then that door's pop flash comes through, it's just a total nightmare. And outpositioned here on Dust 2. We have FUT starting to roll this game back and make it competitive.
I've been seeing, you know, a lot more of the angle that we are just going to see. There's the...
wow!
What?
Okay.
I'm glad we got a little replay on that one. That's a nasty shot. Just saw a bit of the tracer, and that's all that's required. I was going to say, Exorcist's position, been seeing a lot more of, you know, trying to take the fight before those flashes come through, so you can see him, you know, try and pop off a couple of shots and beat FUT to the punch of that utility usage, and that's a great way to disrupt what has been some very active plays that come through when you're trying to reclaim long control late in a round. But his vision drawn in and the flashes become even more effective. We see FUT start to get back on track here. Whole host of timeouts as the momentum looking to sway into the young guns.
Oh boy. Oh, we have the upper pick almost. There for Symmetry. There is no flashbang. There is a chance onto Gravity. In the meantime, Bonnie under pressure here in the lower tunnels. Just gonna take notice and leave.
It's a position you can't stick around in forever, but this B play is looking decisive now, already making their moves through the smokes. Gravity tucked into the cubby, able to find the first fight, quickly deals with a second. Can't find the third on the Demon, but there's help on the way, cut off by Symmetry. And Krabeni on the lurk, taken down just the same here. The 2v2 now ahead of them. Some repositions being made, but 3D Max looking fast on this retake. Could catch him by surprise, and Symmetry falls with the AWP. It's all on the shoulders of another Demon clutch now.
Has some of the highest headshot percentage in Counter-Strike, but only lands one bullet to the body of Lucky for no clutch. Critically, that round could have gone wrong there for 3D Max. A molly thrown into the tunnels got extinguished by a smoke. That play should have never happened. 3D Max were actually prepared for the pop, but saved there by a gravity double. And again, what 3D Max do best, they play in flow state. They're going to collapse as quickly as possible and nail every fast time they can. Symmetry not ready for it, and the retake comes through.
Such a hard thing to deal with for young players that are just getting their experience versus this team. I think a lot of rosters that have been playing 3D Max throughout the years know how they like to play. They know how they like to retake. They don't allow you to establish these good post-plant positioning. That's all new here for FUT. They've got to calculate accordingly. Look at this long aggression coming through from Exorcist.
Yeah, frustrating long doors. Not early into the round. Now it's going to be a brawl on Cat. Maka opens up Lucky with a short burst. Krabeni down. Insta kills for 3D Max.
That big punch there. Tried to set up the util from the top of middle for that duo to make a play through the smoke, but it is instantly leveled. I mean, Exorcist fell off of long so quickly after pressing the issue. And they get the reset now with a 5v3. But this team still remains so deadly here. Symmetry looking to make some angles here with the op. They still got a little bit of execution utility to be tossed in, but an HE dwindles them down even lower. Demon standing on 20 now.
Flank up Cat, too, is not being watched, and everyone could go down. A nice headshot from Demon, but not quite round defining. I think it's looking to be a save. Especially as I don't think that smoke was meant to be thrown there. Yeah, we're going to wait out the next 15 seconds. And it would be 3D Max with a solid lead here on Dust 2. Totally prepared for the incoming Cat play. Still holding a double setup despite the smoke. Watching these pro teams, I always wonder what the tell is for some of these squads. And really the
right there,
behind the scenes.
You're looking at the reaction, right? I think you see on the 3D Max angle a lot of aggression and a lot of setup for Exorcise towards long. So then what's your reaction for FUT? If you're getting pressed in towards long, you can't establish that control. Speed it up towards catwalk because that's where you think the resources are limited. But that's where, again, you can see the shifty nature of this defense out of 3D Max. Where already they set up Exorcise, they trust him, they leave him to his own devices for a little while, and then set up that cat control, and then they're ready to beat FUT to the punch that is almost conditioned out of FUT. So that's kind of the chess pieces moving around here for 3D Max, and a really effective call on the defense to catch them by surprise.
Some flow state CS and some sharp shots. Okay, definitely been the most impressive fragger so far. As we're looking at a much faster mid play for the side of FUT. Cat called clear, and they're just gonna take the control and walk all the way up. Seems like 3D Max are prepared.
So much counter utility just when you're thinking you want to maybe turn that corner and try and find an opening duel. Fourth shot of that angle and in towards the mid to B. Maka barrel seen through the smoke there, and Benny able to lock in an opening duel. Big 4v5 advantage and a key weapon taken out of the hands here. The 3D Max.
Maka didn't really buy that there were players side of that, or on the other side of the smoke. Now no op to defend the cat take is really difficult. Exorcise with no support utility. It is just lucky here with an AK and a dream. First headshot is very sharp. Quickly equalizes. Bodies picks up the lurk. The Symmetry delivers his own kill. Now it's really up to Exorcise. And Gravity who pops up and gets all three. Retake is easy for 3D Max.
He's been making some explosive plays here. You look at that multi-kill on the B defense, and again, 3D Max keeping that consistency. They never allow for FUT to plant their feet in the post. It's always more chaos. It's always more around the corner before you're ever expecting it. And another example of them getting caught by surprise. Gravity able to spray them all down. You can see his active plate jumping up ahead of the smoke there. Do not expect those sort of moves to be made as the bomb just went down. Be able to sure things up for another. 3D Max again need all the help they can get on this defense. Gravity's just provided another big one.
Maka wants to make some moves. Thought about it, but heard the molly coming through.
He's still thinking about it, finally. To avoid that angle. And trying to reshake up the setup here now. And he might be on the money because this B take that's attempted is going to be met with a lot of resistance here. One inside the smoke with him. Gravity spraying two down. Another quick hold from him. Gravity on another 3K. Finally finished off. But the cavalry's already on the scene. And Kermeni, last man standing here, quickly finished off by Maka. It's 3D Max pulling together a 3-9 half in their favor.
Gravity, known trash talker, but he can also back it up with back-to-back triple kills to put FUT down in the dirt. It is 3DMax who lead 9-3. And don't let another comeback this series happen, but this time the other direction. We've had a lot of those, both maps in overtime. But this one could shape up to be a blowout. But a thing or two about you folks just joining. FUT are pretty good at winning pistol rounds.
Pretty good at winning pistol rounds. 3DMax, like I said, highlighting this T-side struggle for this team. You know that Dust 2 has netted them a 0% win rate in the last 3 months. They've taken on some tough teams, some beatable rosters as well. They've got to complete the mission here, this best of 3 on the T side now, and that's where the concerns come into play here. Out towards long, crossfire setup here. They deal with the pit presence, and they find the headshot to back it up at least. Dealing with Demon here and pressing through the long side as well. Symmetry taken down, and it's another massive advantage. 3DMax, all they need to do is punch their ticket into 2 more kills. Oh my god.
Oh, but a 2v5 in the first pistol round. How about a 2v4? Long's needing a 1v3. A lot of numbers. Can he pull off the kills? As he steps forward, instantly Gush though, and a well-timed double swing to lock it in for 3DMax. Now up 10-3. Now flowing through this game. And what could just be a simple close for them.
Yeah, making that a lot easier for themselves. Actually being able to win a pistol where they stand tall, where they have the advantage. Scouts on Dust 2, though, going to be coming through. 3 of them in play. 2 of them on the CT side. And Maka going to be set up with a boost here out of the gates. Smoke goes down and just trying to cover off lower tons aggression. That's mission accomplished here. Symmetry blowing open that smoke. Oh my god. Had his finger on the trigger there, ready to land some shots, but won't be able to land the blind fire just yet. Map control going to slowly be taken. Smoke for mid to be early. Molly to cover out the close cubby. So that threat is in play at the very least. But it's not changing the defensive protocols here out of FUT. They're banking this on the double scouts being able to hold B. And for the rest to deal the damage on this A site.
Scout shot rattles off
for
but
Symmetry.
Yeah, there's nowhere really to stand here on the B site is the problem for that scout. But Kerbeni finds one, but then the B site players drop. I think that is all to be said on this round. There is a player top mid. Longs needs to be super precise with this Deagle. But not meant to be. Exorcist alerted. And no chance on the retake. The force buy vanquished. And now what is becoming a devastating scoreline. Like we thought 12-5 was bad, but it might be even worse for FUT here on Dust 2.
No question. I mean, good news is they're going to be able to hold on to these 3 guns. But some serious pressure put on for FUT, and I do wonder if they're going to continue their efforts on the force buy. They're going to try and get something going in this next round behind the 3. Saved upgrade pistols and armor. B site will go up in smoke. And so could this opportunity ahead of FUT. We're so close to sealing the deal, but it always is that elusive 13th round that comes back to haunt these underdog squads. Gonna get a little something going here. Behind Kerbani. And Symmetry also investing into a Deagle, so not completely weakened up here for that duo. This does feel like an opportunity to just put this one on in. Take 12. Breathe a sigh of relief.
I mean, they did it, dude. Down 12-5 on Anubis. 7 series points for FUT. And now dominating on Dust 2. A map that could have been seen as risky. A map that 3DMax had a 0% win rate on in the last 3 months, stemming all the way back to PGL Bucharest of last year.
better time than now to finally break that loss streak. They're set up nicely to do so. Counter smoke tossed in. Right now, Krabeni making himself feel like a lot more than one man. But if it's a target up the catwalk here, FUT are going to be in for a world of hurt. Starting to see the reposition from Symmetry. Trying to get in position in time. He'll be the one that looks to stand and resist here. Flashes are well placed, though. It's going to be more of a retake-centric setup here as they try and cut him off in the cross to sight. Maybe deny a bomb plant here. Maka playing a dangerous game, but hitting a tough shot. The numbers will be punched in.
Yeah, no kit, no utility. Just a single grenade. Needing some miraculous shots, but hey, that's a start. Gravity down first, but a great pop flash in to spoil the retake before it happens. Exorcise with the double body taps at range. And we are looking at series point for 3D Max. What a comeback to start off their IEM Krakow run. Staring down 7 series points. And now they have 9 for themselves to work with. To advance further here in stage 1, they are expected to be in stage 2. That is the expectation for this 3D Max team. And to match up versus Simple and BC Game to qualify for stage 2. Ain't that going to be fun?
Gonna be a fun one. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing that one play out. 3D Max just a step away. It was looking like FUT were going to try and pull off the underdog story versus that team as well, but it's just escaped their grasp. And now they got to fight back with a comeback of their own. What's the sort of resiliency? We set a lot of frustration into the mix here. Smoking a fade in favor of Symmetry. Finds the opening op pick. He wants more, though. Flash around the corner here. Exorcise is close by.
Standing in front of the flashbangs. Oh. And then the shoulder exposed. It's a collateral through the wall. The damage, will it be capitalized on? Yes. Bomb dropped it long. Big kill for Demon to get. Lucky could line them up. Nearly does. But instead, body. 1v3. Has a timing to jump across long. Goes unseen. And now making no secret of his approach. He should know where Demon is. Flashbang into the doors. Body scooped up the bomb, but he wants the kills.
Oh, man. This position is deadly, especially if FUT bounce first. Demon got to check his corner, though, and seal up that kill. Body sideline there. A lot of low HP targets. He had a chance to seal the deal right then and there. But FUT are going to extend play. We'll see for how long they can stay afloat. They kind of punish the bonus here. So 3D Max trying to scrap for some cash. And crucially, make sure that Maka has an op in this round.
Here it goes. Maka not fast enough on the flick. Now switching up the angles. Onks. Wants the top mid utility. That kind of escorts in Krabeni to take some space up towards Cat. Another Molly, which will delay the mid take and allow Symmetry to look for picks with his op. But eventually, wanting to dodge any of that flak, will go for a nade break. That what? A nade break that didn't work, but error, success. All right.
What he's even, I mean, maybe just popping the shot off through the smoke right there. That's going to sideline Gravity, who has been able to lift up his team in so many of these rounds. Lurk smoke in towards B. Leads to a counter utility coming through out of FUT. This B side is fully open, obviously unknown to the T side at the moment, but a lot of focus put on middle right now as the mid to B utility comes through here. Now they start to tuck back in towards the sides. Krabeni looking for a play through the smoke. Flash set up nicely, and he'll deal even more damage. This is looking like a safe call. 15 seconds.
Okay. It's a question we ask every time we're in this situation, Cole. When do we start believing?
At this
But
point,
now,
man, anything's possible. We've seen a couple of miraculous comebacks. I thought this series was going to be over an hour ago.
right now, G2 and Passion UA are waiting in the wings. They're like, any day now, checking their watches. I'm sure they're probably joking. Like, there's no way, right? There's no way. I mean, it has been an action-packed day here on the B stream, may I tell you.
Went on a 30-second timeout to add into the mix there.
Heroic and PARIVISION, all 3 maps. NRG versus Bait, all 3 maps, including a 13-11 decider. This one has had overtimes in map 1 and map number 2. And who knows? Map number 3. You know, right next to me, and virtually, of course, is the man who casted the longest map in Counter-Strike 2 history. So,
oh yeah,
this guy brings that juju wherever he goes.
just seems to follow me. We'll see if FUT can reap the benefits of that. Hanging in here. I mean, that was a great defensive measure. Taking a bit of an aggressive stance, trying to net them opening picks, and they're doing it again. Flash setup here, going down into his tunnels. Body realizes it. Get that gun out. Just his presence alone scares them back.
A 4-man long pop, though. This is a 3D Max strat if I've ever seen one. Demon on the off angle. No utility. Things are a little too quiet, though.
Oh.
And he whiffs. You know, they say aim high, but a little too high there for Demon. If you're gonna only hit headshots sometimes, spray goes wild.
We recovered as well there for Gravity. They just put a lot of threat on the presence here. Towards the long side. They're even tossing in and confirming that this is going to be an A-side finish. It's a great job selling the fake for Gravity. Throwing more and more utility to try and keep them convinced. And they're sold by the molly alone. They're going to have a free B bomb, so you can see the rush from Symmetry to try and rotate over, and at least his op could get on the line. A smoke inbound as well.
But they're not going to respect the smoke. A misflick, too. He needs to start hitting these. Down goes Lucky, but now a molly onto his position. A smoke at the doors. And what is a nightmare for CT sides everywhere in Counter-Strike. It is a B-side retake.
Still have to deal with a bit of an awkward lurk as well. Gravity is in a nasty position. Colin Tun's clear for his squad for now. Will he be finished off quickly? He deals the punishment onto Jugs, who gets sidelined early. Another player trying to flank through tunnels. Gravity stays elusive, but finally finished off. The op retaking in, but shut down. It's Body now looking to close down and finish the job here. Lauk staying alive, but cannot sustain the 1v2 there. Maka puts the finishing touches on this one. And 3D Max, despite all the odds here faced on Anubis, have completed the mission on Dust 2. They get their first win in the last 3 months. They're looking to carry forward here versus BC Game.
And again, 12-5 is the scoreline that we're going to be talking about for a while. And the Anubis pick for 3D Max just barely coming through. And now on Dust 2, their first win in a long, long time. Now, 1 for 7 on this map, and maybe looking to start a bit of a run. BC Game, honestly, it's a great test for BC Game and a great test for 3D Max to see where they stand versus that lineup. A lot of tests to be had here in 2026. But the side of FUT, though, it's got to be crushing to be able to know that you could have pulled off the upset, that you could have potentially advanced forward in the top 16 and gained so many world ranking points with the potential upset. It going to waste because 3D Max, one step at a time, of course.
Yeah, just had it in the palm of their hand. Always the most difficult round, though, for these underdog squads, and they face that reality head on. 3D Max, a tough team to put down, as we know so well. And it comes to fruition. That comeback effort ends up being carried forward into Dust 2, and they just sustain that momentum into a map that's offered up so many challenges. They get that CT side start with the decider, and they make good on it with a 9-3 half, closing it out quickly in the second as well. this is a good story here for 3D Max because, you know, obviously we have them as the gatekeeper team. To open up the year, though, already took a kind of frustrating loss to Inner Circle out of the gates, bounced out of Bounty. Now you hop into Krakow here and you're thinking, okay, maybe more of the same. They're staring down what could have been a 2-0, but avoiding that reality now.
Yeah, I mean, big credit there for 3D Max, staying steadfast as they do normally on land. Like, this is an expectation that we do normally see them in the top 16. It's the question of what extra damage can they deal past being in the top 16. It's always been a barrier that they're trying to break. So, following up with their expectations, we have Shocks down on the sideline with Body.
3D Max wins the Slugfest, and I'm here with Badi, Congratulations. I have to say, for it being such an intense match, there was almost no reaction from you guys. You're just like, okay, nice, GG. What's that about?
Honestly, that game was really hard. And at the same time, we figured out that the third map was ours from the start. And I felt like we had to take this map, and it was just like another day at work, kind of. So like the third map was that went well into our direction, but it was a fucking tough game.
Yeah, it was tough. Let's talk about Anubis a little bit, because you had to claw your way back completely. Can you tell me about what changed and what did you think really had to change for you guys to kick into gear? Because I feel like I didn't see the real 3D Max until like very far into this series.
Yeah, the real 3D Max has kind of a struggle right now, and we're trying to find our true identity again, because we've been saying that all over the year, and at the same time, we had a pretty complicated year where tournament over tournament, no time to practice, and I feel like right now, we had some time after the player break to figure out who we want to be, and this is our first LAN, so some adjustments are made into the game and throughout the game, and I feel like 12-6, we cannot go out right now. Yeah. Now, so basically, everybody just chimed in and tried to make like a good piece of work into what we needed to do in that T side, and some great shooting, but we fucked up so many situations today, and that costed us so hard.
Sometimes that happens, but isn't it nice that then you know, hey, we can claw this back as a team. We can do it, even if things aren't going perfectly.
Yeah, for sure. Figuring out that we actually can do it, and after this kind of rough end of year that we had last year, turns out that we can be dangerous. We can be dangerous throughout every kind of situations in a game, and that was kind of our issue last end of season, where we struggled and kind of like mentally gave up before end. And today, all the team chimed in. We had a great leader. We had great teammates. Everybody just made the job work and the dream work. So today we're in the upper bracket again, and tomorrow we're looking for a new game.
Yeah, it is a new year, of course, new you maybe, and I like that you talk about, the struggles that you also had last year. It feels like you're kind of the gatekeepers of that top 15 of the tier 1, and you all, of course, want to be the team that should be very much in the top of those rankings. So what are the expectations then with what you said now, that mentally you had to just, I don't know, cross some barriers, right? So how do you feel for the rest of the year and for the rest of Krakow, because we've just begun?
Yeah, so in my opinion, we've been lacking so much consistency throughout last year. And as you said, top 15 is something we are actually in, but something that we want to get out of in the good way from up. Yeah. So basically, we figured out that our game style is kind of hard to break out through. And it's a kind of a one-shot kind of plays. And we're trying to fix that and get more consistency throughout the tournaments throughout the year, and trying to make it like maybe top 10 consistent now, and maybe top 5 in some time. So this is our goal for now.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. And I'll kick it back over to the casters, Exner and Phi. Thank you for the help with the questions, by the way, guys.
Yeah, we did that. But yeah, good insight there from Body, trying to break through in the top level of Counter-Strike right there, and really having the expectations for the future, having to adapt their playstyle, which they said, hey, it's not meant for top level CS. We have to evolve and adapt, and that's what they're able to do. We'll see if they can do it continually through this tournament. But Cole, we've got another game on the way.
Yeah, that we do. It's going to be an exciting one. Obviously, you know, we saw on the back lines there of this last series, G2 and Passion UA waiting in the wings for what is going to be an exciting closing of the day. So definitely looking forward to that one.
Yeah, let's get it.
It starts with a dream, with a team you barely know, and an amateur official that feels like the grand final, where practice becomes progress, and every loss feels like a lesson. When will your journey begin?
Intel Extreme Masters Krakow 2026, brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Zowie, Chex, and the City of Krakow.
8 years ago, on January 28th, 2018, Stewie 2K at the back of the B-bomb side of Inferno pulled off the greatest comeback in Counter-Strike Major history. FaZe Clan choking a 15-12 lead, 15-11, whatever. It's NA day, everybody. And Passion UA and G2 have been waiting a long time to get started here for the final match of the opening day of IEM Krakow. I'm fine, joined by Cole Extra McHenry. We're going to go ahead and cast our countrymen in the most unbiased way possible. They're taking on G2.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good way to put it right now. So far, so good for some of the NA squads as well, as we look to see if that carries forward. Going to be a tough matchup here, that's for sure. You know, Passion UA, obviously a team that's bringing in the fight and looking to kick off their year with a big statement, right? And looking to try and recover a little bit from that opening loss to Gamer Legion to start off the year. I'm hoping to see that this team is putting in the work and you know, delivering in the back lines of that.
Yeah, I would say for the folks at Passion UA, they themselves have had an uprising a bit. That Star Ladder Budapest Major performance was definitely impressive, nearly making playoffs, and had a very close series versus FaZe Clan. They went on to recreate absolute cinema over there in the event, in towards the playoffs. But this team definitely a threat to top teams, but sometimes always at risk of being upset as well. It's just the North American Counter-Strike in the DNA. Sometimes it happens. But Kavem has been the injection of European talent that this team has needed and has definitely stepped up since joining their ranks.
Yeah, I feel like he is kind of the perfect tool here because I think he's so versatile in the way that he plays the game right now. And that, you know, with the combination of JT's calling style that requires the buy-in of all of these pieces, he just kind of fits into this roster like a glove. And so far, it's led to a lot of success out of him individually and for this team, you know, kind of kicking it up a notch, as you mentioned, from that major and trying to carry forward that success into this year. Again, I want to see him continue to build upon the foundation that he's already set because when he's playing underneath JT, I feel like he's been looking like his best self.
Yeah, and on the other side is the man who got snubbed out of the top 20. Heavy God definitely should have been there, holding an MVP at Blast Open London as well. G2's big landmark win in the previous year. Heavy God is the engine of G2's success, and he's got the swagger with it too. I mean, probably one of the best anchors in the world, and rocking a new jersey as well.
Oh, looking sweet right now in G2 camp. This is their kind of opening to the event, so we're going to see a first glimpse of how they're playing out in 2026, which definitely is something to be excited about, something to look forward to. We take a look at the vetoes and see how things shape up. Again, it's G2 trying to get the reps for the year, seeing if with these opening two bans coming through that it is leaving Anubis in the question. Overpass pick coming through for Passion UA, and if we don't see Anubis coming into the mix, I don't really expect that. And with the firepower that this roster possesses, they're going to pick into Dust too, trusting in that map here, map that they've been able to utilize full effect in that run. It's still open here. No surprise that the Passion UA squad leaves it open for that last ban to come through, and yeah, it will be banned eventually by G2.
Yeah, but Overpass, a JT classic, as we call it. Very, very proficient on that map and very good at setting up his stars. The biggest thing, alongside Kavem, Grim is supposed to be, and had an incredible 2025. It's supposed to be that real second star. Had a bit of a fall off at the Budapest Major. Did kind of let the squad down in the biggest matches and in the highest pressure moments. But looking to get himself back into form versus this G2 lineup that is just filled with solid players wherever you look. Even Hunter in the in-game leader role can frag. But Bulbs, if he has a good day, he can just say it is over for Passion UA. So on NA Day on January 28th, can Passion USA deliver something?
Let's find out. Looking forward to seeing how things shape up. We hop into our opening map. Going to be on Overpass here, as you said, a bit of a classic. JT definitely making some staples on this map in terms of his building out of the leadership, and comes down to, I think, really good utility usage for JT as always, set up for these creative plays. And That's going to net you a lot of success when it comes down to working these T sides, trying to take map control. When you have that util down pat and know when to use it and can then set up really effective executes, that's going to be the big luxury. And talked about the Swiss Army knife that is Kvem. He's going on a little campaign towards this A side to put the pressure on this defense early.
Nearly connects the headshot there into some Pius. As Hunter with the dualies, beating a lot of kills, but Halzer at range deals with him. That leaves Heavy God, a top-level anchor. First headshot is good, wrapping around the site, dealing with them with Matfish. Oh. And these two players, absolutely the engines of G2. What a start.
I mean, there's a prime example of what he can do, playing so smart around the pillar, giving himself ample opportunity to find these kills. He'll even cap it off with the full house there. Heavy God ready to make some statements in 2026, that's for sure. He's more motivated than ever to pick up where he left off from that last year. And that is a prime example.
I mean, Heavy God.
Passion UA did a lot right there as well.
Yeah, they did it a lot right, but Heavy God is an elite level player. I mean, I remember when he was picked up, everyone's like, this guy is supposed to be the next Nico. He had to fill those shoes on G2, and he has turned out to be the star that G2 need. And Hunter, since picking up the in-game leader role, has been doing just fine. Malbs is going to get started with a double too. And look, we spent 5 years of commentating Malbs in North America. There are just some of those days. Now, lately, he's gotten a lot of criticism for being a kind of feeding type of entry fragger. But when Malbs is playing well, the game is over. So we'll see if we can get some of that today.
I mean, obviously, everyone on Passion UA pretty familiar with what Malbs brings to the table. But, you know, for players like JT, Grim, and NickX who have been in that same position for, you know, even longer than we've been casting, right? They know what Malbs can bring to the table. And I'm not going to take that lightly. See if he can keep up his aggressive stance here. Nice util damage early on. NickX trying to thread in some aggression up the short side, but chip down to half HP before you can really turn the bend.
Yeah, NickX, one of these players who got a huge call up to join what was then Complexity. Kind of came from the lower echelons of North American Counter-Strike, not even like one of the top teams, so to speak. Not even like on an NRG or an M80. And so far, it plays a lot of the supportive roles, a lot of anchor positions, but has improved since he has joined this lineup at the start of last year. Some Pius does pick up his AWP. Kvem down. Grim will trade out into Malbs. 40 seconds on the clock. Low utility remaining for Passion UA. They need to make their commitment.
Not all of block utility for this defense either. So, and goal towards the B side. It's going to be that same duo that lifted off on the pistol in charge of holding this B side of the map. Even extra help. Sampaio is trying to make the rotate down as connector presence is being established here. How's this setup going to hold? Standing tall is Heavy God, and Maddie's already finding a couple of frags apiece here. And now it's just on the Grim's shoulders. Another headshot to follow suit. Heavy got stuck inside the pit, running a little bit low on time. He has the bomb, but does he have enough time to get the plant down range? He is chased down by Hunter. AG bounces, and it finishes off the frag just before he can get those numbers punched in. Grim gonna fall. A nice attempt, but it won't come up his way.
Yeah, but he's smiling at the end of it. He knew he almost got away with it, but had to get off the bomb, had to escape the grenade. And in a world of trouble, but still making it interesting. And still showing that he's got the form. But obviously, T side of Overpass, always the risk that you choose when you select Overpass. You have to start on the worst side. And that's what BC Game were feeling earlier today. Versus Legacy. Was it a 9-3? And BC Game ran it back on the CT side, so awkward position there for Grim. He'll get finished off with a wall bank, but Heavy God goes down to a P250. Critical kill leaving Hunter on the site hold solo. First is good, and then the next, chased down by the pistols, but a quick trade through. Halzer can't spray him down. 4-0 for G2.
Yeah, some decent damage, but the rotations are quick, and Hunter just doing enough to buy a little bit of time for his teammates to get involved. So G2 able to stabilize, even despite scare put onto them. Some nice opening advantages from Passion UA, but G2 keeping them at an arm's length. They'll get another gun round coming into the mix. So far for Passion UA, they've avoided the A bomb site quite a bit. Tried to work some angles, but it's been Sun Pius' op. Been able to provide a couple of good openers in that department and not really allowing them to take comfortable map control. And this is where, again, I highlight JT and what he needs to bring to the table on the calling. This is a team that knows how to work map control and toss in the right utility for the setups that G2 have to put on display. And we're finally seeing a little bit of pressure put on towards this A side.
When Sunpai is looking sharp to start. 2 op opening picks to his name. You know, again, a lot of individuals on G2 have gotten criticism. Sunpai being one of them who's been under the gun since he kind of got the move back up to tier 1 Counter-Strike. Now, flashes through, but heavy gun again. Rock solid, man. This is what he just does on a consistent basis. Easy double kill, no problem on the mechanics. Malms does get handled, but with the bomb down and 30 seconds on the clock, there's no play to be had. Hunter's going to even slam the door on the way out. And Passion UA getting boxed right now. Some Pius with a second. And flawless for G2.
Yeah, Pius is an interesting one because I feel like, you know, as the stage games comes through, he gets that buff that everyone talks about. And throughout last year, starting off on G2, it was to make it to the stage games, we did need to see him have a little bit more impact, and it felt like he couldn't really push it to the line. They had a couple of, you know, qualification elimination matchups to make it into playoffs of some of these IEMs, and every chance it always felt like that that one last map that he needed to pull through, he went a little bit missing. But obviously, we know what he can get away with when he's on the stage and in front of the crowds. That's where he levels up to his peak. To start off in stage 1 here. Good to see that he's already coming through ready in form.
Yeah, it definitely had some crushing games as well at the major. G2 started off 2-0 in stage 3 and then lost 3 back-to-back best of 3s to get eliminated. Especially had a chance versus Falcons. Even eliminate them in the groups. Some bias like, oh, that was supposed to be him with the op shot, but instead falls off. But tons of information. Here comes an HE as well. Gets stuck in the corner, though. Could have done much more. Still, just pistols and an A-side attack. I'm going to run the gauntlet through what is about to be 3 CTs.
Any more chances to free fire here for Sunpius. They do have a little bit of execution utility. We'll see what they have in store, but Sunpius already looking to cut them off. Missed shot. The initial inbound. He's going to queue up for some reaction utility here. Malv's starting to get inquisitive as well. Looking for the wall ping damage there. And it just connects on Nick X, but he's got to run away. Feeling a little bit isolated with another missed shot here out of Sunpius. His shot's going missing. That means the site can be claimed. An AK recovery.
No.
Grim uses it against him. This could be on the board here now. Hunter run down. And Maddie's left into a 1v3. Safe bomb plant right now. The flank going to arrive a little late onto the scene.
Everyone just missed. Everyone failed their connections. Some Pius. A couple of critical shots here. Now, this isn't impossible for Mattis, but the time so low and no kills giving themselves over to him, it will be an unlikely first for Passion UA. Now they are exiting through long. They might not hold on to all of these guns. And even, what is this flashbang? There was an idea there. I wanted,
I think he thought
I'm not quite
front
sure.
Bathrooms. Yeah, not able to find the follow-up there. Will be taken down, and that is, like you said, some shots going missing big time here. For Malbs trying to press the issue in front of bathroom is forced to commit, and in a position like that, you really got to trust that your opera is going to start nailing some shots to back you up, and that you can focus on, you know, one prong of that attack. But Sampayas with a couple of crucial misses, Malbs with the same. Gets Passion UA on the board here. Well, those T sides can be tricky here, but a change-up approach. Boost it up for Sampayas. Trying to control short. He's got his rifler slowly clearing angles, getting himself tucked in. So now, with this short control, you can start to shift things up a little bit.
Smoke fading on front connector means Mass could look to get a bit active. Malbs is going to be called in. It's a full long collapse here for G2. Malbs in the long bathrooms itself, backed up by multiple players. Here comes the flashbang. Kvem dodges it, but looked into the wall for too long. Instant double dink for Malbs. But Halzerk unblinded, unfazed.
He needs a backup here. There's an op trying to get in position, but a collapse from Maddie's on the other side of the map. Puts the pressure on 3 players now left in towards long. An op scoped at range, and Hunter up close and personal with the MP7. The first piece of the dominoes tumbled down, and Hunter can't find anything out of that MP7. At least a little bit of time for the rotates to get involved here. Maddie's going to fly from the short side into the side on A.
And already another player up connector as well. G2 on the scene. Heavy God could stop the cross, but instead, no kills go their way. Halzerk wins every duel he's handed. And Passion UA get their second round and break the money of G2.
And Passion UA right there, breaking through a tough setup in long. But having Halzerk best the hop of Sampayas right there, just on a head-on collision. And then Hunter only able to do some chip damage. Some incredibly difficult positions, but gonna, as you said, shatter the economy of this CT side. Passion UA gonna have to plant the flag on this T side.
Now, this would be a very Passion UA round to lose, especially with the Opper not looking at long right now. Nobody is looking at long at the moment. Will there be a push? They're clearing through long bathrooms. Are they going to go for the proper reverse clear is the question. Heavy God first stink nearly gets the kill on a JT. There goes one AK. Any extras? There's a second on the floor. Now Halzerk with the pistol out with the Glock goes down, loses the bomb, offhanded over to Sampayas as well. Not like this. Kvem has wrapped around though. No one's looking towards long. Instant backstab for one, and a missed shot from Sampayas. Kvem will save the round for Passion UA.
Oh my god. I mean, you've definitely put it into picture right there. A round that they can definitely let slip and almost did. A 2v2, needing Kvem to bail them out. He made his way into the site, called it clear, but the bomb was still down, so he had to make the play. Sampayas definitely feeling the frustration, knew that that was a winnable round ahead of him. Even in that 1v2, just needed to connect on these op shots, and for the last couple rounds since we highlighted him, had a couple of opening picks to get them going in that 0-5 lead. But ever since then, shots have been vanishing here. He hasn't been able to follow through.
And so the old-fashioned saw timeout that is so famed in Counter-Strike. Still, the vibes are good over there in G2. Especially after giving Passion UA a little scare in the previous. See Halzerk flying through for the opening pick, barely missing onto Maddie's. And now Malbs. Gets into the corner. I think he was seeing Grim. Grim gonna hard clear this. Even takes an elevated angle. Little details there for Grim. Collect the kill. Molly forward. And Matties can't transfer between two targets. Quick 5v3 for Passion UA. A strong T side is brewing. It is only Heavy God to stop them.
They got this B execute. They do not need to rush. They have Kavem clearing out A right now. So wait for this flank to get involved first things first.
That's a bomb.
But in the meantime, Heavy God gets plucked out of the server. And now it's going to be who can flank faster. Sampaio with the op or Kavem making his way through the heavens. Because he's going to be the gut punch here. He's going to be the one that seals up this round. One back turn, two. He takes his time with the shots here and puts the pressure on Hunter, who's now huddled into the pit right now in the wide open. Plenty of names to turn that corner there. And Passion UA are going to be able to seal the deal.
Yeah, Sampaio was kind of praying that they rotate back up connector. And didn't quite commit to the full flank. I mean, why would you with the glass cannon AWP? Too big of a risk. But it's Kavem's risk-taking that does pan out. Again, Heavy God trying his hardest here. Somehow able to win that fight versus Halzerk's AWP. But the tactics is what's gets them in the end. 4 rounds on the T side. Is that enough, Cole? Are we expecting that? Is this map that CT sided?
It can be. I don't think it is necessarily enough. I don't want to see them lose out the rest of the half. I think that would be a tough pill to swallow. But for the side of Passion UA, don't really see any signs of stopping. Even though you're dealing with a impressive Heavy God in the server, you're looking at Kavem make some really smart moves, some really aggressive moves over there towards the A side. And that's just putting the pressure and conditioning on this G2 camp. Feeling like they can't get away with any positioning here. Sampaio, though, is able to connect. Another opening pick for his op. And in a round that is much needed here. He's got the heavy piece of firepower. So there's going to need to be a lot more where that came from. And already transitioning his op over towards long. He finds that kill in the short pipes and it's now pressing the issue towards long.
He's already out. Yeah. This is going to be a big surprise. But Halzerk is still holding for it. And won't be missing that. Sampaio's probably got to be frustrated, hoping that no op would be holding for that peak. But worst case scenario. Op down at long. 2 players defend. It's just 2 pistols. A Malb's Desert Eagle needs to have something a bit vintage. And, well, that's a start. 2 kills on 2 players back turned. Can't get those rifles down, but it's bomb on the floor. In a crossfire right now. As Kavem steps forward, needs to save him one more time, but can't. Halzerk 1v3, flash through the smoke, misses the quick scope, could lose to the pistols here, and he will. Mattis converts. Malb's Desert Eagle and the rest of G2 will pull off an eco.
Yeah, activating without some of that crucial utility right there and overlooking some of the angles. Huge credit to the defense, getting that smoke down towards long. Lost from Malb's just to post up and wait for him to walk into his crosshair, and it is instant. Crouched into the corner right there. Managed to do enough. And Hunter on the scene as well. Gonna amplify that frustration. It felt like Passion UA knew they jumped the gun off the back of dealing with that Sampaio op. Maybe feeling like that A side could be weakened. You got plenty in resistance.
Yeah, you can see that some of these rounds are very shaky from Passion UA in terms of their execution. They come through with great ideas. You see the USP round that almost blows up. And then that losing to ecos. So now,
Fast B play
full rush. Okay. Fast B, 3 players here, but a nade to the smoke, and Heavy God does what he does best. Sights will never leave his grasp.
Yeah, he's so good at dealing with that presence and Nick X just a soldier that's sent in to try and do some damage on that B side. So you set him up with a couple of flashes. He wants to turn the corner and at least give himself a shot at doing some damage, but he never even got to really see any opposition. Blown up by the utility and taken care of by Heavy God instantly. Malv's back in this aggressive stance here. Halzerk's been good on peeking into these angles and besting some Pius. Now a flash to scale them forward here. Malv's put the pressure on here. Gonna be tucked into the cubby. Instantly dismisses Graham. And the smoke down towards front of Bath is gonna allow him to reposition.
Good grenade, at least, to continue being annoying. Will force him into the fight. Kvem does collect. Needs another clean entry. Heavy got alone here on B. Rarely lets up and won't. JT falters. The plan B for Passion UA is gone. Now to the A site. Some Pius needing a connection here. And just missing.
Oh.
Once again, just a tag. And then Hunter will clean up what he started. Missed shot for Hauser. Falls back into the bathrooms. And a little bit messy on the close, but Hunter's got it. And G2 with a solid lead.
Well set up there. A lot of faith in Heavy God and for good reason. They had 3 players on that A-bomb site to deal with the attack. And Heavy God punishes JT and his lurk. Gonna help start and finish that round. 4-7. Not a lot to be brought to the table here for last-ditch effort investment out of Passion UA. And now aggression from Malvs, taking a step forward into Fountain Peak, gets his kill, and it's now going to look to retreat, take that 4v5 advantage, and walk away.
Thought he was just going to hold mouse 1 and spray them all down. Really works in a perfect angle there from Matties. That was the extinguished smoke that Nick X was trying to use as cover. But instead, it's exposed. 3v5, a little boost action there for Grim. They will slink past Malvs' angle. But no need to play forward. He can just hold that A site. This Malvs we're talking about, of course, so he's going to step forward.
Oh gosh, the flash is good. And he gets bested because of it. Utility usage now. Gonna get them closer and closer to this A bomb site. And again, it's up to some Pius to slow them down in their tracks. But 3 kills coming through is gonna break open this A bomb site. And now it's panic stations for the rotate out of Hunter and Heavy God.
Hunter up top, and he gets exposed by Grim. 3 versus 5. Hold back here by Passion UA. Heavy God, good in the clutch, but not good enough. That's a disadvantage for Passion UA to get them their 5th T-side round. That could be a little extra breath of fresh air going into the defense. Well, it's been a little bit messy, dare I say here, Cole. Some uncleared corners, some shaky eco rounds, some missed op shots here and there, but that's content. That's G2. Happy NA Day, everybody, for those who've missed it. January 28th, the anniversary of the Boston Mage win for Cloud9. And I'm going to continue tooting my own horn throughout this entire broadcast. So enjoy. 7-5 here for G2 going into the T side. Definitely still playable for Passion UA.
Yeah, and one little round to top things off in what was a pretty difficult 5v3 recovery. They made it look easy. Pulled it back from the brink here to the 5th round. They're going to close out on their CT side, but G2 looking like they're a bit undiscovered. They're just getting a single rotate in the form of JT, but by the time he gets inbound, a lot of players scaling up towards long, a lot of them with utility out. But the realization finally sets in, and JT calling in that the pressure's coming through in towards this A bomb site, connects onto a quick headshot. But now the space is being taken here out of the G2 camp. It's Halzerg on the scene, doling out some headshots of his own, slowing down the pace of play here. It's just Hunter now left standing. And Passion UA could knot things up quickly.
Hunter, okay, it's like, are we going to go down connector into B, or are we already round towards the short side? Spotted out and headshotted promptly. A pistol round for Passion UA to start off this CT side. Yeah, we know what CT side Overpass can bring to the table. This is already a flying start.
A great round out of Halzerg. You can see him quite happy with himself. Slowing down that aggression, getting back in time. JT as well with a crucial rotate. So wondering if that was going to come through in time, and just before G2 are able to get their utility, he identifies where that play is coming. Pulls in for some extra help. This is a force buy. Tech9's bought into this round here. This is all an investment out of G2. JT looking to keep him at an arm's length, but a brilliant opener here out of the Tech9s, and they could do more damage on these force buys.
Gex down inside the pit. He gets handled. Pius closing in with his Tech9. And Kavem will be able to land that kill and the finisher. It gets a little out of hand there for Passion UA. A good call from G2. But it's double kills from Kavem and Grim that keep it stable.
Finding all the frags there in that last round. Tying things up at 7s. That one was looking dicey. Those Tech9s start to get entrenched on a round. It feels they can get out of control too quickly, but Vim never gives up on his position in graffiti. Make sure that they can't get that bomb planted here. It's going to be eco territory now for G2 as the force buy doesn't pan out. We'll see what they can make of it. Passion UA's defense is already putting a lot of pressure on connector here. I mean, saw the force buy, now we see the anti-eco. But you can see they want to establish a foothold in this map control early. I've set the tone. Whatever you do, don't give Malbs too many chances, though.
Yeah, some confident duels being taken here by JT. He goes in for another swing. He wants to play, and maybe for good reason. Heavy God does drop. And 2 players through connector. I think basically the map has been found out for Passion UA. There is a sleeper agent in the back of connector that can activate whenever you feel like it, but we're just gonna go in for the full mowdown. Grim. An MP9 triple farming up the cash. And Dream CT start here for Passion UA. Now taking the lead.
This is exactly what they were after here. Building up that bank. Farming up the cash with the MP9. We'll see if they want to go for a bonus here. Does look like it. Halzerg not going in for an upgrade onto an hop. He's going to stick around with this MP9. So big round ahead of this G2 squad. One of your better opportunities to make a move on this T side. You're not dealing with the full firepower on the other end of the server.
See across the map, feigned short control for G2. Kavem is already entrenched there. Formation goes both ways, but a swing from Nick X, preemptive into 5 players.
Oh
and a
my
flashbang
God.
from Hunter. Team Flash doesn't matter. Heavy God gets vision and doesn't let go. Bomb plant to be established and a quick save for G2.
Put a lot of emphasis and pressure on Nick X there to be able to do some damage or at least delay. But you look at what the utility was left there out of Passion UA with like a minute left on the clock. They had a molly and a flashbang. That was all, none of which were close to that B side of the map. And so that smoke fades away. And Nick X is overexposed with an MP9. Holzerk, a bit more committed than he'd like to be. A lot of players around that corner.
It's a lot of AK.
Just his MP9.
Even have JT at the very far back. So swing to come through. Halzerk just has an MP9, so it's worth the risk. But swiftly out of there. Back evens here for G2. Heavy God. He can anchor sights. He can hard entry. Truly can do it all. This is guy touted as the next Nico for G2. The guy's supposed to fill his shoes. He's done it well.
Straight pre-fire right there onto the short player. I mean, thought he maybe had some vision beforehand, but no, he got blinded up by that flash early. That is a nasty double entry. The big tone setter. But I said that was a bonus here. On a Passion UA, they play a little bit more risky. A solo defense on that B site for Nick X. This time going to be a little bit more well-staffed. I say a little bit because, again, there is a lot of emphasis on controlling the A side of the map here for the CT side connector. There's always a player involved here, and Halzer connects on the cross there, gets boosted up for a repeat on the angle. Some Pius pokes his head up and gets suffered the same fate. A double kill opener from Halzerk. G2 trying to pick up the pieces.
Addis does escape into the short smoke. The curtain's about to drop, and Grim will collect the kill. Caught falling off the ledge right there. And then Halzer not missing in this round. Truly one of the more underrated oppers in the scene. You know, we talk about the elite of Molodoi, Monacy, and Zaiwu, but Halzer can definitely be considered at least in the upper echelons of that discussion.
No doubt about it. I mean, it's an opera that gets set up quite well as well in that last round. Passion UA put some resources into making sure that he can make those sort of plays. Not only does he get boosted up, so that requires an extra player there to be the stepping stool, but you also have to have Grim committing in that front of bathrooms kind of connector position to cut off those contact plays through front of bathroom. So maybe put some extra pressure on that B defense, but nets them a lot of opening duels when Passion UA, or rather G2, come turn in the corner.
Now, I'm not saying Halzerk is like a Molodoi or a Zaiwu, but we're like... I might think of him in like 9-10 tier. I'm not sure if Brokey tier is a good or bad thing these days.
It depends on the day.
Honestly, that's kind of Halzerk's play style, because sometimes he goes nuclear, and
you found him on
other
the tier
days
list.
I'm not saying that, you know, he's hot and cold in the same way I guess Brokey is. He can take over games, though, that's for sure. He's doing that right now.
It's in a day. You can just say he's like Molodoi. It's okay.
No longer rocking the mullet, though, so we'll see how he can do here on the hold. First flick's good. Needs a hold, and there's a second flick. Halzerk looking sharp. Eventually shut down, though. 3v3. Rotates arriving. JT playing through the bank. G2 get a favorable post plant for themselves. No utility, no smokes. Critically for that defuse. Ashime needing to fight their way through this retake.
Giving him some space here. I was looking to play the cutoff. So Pius might activate aggressively on this duel and is able to isolate the first, but quickly traded out. And now this post plant, it's a lot more difficult here. Front of bathroom is a combination setup here. It's all on the shoulders of Maddie's trying to buy time here, forcing Nick X to chase him down. He finishes him off through the wall. And Nick X has a kit here for a player that has had to stay so silent on that B side. Finally gets a chance to pull through a retake, and he closes out the 1v2.
Look, not gonna lie, Nick X has made a couple of mistakes, couple of oversteps, but that's a big time clutch for him to find in a very difficult situation. Again, no smoke for the defuse. The post plant could be played, but Nick X chases down the kill with the quickness and finds the dink and finds the mechanics to do that. That is a devastating round right there. G2 could have slingshotted themselves further, tying up the game and keeping it close, but now at a breaking point, now having to take various different sacrifices. Galil's in the hands of Malbs, missing flashbangs too. And in these kind of situations, Halzerk's op is looking to feast.
That is a wonderful pickup right there. And able to get explosive here, but most importantly, leaving G2 in a tough spot. Halzerk again showing up with the op as well. That 2K by no means was easy. It was the right call from G2.
He's back again. Ooh, Jiggle peaks from Heavy God. I think it's been seen. That was a tag. Are you kidding? Halzerk is on a heater today.
Oh. Nasty work there. Heavy got a key player taken down low. And again, for this G2 camp, maybe identifying a vulnerability in the defensive protocols, especially with the op spotted out here, out towards the B side. You can now get a little bit more confident in the long crawl. What is this defense cooking right now? They are all huddled into connector. Meanwhile, G2 are calling it a big time rotate. The bomb shuffling back towards B. Kvim might hear this soon. If they're continuing to run things down, Kvim gonna fly up the ladder.
Oh my goodness.
Bomb's already made it around the corner, but he's in between the duo.
Shadow Steams!
Now spotting him out and able to finish the frag. Things just get thrown into chaos now. And they're gonna readjust back towards A, but there's 30 seconds left.
Oh, and Halzerk doesn't miss that. Heavy God finally drops, but now 20 seconds and we're at the bottom of long. Do they even have time?
Not enough time to take down 2 kills and find their way into the site. I mean, this is going to be
surely
drastic.
This is going to be very messy running into the site here for G2. First in HE, massive damage dealt. Can they find the entries fast enough? Grim back at the truck. As long as he stays alive, there's no problem in this round. Passion UA 2 away from taking their pick of Overpass.
Yeah, I'm left scratching my head. There were so many calls right there coming through from G2. They couldn't get in the same mindset. And honestly, for Passion UA, it was kind of the same position. 3 players in connector with a minute left on the clock. I just was wondering what they were going to be able to do. The kill on the Kvim, causing them to rotate back towards A. There was simply not enough time to comfortably check your corners and close on all those positions. And now it's half by territory. Passion UA in a good position to try and claim themselves. Map point here. And that won't hurt.
Heavy God's been great when he can actually have a fair fight. Fortunately, that's been shut down on later portions of this game. Also, Grim just been on fire throughout the entirety of this match. Things you like to see. Oh. I feel like that should have been a kill. Sometimes
I know,
he
hit so many shots. He's fortunate to walk away with as much HP as he has right now. And still going to line up for an execute on towards a B. Utility that they have left is not looking promising.
Yeah, very sad execute. You know, you only have 2 flashbangs, 1 player's worth of utility to execute through 3 players on this B site.
versus 3 ready to go on the defense.
Hunter
with the
bomb
util set and the bomb.
Yeah.
He's just going and clearing the flank. You just toss a preemptive smoke as well. So Nick X not going to be fearing the molly that's going to head his way. Doesn't have to.
Basically calling it. 15 seconds. Grim taps out the first. Farming more kills. Getting close to a 30 bomb. But if the game ends this quickly, he might not get close. It is map point for Passion UA. CT side of Overpass strikes yet again. After some crushing rounds. Dealt out by Halzerk.
Feels like it's been a real team effort here. You've seen everyone have their moments. Kavim and Grim combining their efforts for a couple of great defenses. Even Nick X bringing in that 1v2 clutch that felt a little bit too far out of the cards. You mentioned Halzerk's op as well. Finding a lot of multi-kills, finding a lot of opening picks. And then, you know, again, JT being able to stay mobile with the calling and give them 5 effective T rounds.
That's the breathing space that you need. That's the T side is where this map is won and lost. And Kavem and Grim doing their best work. And so here we go. Buy up here for G2. Timeout even called through. Maybe their last here on Overpass. We have some Pius boosted up. That barrel certainly seen, but not reacted upon. That's a nice shot there from some Pius to kick things off, but doesn't stop JT from getting into this long corner.
Well, he's committed. His cutoff is now being made here. Some Pius with the op.
He's not going to clear this. Player far back will, but Mobs fails. 15 HP, flashbang high for JT. Nick X does step past the Glock will do for some Pius. 2v4, single defender and Grim, and he can't hold it all down. Needed a monster highlight, not meant to be. Bomb to be planted at that secondary bomb site. And Halzerk, I think, to be doomed. Or not. Timing favors him.
That's a huge gun to rip out.
Is he going for
drop
this?
that up?
Wait, no, he's going for this. No way.
Can't walk around for forever. Matties is still weary that there could be a late attempt from Halzerk. And time is ticking way too far gone. He's going to need to find this kill. Slowed down by the HE.
Does he have time?
Okay.
No, wait.
He's
No, you cannot win the game like this. There is no way.
Oh my God.
That just happened. Halzerk pulls off the ninja defuse to win the map. Oh my God. There is no way we thought it could happen. He didn't think he could do it. But, well, some wit and wisdom from Halzerk to win Overpass over the top. And it is Passion UA who are up 1-0 versus G2.
Can't happen to G2, right? Not them, any team but them. Ripping that defuse away. I mean, he timed it up to perfection. And he manages to claim it early. A round that felt like a done deal and a little bit of a lifeline for G2. Gets robbed from them. They don't get a chance to continue the conversation here. And a dominant performance from players like Grim and Halzerk to cap things off. It's a fitting in that he's the one that pulls through the clutch.
Yeah, it was a messy first half, but clean on the defense from Passion UA. That is for certain. They played exceptional Counter-Strike. Grim topping the charts. Halzerk with a flurry of op highlights, and Kavem staying consistent. But the most G2 way to end it. It's two teams who are filled with content, and they're laughing their way into map number 2. We're going to send this one off to a break. This G2's map pick up next.
This is Basement Dweller's first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but you know, seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
It starts with a dream, with a team you barely know, in an amateur official that feels like the grand final, where practice becomes progress, and every loss feels like a lesson. When will your journey begin?
We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Rhythm got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man, we're louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty, and it came from Cali. I'm already here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. I was in the corner sweating till the lights came. Man, don't ever sleep, step out on this night train. Right brain, man will blow your mind like a migraine. I was busting up these spots, pulling something out my socks. Man was shuffling out of blocks, phone and vibrate. I don't need to talk to Frank, I did it my way. Never slipping, never tripping, never violate. We don't gas around here, we on a higher rate. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare.
just another normal map of Counter-Strike just happened. Won by, cool 1v2 from Halzerk. That was crazy, right, Cole?
Yeah, pretty normal finish to a normal map there, as we can see. And now we get to hop into some more action after what is the catastrophic finish to G2's campaign. It feels like it always has to happen to them, doesn't it? But at least they have their own map pick to look forward to and try and bounce back from. It's Dust 2. It's a map that they've been able to establish themselves on here. A big piece of that went out in London last year and looking to carry it forward here into 2026.
I don't know what you're talking about, Cole. That was totally normal map. Look at these normal players, and at a very normal time. Yeah, I mean, happy is, you can. It's pretty subjective. You can take it however you would like. G2 gonna hand out the fist bumps and get started on a very normal map of Dust 2, as it's much more in their wheelhouse than something like an Overpass. Obviously, when you get a decent T-side start like Passion UA did, and then Halzerk catches flame, that map out of the picture, ignoring the way that it ended. But really, some impressive stuff from Passion UA, who have continued to improve tournament after tournament. Again, almost making playoffs at Starladder Budapest Major and having a strugglesome online performance at the Blast Bounty. Okay, so be it. Now they can actually lock in, and obviously I think a stage 2 appearance is definitely their goal. Maybe some damage even there. We'll have to see if they can pull this upset versus G2.
Still a pathway ahead of them in this map. Dust 2. Gonna be a difficult one. Difficult one maybe to start here, as we got a little bit of a non-live action. We'll get that all reset and ready to go. All things considered, like you said, Passion UA coming to this one, setting their sights high again, trying to put in that work, give themselves some time to prepare themselves for Krakow here, and trying to set the tone for a team that we know can bring a lot of value into that next stage. But having to face up against this G2 squad, that is quite the opener. That's quite the splash that they're able to make here on Overpass. Impressed with the full team effort. I'm really impressed with Grim on an individual front there, who is just cleaning up on so many rotations and finding impact in that department, and the way that they set up Halzerk on that game plan. I mean, those are two pieces that you really want to see come alive here in this this map of Dust 2 as well.
Yeah, even dating back to start of 2025, when then Complexity lost to Liege, joined FaZe Clan. The question was like, this team is dead, right? Liege was like a one-man army for this team. Grim has stepped into those shoes throughout all of 2025 and has delivered great performances in and out. And once again, a 1.82 rating there on the map of Overpass with 26 and 11. Beast mode there for Grim. One bald eagle replaces another. And we're back, actually live. As Dust 2, gonna be a bit of a different story here. We'll see if G2 can wake up individually. Saw strugglesome map from some Pious. Bulbs. Definitely heard falling back. No secret that there are players outside. And now the question is if they saw the bomb on the radar. Well, now they definitely did. Sharp shot there from Nick X. Looking for extras. Dancing around the pillar. He gets a second in there as well. And this is just a fight that's happening in T-spawn. Halzerk does convert one, but Matty's trying to pull this pistol round all back for himself, but eventually flanked out. The full collapse there from Passion UA will get them the pistol.
What a crazy call right there. I mean, fights into T-spawn, being able to disrupt them. You could see how much utility G2 invested into that round. They wanted to get a good execute going, but Passion UA don't give them the chance. They shut that down before they can even take control of tunnels. They want to come into this map with some statements here. Well, that's making a big one right out of the gates. Don't
What's
lose
even
that.
going on?
Oh wait, is that a napkin?
A napkin to like, I know like Zentaris is like a, he uses napkins to keep.
That's that looks like a very like a 16-ply napkin though.
What is happening? DC is like, excuse me. Put on the mask there. I don't know how to react to this. You know, he's like the tease wearing the balaclava, except, well, now that balaclava is long gone. Kvem.
He just crumbled it up right there. Secret identity is going to be revealed.
All our entertainment is gone, as I think Matty's is fixing up his audio real quick. Kvem, this is a serious game. It is 9:30 p.m. over in Krakow right now. As the B stream, we are the only stream live. We were the A stream full of 2-0s. B stream is the best stream because it's all of entertainment. It's been slugfest left, right, and center, and I feel like this game could still deliver. First half of Overpass was filled with fun, dare I say. A couple missed shots here and there, a couple of anti-ecos failed, and maybe another chance at that. It is a force buy here from G2.
Staying active on the purchase here. Gonna be met with a late long pop. Grim dodging the flash. It is able to capitalize multiple kills as he's completely turned around, but is able to get back on track here.
Whoa, what's happening here?
Snipe is out from Grim. What is that? Playing with maximum confidence, Kvim will steal away the kill as Grim's trying to style on them. And Passion UA are having all the fun, picking up right where they left off from that last map.
Coach TC's got a sense of humor too. Grim, normally seen as a very locked-in type of individual. Chance to make $1,500 stolen away from him.
It's just good economy.
Max confidence. That's a little aggressive. Multiple players flying through the lower tunnels, and another Tech 9 kill from Hunter. And then a headshot with the deagle from JT. Anti-ecos galore. Grim has pushed through long, though. In this round, definitely not over. Nick X can get himself into position.
Boy.
Now Grim's been seen. Now the jig is up. Flying back in to the B site. Being to hold solo. First kill's good, but can't handle a P250. It is now down to Grim. Multiple players already into the site, though. Some pious underneath the window. And Grim doesn't know. It's a full eco victory. Going from laughing, trying to knife them, to face palming after losing to armorless pistols.
Oh boy. Yeah, that's a quick wake-up call right there. You can have your fun, but when rounds like that come through there, it is going to leave you a little bit out of gas. Trying to press the issue in towards tunnels again, but this time pushed back, and that is a reality check for Passion UA. Having a good old time of things until the deagle shots start to rain out before Hunter is going to demand some respect out of this G2 camp. Make sure that you don't let Passion UA get away with everything.
Hunter didn't buy
Hunter
armor.
didn't buy armor.
Oh my goodness. Takes 73 damage to the grenade. I'm only gonna force forward JT. He'll step into the fight. Malb's not ready. More players spotted in the lower tunnels. Yeah, we're not taking that fight, surely.
I'll slow him down there. At least a 1-for-1 trade again. Hunter still walking wounded and with his glass cannon of an A1S. Trying to make moves up the catwalk. And this could be the right target here for the side of G2. Not as much resistance. Even JT a little bit more committed to the idea that this play is going to head out towards middle. So it's going to be a retake on A. That's if Passion UA even want to commit. Here goes the utility.
And silent walk. No contact taken. Things are a little amiss in the minds of G2. It'll have to be an A-site retake with just 2 flashbangs.
Now, if you're Heavy God, you know that there's going to be someone waiting for you long, right? If there's no contact taken, he's still going to walk out, but his timing is so crucial. And Grim caught with his head turned the wrong direction. And that's enough to seal the deal. Maddie's trying to cut off any sort of rotating presence, but JT will be able to turn the bend, find himself some safety. And G2 with back-to-back rounds. All funny business up until the point in which they get ecoed. And it's got to be right back into doldrums here for the money out of this this past UA camp.
Yeah, no AWP in the mix. That's what you get for losing 2 armorless pistols. It just gets G2 off to a flying start in this half. And there will be long-term pains from that round. There will be a scout for Halzerk. I wonder, are we going for any mid picks here? Looks like it. Op shot fired from some Pious. Halzerk staying confident on the line. Excellent grenade, though, from JT. Utility damage. Some of the highest flash assists. Some of the highest utility ADR for JT. The NA Alexi B, or just JT, for those who know him well.
Able to do some good damage on the Hunter in that last round. Fortunately, did buy some armor. Long control established here. Nothing towards long whatsoever. And G2 have been able to avoid the brunt of the defense. Now in back-to-back rounds. Identifying the weak side of the map. And for Passion UA, they don't really have as much control as they would like. They're starting to recover mid at the moment. Queued up off the flashbang. Now they're going to start to realize, okay, all of mid is clear. There's still a lurking presence in B. And oh, they've completely sold it. A little bit of utility out of Malbs goes a long way. And they jump the rotate here big time.
But seeing no footsteps, here comes the flash. No smoke. Long swing. And it works out perfectly. 2 players caught in the open, making a third through the molly. And an interesting way to take long. Please don't try that in my pugs. Do not think that the triple long swing will work all the time. As also, that's a nice scout shot, but a nifty tactic there from G2. And Halzer will walk away with an AK at the end of this, but 3 rounds for G2. A little bit of innovation here on Dust 2.
Notice who's sitting on top of that bomb. Like it's a goose egg here.
He will never let that happen until the next time he lets it happen.
Yeah, you got to at least, close it out for the rest of this series. Maybe you forget about it tomorrow, but make sure that no funny business takes place when Halzerk finds a couple of kills. Back to back. Really good calls out of G2. Have found themselves on opening A sides. Just one little fake there tossed in from Malbs, and that does the trick.
Oh, okay. All right, disgusting shot there from Sun Pious. Look, his haters were definitely fuming at the previous map, but hey, he can hit some of those.
Oh,
but it goes right back. Halzerk. Oh no,
my God.
Pious just lost to a P250 at range. Surely the trade does come through. No AK to be retrieved for Grim, but this round gets weird. Bomb still in T-spawn. Oh boy.
It's very weird. Utility towards the long door is not going to net them any damage, but we'll see if Passion UA stay curious in the map. Because now they're starting to stack over extra help on towards B, and it's the right call. You're going to have a decent crossfire in a 3v3 on this B bomb site. Lots of utility for the execute if they want to commit. They want to take a contact approach. Here's going to draw out 2 players slowly but surely. Follow-up mollies and flash is going to come inbound as well. Halzerk able to avoid the first, but instantly dismiss the player on the inbound. Maddie's looking for the trade and finds it. JT in the clutch now. In the 1v1 here, close by as well. Maddie's, is he going to stick this plan? Is he going to try and fake things out and identify where JT is positioned?
He's just going to stay patient. He's waiting for the bomb plant. The full stick here from Maddie's tucked away, back at the site. Now, begins to make his move.
Oh,
and Maddie's does take the off angle. It will not let that clutch go. It almost happened, though. And these rounds are content, and that's exactly what G2 want. Are you guys all entertained at home? Or maybe you're watching between your fingertips right now. It's fun to watch, some would say.
A little bit of both there. A healthy dose of possibility in every round, it always feels like. Trying to set up some Pius with another opening. And they're going to make an explosive play out towards B here. Nick X, is he prepared? Oh, and certainly not. Double entry out of Hunter. The one that unleashed this T side is continuing to find impact. And this round is over. G2, full steam ahead. Fashion UA looked like they were laughing all the way to the bank with those first couple of rounds. But Hunter broke through with the Tech 9 and a couple opening picks. And they have not looked back since.
Going from trying to go for knife kills onto Sutton Pius to dominant rounds, even a molly thrown on the bomb. they threw a molly on the bomb in a 3v4 evident B site save where everything was cleared out. Ooh. Honestly, respect. You know what? Respect. That calamity that happened on Overpass will never happen again. Honestly,
just never know, do you?
The voice comms for G2 would be so much fun to listen to because I'm sure they're just talking about it every time they plant the bomb. I mean, let's be honest, Cole. There's no excuses for that to happen. So
no. And it completely nullified a real chance to get your head back in the game. I know it's difficult to win those T-side rounds, but that was a big lift-off. They've been given a couple of chances to get Heavy God activated on that T-side, and it just kind of all went up in smoke because of that one play. As we saw, you know, when you look at some of these underdog squads, I think finding that 13th round can be the most difficult, so laying that out would have been a little bit costly for Passion UA, but G2 crossing all their T's, dotting all their I's now.
Looking for a bit of a long pop. Oh, that HE, not quite on the money. Doesn't sail through the doors. JT forced off the line. Grim inside of the pit. Molly doesn't phase him, though. Steps forward for a triple. Perfect flashbangs. Followed up there by JT. And G2 completely annihilate it long. 5 X's out the long doors.
Perfectly done right there. That counter utility coming through just in time. Grim being able to read that long pop and call in for some extra assistance. Taking that off angle. JT setting up a great distraction. And finally another round on the board here for Passion UA. And it comes through clean. Minimizing the casualties. Being able to dice up that long duel here. They're going to run it back. This time with a little bit more spawns and positioning here, but a connection. Was that a collateral?
Yeah, he just shot his teammate. Didn't hit some Pius, but then Kavem picks up the op and wins his duel. Now just 4 out long. Time of success. And God sneaks up. JT gets some damage down. HE to break. And the flick back.
Oh no!
There's another piece of team damage. This time it results in his death.
There's no more smokes for this T side though. So they got to rethink their approach. They're stuck in towards long, and this bloodbath of a round is going to stall out.
This game is exciting.
Yeah, you just never know what's next. Both these teams going blow for blow. Passion UA looking to sustain this success. NickX is on the hunt. Obviously, a timing in the back of their minds is making them think it's a possibility of some pressure towards B. They're going to double back and look to focus up towards long, and Kevim, rather, is not quite covered on the cross.
Oh, NickX out in the open. Double swing. No kills. Does scope up, but misses the shot. Ollie onto the site. Now he's running forward. Gets dinked. But wait, he can still pull it off. Mobs will just run him down instead. Sure. Why not? G2, it stays close. But they get the round, and that's all that matters.
Another conversion. Big sigh of relief in the G2 camp. With the strength of that start, making sure to capitalize. G2 are going to keep with these off-spawn calls. Smoke already in towards the doors. Only a single player on the entirety of this B side of the map here. SMG's in play. NickX has to buy time. They slide past him. 2 kills in. NickX looking for more lanes. A headshot with the USP. Finds a 3K. And Heavy God is going to get double HE'd and out of the round. Malbs is left alone. And somehow Passion UA put up the hold.
Solo B-site defense. That is the optimal B rush for G2. And NickX finds a corner in the chaos. Valve's needing something absolutely ridiculous. And with the flashbangs, not a chance. NickX, definitely the new blood, the underrated piece. This Passion UA team had to do all the anchor work. Comes up with a big round.
Just a couple of rounds in this series where he's really been able to step up to the plate. Missed out on covering that long cross just one round prior, but makes good on it in the very next breath. Finds 3 kills. No one was even crossed towards middle close at the start of that round. So G2 targeting the right site, but are not going to be rewarded with it. Some bias, jump spot. Alzer gives it a go. Grim on the edge of a smoke. Gets clotheslined by Malbs. He had a small visual right at the edge right there. And he's going to punish Grim.
Back in for swings, too. And Halzerk not ready for the wide angle of some Pius. Molly for JT. He's done 2 in each individual duel, falling here for Passion UA. Time to back away to the B site and save. And G2, don't forget to put a molly on the bomb when you do plant it eventually.
Maddie's has got that covered.
Maddie's has got the molly. I want to see him put the molly on the bomb really badly. I just think it's funny. But he's over here towards the B site. And he's confirming nobody can ninja defuse this. We've cleared everything, right, guys?
In the wide open. Both of the players far removed from the situation. And G2 showing a little bit more consistency, whereas Passion UA have been able to rely on some big multi-kills for rounds. I feel like G2 have had the better calling, finding the weakness in the defense. Been able to exploit it here for, plenty of opening duels. We're going to see them huddle on top of that bomb for quite some time. Job going to be finished here.
Terrorists win.
G2 lock in another here. 7 on the board for them. The last round here going to play out in the first half.
Yeah, definitely a lot more comfort here for G2 and just their tactics. No one necessarily taking over the game, but you're seeing in these 2v2s, and even I like their little idea of the 3-man long swing with no smoke. To catch people out with nades in hand. Halzer, difficult shot to hit. Can't blame him. He also has the IEM Krakow, which is nice for this event.
It's fitting. He's definitely looking like he's getting a buff with it as well. Some of the plays that he's been able to make, but has been feeling like he needs to force the issue when those man disadvantages peer up, and that's where some Pius is able to thrive. Find a couple of crucial head-to-heads that he's been able to win out. Grim hearing a footstep, and you can see the reaction immediately. JT off the back of one small step is going to try and readjust and get in position, try and help out his rifler. Looking to assemble a crossfire here, but the flashes are looking perfect. Eventually the trades come through, and it's another 2 for 2 to enter in through long.
Oh, Grim, difficult position here at the car and gets cleared. Mobs, incredible shot. Flank developing here from Kavem. Straight up head-to-head. That he will win. Mobs steadfast, but Halzerk has a gap in the smoke that he will abuse. Bomb down in the middle of the open. They're so terrified of the AWP. Halzerk gets up catwalk for free. Bomb to be planted. Volley for the site. He can isolate this clutch, but he misses. And Mobs garners G2 an 8th on the half, 4-round lead here on Dust 2. And all aboard, the mask was on there for Kavem, but it wasn't enough to keep him disguised from some Pius's op, and Mobs' AK who ripped through Passion UA to make it 8-4. Some laughs there at the very start of the half, but quickly turned into grimaces as Map 3 looms here in this series. We're getting late into the night over there in Krakow.
And this one shaping up to be what could be another marathon if G2 keep up with winning ways. Have a CT side to try and close this thing out in a healthy 8-4 lead. Dust 2, definitely a difficult map to try and topple G2 on. They've shown that consistency on the T side. I'll see what they have to deliver on the defense.
Yeah, mid to B smoke thrown from T spawn. That has just bloomed, and with Nick X finding Maddie's, making this one awkward. Flashbang blinded up. Nobody gets any kills. But now it's just Heavy God. Back at the site, goosed up and dealt with. A great execute here from Passion UA to secure their second pistol with Dust 2.
Yeah, decisive move. Nick X able to cut off a player, making his move through tunnels. Find the opening pick, and then it leaves it up to the rest of the players through mid to B, in which they're able to overwhelm. Those last two players standing. Take charge into that site and close themselves out a nice pistol. That's now both on the map. Didn't get the full 3-0 advantage like they would have hoped in the first half, but with the force bite and toe and some lessons learned out of Passion UA, we'll see if they can do it in this map now, or this half rather.
So we have a quick fly out long. Not fast on the draw there. Oh god, it's messy again. Passion UA on the brink of losing their second force buy this map. Rather, second eco. As they lost to armorless pistols in the first half, and that's what got G2 started. Now going into a quick mid to B, though, seems to be the right call with just a single defender in the form of Heavy God. He's going to need some help with the quickness.
Boost is good. Got to send the rifle up there. That will be assembled. Halzerk watching. It will punish at least. Keeping things stabilized here. Malps takes a lot of damage for his troubles as well. And ducking and covering is Heavy God. Will he be overlooked at range? Able to tap out Nick X and looking to hold down the line for the last. Of course he's good for it. 2 more kills out of Heavy God. And that B site will gel together like glue.
This guy is so good at holding sites on CT side. This guy is immovable. How he does it with the 5.7 across the entire B site versus like an actual rifle just bewilders me. Truly, you know, he's not the guy who's going to get the 1v4 ace, but man, he'll get his double kill every time. Consistency does pay off. As now, pistols up middle. Halzerk does deliver with 1, but Hunter will escape with 2. And even some extra grenade damage as well. Nick actually going to walk around the smoke. Hunter absolutely prepared. That's his 3 on the round on for the ace if he wants it. He's looking.
Go hunting. Yeah. Turning that corner there, looking for some more damage. Last 2 players gonna try and make an escape here in towards tunnels. Maybe out towards B. That smoke soon to fade. Maybe you can start their contact play on in. But you're gonna have to wait out a molly as well. Halzerk looking for some miracles out of that scout. Heavy God gonna hand him a duel, but peeking down low, already throwing his HP down lower and lower. Still looking to be the tip of the spear on this inbound here. Heavy God can't afford another tag. He's going to go swinging for the final 2 frags. Keep things nice and tidy on the side of G2. We're going to claim double digits. Now the white flag has to be raised for the Passion UA side, and the laughs have quickly turned into frowns.
Mirage is coming up soon. I mean, especially just Heavy God on the B site doing his thing. Another eco coming up for Passion UA. And they need some kind of miracle or masterclass. Well, it is a 1v5 here for Heavy God on the B site. And, well, he drops the Glocks at range. Do enough damage.
Oh my
the Glocks
God.
again have broken through. This is not happening again. surely, right? NickX back of the B site, now has an M4, now controls the tunnels, smoke to the doors. A perfect post plant is here for Passion UA.
No. No way. A little bit of utility here, flushing NickX out of the corner.
way.
How does it not spread? Oh, it's ticking. He's down to 6 HP, barely surviving and avoiding the pre-fire from Sunpius. But it's still a duel at range. And he steps forward and dismisses Sunpius. You're gonna have to swallow the pill of saving here. No Hunter and Mal's breakthrough, but another Glock kill coming through out of Halzerk. Put this one into the cards and a headshot out of the Galil to finish off Hunter. Passion UA, hang in there and confirm a Glock eco.
The Glock Eco B Rush. Can this game give anything more? We've got Ninja Diffuses to win maps. We've got 2 full eco victories, 1 for each team. And that keeps Passion UA alive in the map. Okay, now this is fun. Oh, perfect angle there from Sunpius and a missed door smoke. This game gets messier and messier.
So bizarre. Full Glock eco. Doling out headshots at range. Into the next round where you start off in a 4v5. Have to pick up the pieces. Utility being missed. Bomb has to go and be recovered because that was dropped by Grim early. Just going to slow down the approach here out of Passion UA, who are already left stunned at the moment.
What do you do? Have enough for a full execute. Mid to B looking likely. Oh, but it misses.
Oh,
that's actually critical. I don't even think it expands fully to the right side. There's an HE to break, and Hunter finds kill out of Kavem. NickX down, and well, you can win the full Glock eco, but you actually have to capitalize on it. So all it will serve for us here at home is entertainment or heart attacks, whichever team you're cheering for, or maybe both.
Yeah, definitely both, right? Expectation is that you can kind of use that as a launch pad and then to go into the next round and barely chip off any damage. With a full team ace coming through out of G2, taking those duels all over the map. If you're going to lose the Glock eco, that sure is how you would like to respond in the next round. And how Passion UA are going to respond now is with an op. And the hands of Halzerk and the rest having to deal with Tech 9s and Deagles. To be fair, that's a little better than 5 Glocks, but I don't think you get those opportunities twice in a series. Definitely not twice in a map. So going to need some big plays here out of Halzerk.
Could the unexpected op pay off? Just looking for the lower pick, just keeping it very safe.
Much pressure on middle right now.
Alps, of course, leading the pack. And first kill's good. Pre-fire op shot, no good though. And then Matties cleans them all up. That was the full force buy. That was the last-ditch effort for Passion UA. Dead broke on G2's map point. They can't possibly lose the pistols again.
No.
This is G2 winning this map 13-6, and we're going to Mirage.
I've gone through a whole roller coaster of emotions in this map alone, let alone the series. Don't know if I can handle another loop-de-loop. Chance to sink this one on down, take us into that decider, and get things right on Dust 2, a map we know they're so strong in. Flash play gonna look good. Sunpius run down with the op, somehow stays alive, and Matties bails him out with a kill. Gonna assemble the boost here quickly,
Heavy God has an op of his own. Things get even more challenging here as G2 looking to tear through this Passion UA squad. Also, they're going to offer up a frag, but that's about it. G2 coasting to the finish line here in the second half. Even despite a full Glock ego, they will still close things out with confidence.
Yeah, I think a confident finish as well, and definitely some smiles to be had there. A good, well-played team effort coming through from G2, and then Heavy God just being immovable on the B site will ignore that Glock eco. Send this one off to Mirage after a short one.
Hi, this is Basement Dweller's first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up, actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but, you know, seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
Fugitive. I am on the run. They won't find me. Fugitive. Fugitive. I am
fucking champion. We are the champion, crown number one.
And, well, yeah, messy. I mean, I'm not talking about one of the GOATs. I'm talking about the adjective that would describe this game. Dust 2 went, 13-6, but a lot of things happened in those 19 rounds that would make you happy, sad, and everything in between. But now we're in Mirage. It is the last map of the night here for the opening day of IEM Krakow. Passion UA taking on G2. And, well, what do you have to say about that map of Dust 2?
I mean, both teams know how to put on a show, but over the grand scheme of things, even despite, a couple of mishaps out of G2, they did lose both pistols. They did recover some nice eco rounds of their own. They also lost to Glocks, but you can shake that off quickly. That was a really dominant victory coming through. Great calling out of Hunter on an individual note there. I felt like he was constantly a step ahead of Passion UA in their defense. And you look at Heavy God as well, consistently locking things down. This is shaping up to be nice here if G2 can keep those standards held high. But they would love a pistol round to back it up as well. Going to be challenging towards this A side.
Yeah, you have Grim up close with the dual Berettas, seeing if those flashes are effective. Grim gets nothing done. Can't track the targets. No kills for Passion UA into the site. Even the top connector smoke. And full A site control. Needing a miraculous retake. JT solo versus... could be 4 players, but a smoke will block his exit. This feels more like a pistol round save than anything.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame him. You locked out a CT. No ground at all to even start the conversation for this retake, so might as well walk away with the pieces that you do have. We'll see this one fizzle out there. Malb's going to give Nick X a go. The headshot completed by the body shot there from Nick X is at least something to note. Extra 300 for him. It'll set up a better force wipe for Passion UA here in this next one. They knew that one was a little too far out of the realm of possibility. So now we'll see what sort of investment they can bring to the table. You got Malbs opening up nicely. A couple of quick opening picks for him. Looking to facilitate some of these good calls that Hunter's been bringing to the table so far here.
And then, okay, it is revealed. It is force buy back. We got to see a very geeky smoke from Snappy earlier today, where he uses a scout to line up a window smoke. This will be a simple take, as Nick X is just alone on the B site. And looking like another safe here for Passion UA. But yeah, so he lined up a smoke that lands faster than the traditional instant window smoke, so that it is fully bloomed, regardless of anyone's spawns. So that one probably going to be adopted into pro play. It's so cool that Counter-Strike can still be innovated upon.
It's wild. I love it, man. It's so impressive. Having to use a scout there, getting a little bit of that value out of selling. I'm so impressed that Mirage, through all the years, still has some development. And a lot of train lovers maybe wanting this map to be gone. Take notes.
I'm an Anubis enjoyer, and honestly, I think that map probably still going to have a pretty high play rate, even in professional play.
So many good teams in Tier 1 that really liked Anubis. I honestly feel like you're still going to see some dominant T-sides. We've already seen that today, but I like what I was seeing out of it. There's a lot more trickery involved on the T side. I love the way that 3D Max were using that new window. I don't mind it being back in the pool.
This is nifty from Kavem. About to run out of ammo, though, in that FAMAS. And then G2 will begin their sneak. It's fairly empty. Trying to collapse in on Palace. Heavy got his trusty MP7, no good. 2 players spotted out though, and now the connector play is a vulnerability. Hunter's MP7 will put in the work. Still one more over at the default boxes. Still threatening is this defense, but with some pious up the catwalk. Nick X had pushed into the apartments, and a Molly even waiting for him too. With Maddie's collecting that kill. Bomb planted for Cat. Should be no problem. Except for Nick X, and a follow-up kill out of the MP9. It's some pious back at the site, tagged, but not quite fragged. Here by Halzerk's USP, needing these headshots. HE could be on the money, but not quite. 4 HP remains there for some pious.
What a stand right there from some pious, able to lock it down in the back of bench. Using that rifle to full effect. Closing out a confident win there, despite the chaos that was put in on that B side. Nice flank from Nick X. Good opportunity. Seal things up. I think they've got the spawn for that that same window smoke this time. Gonna have to take the slower approach. Nate stacks in towards connector, boost above the smoke, but some pies can't quite connect on the opening. Took a pop shot between both oppers. No man advantages dealt out just yet. Some recycled utility being tossed in. Gonna queue up some map movement on both ends here. You see the A main aggression coming through here out of Passion UA. Say aggression, but I'm not sure if they're ever gonna push past this point. Waiting for a timing here. And for now, the numbers on this B defense are left a little bit vulnerable. It is once again just a really lonely Nick X holding things out. Mid's just been re-cleared. They're starting to press the issue though in through A main. And so now you can start to stack your defense